The European Cricket Series returned to England with a bang yesterday, and I mean a bang. Plenty of bangs, over 100 Maximos on day one. Group A action today as Weybridge played their first matches on the network. Banstead started unbelievably. Can they keep it up? We'll see more of them as well. Welcome. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series England Wimbledon, and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day two of our ECS England Wimbledon edition. London is calling and we are here. We're answering the call, and we have 5 more T10 matches coming your way. I'm Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and along with Tina Goff, I'll be taking you through all the action. So yesterday we had 5 matches to start Group A, and we only saw 4 of the teams though. So it will be Weybridge to join the action today. Weybridge playing here first up in match number 6. They are taking on East Molesey, who had a bit of a mixed day yesterday. Let's see what happened at the toss a little bit earlier with the tournament referee Ian Ramage and the 2 teams.
Weybridge, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. East Molesey is the away team, you'll be calling. Here you go.
Heads, please.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball first, please.
Okay, toss on by Weybridge, who will bowl first.
So Weybridge with an early win, the win at the toss of the coin, and they have elected to bowl first. Now Weybridge, I hear good things about their side, but maybe a little bit of a disadvantage coming in at this stage, and of course having to play their first game against teams that are already up and running. But of course they would have had the power of observation yesterday to maybe study some of their opposition. But they're looking forward to them. They've got a big day as well. They have 3 matches. They've got the long day today at Weybridge. So let's see how they start. Remember, each team plays 8 matches before we have to make the cut, and one team will miss out before we head to the quarterfinals next week. For East Molesey, well, they had some good players. I mean, Sheen, you saw him there at the toss. He was brilliant when he came into the side yesterday, made an immediate impact with his spin bowling and some big hitting. In fact, if the game had gone longer yesterday, then maybe he might have scored a century. We did see one in the first game yesterday. Will we see one first up here? And one thing about yesterday, just quite unusual, despite the teams, I think, being quite evenly matched, we had 5 blowouts. We actually had 5 4-point results, which is pretty unusual. Nothing unusual about the fact there's a bit of cloud cover here in London. That's the way it goes, I suppose. But right now, we don't have any rain. Teeny tiny chance of a shower. Hopefully it stays away, because I would love to see no interruptions at all. Currently about 17 degrees, but heading for 20, the expected maximum. Well, here at the Rains Park Sports Ground, we've had a great time interacting with all the fans as well that have come down. A lot of the UK-based fans have made the trip, and even some have jumped across from the continent. But one person I'm looking forward to spending the day with is Tina Goff, and she's in the commentary box right now. The news from the toss in match number 6 is that the newcomers, Weybridge, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl. Over to Tina as we get ready for the start of day 2.
Thanks very much, Vinny. And, well, Rains Park by name, Rains Park by nature at the moment, as the rain has started to fall here, unfortunately. So we have a slight delay on the game, but nonetheless we can talk about what's happened so far. And we started with match 1. Yesterday was a strange old day. 5 games, 5 4-0 wins. Banstead, well, they were the team of the day, weren't they? 212 thanks to a Hara Wassam, 125. And in return, Twickenham just never really got going. Skittled for 77 inside 8 overs. That was the dream start for Banstead on their ECN debut. And for them, the day just got better and better. As for Twickenham, it was a mixed day for them. Juan Henry on this occasion, the Portuguese international, top scoring with 34, but alas, it was not enough for them, and they ended up losing by a mammoth 135 runs, which in any other game really is a par score in itself. This was the winning margin though for Banstead, who took no time at all to get themselves acquainted with the European Cricket Network. Into match 2 then, and it was a double header for Banstead. This time they were chasing and they needed less than 6 overs to chase down the 133 posted by East Molesey. Joe Johnson, top scorer for the Molesey side, 34 runs though, not enough, and it was a wicket shared around between Arslan Abbas, the captain, who of course got that quad trick as well in the first game. It's not often that you get 125 as the batter and not get the player of the match, but Arslan Abbas got the player of the match in the first game. He also contributed in the second, and it was Harwell Wassam this time. Not quite getting the century, he ran out of runs, but finished on an unbeaten 78 not out as Banstead eased their way to another 4-point win. So they finished the day. They only had those 2 games yesterday, but finished 8 points from 8. It's a mighty impressive start for them, and looking forward to seeing them again today, see if they can continue their outstanding record. Into match 3 then, saw the return of Spencer, last year's losing finalists, and well, they lost this one as well. Skittled for 80, 1 ball left. It was Blake van der Linde who was into the side for Twickenham. He missed out on the first game, came back and put in 4 for 13 and a very impressive run out, which if you haven't seen it, head over to our social media channels, channeling his indoor cricket brain to get his side over the line in what was a comfortable win for Twickenham. So they lost the first game 4-0, won the second one. That was really the story of the day. Spencer though, they continued to struggle into match 4. 111 they posted. Nelson after 10 overs. And in response, East Molesey, who, remember, earlier in the day also lost 4-0. This time, they snatched the 4 points themselves, chasing down the total inside 6 overs, thanks to an unbeaten 57 from Michael Sheen, star of the show, having also picked up 2 for 17 with the ball. It was the spinners that did it for East Molesey, Archie Horton, Michael Sheen and Taran Sridevi, all picking up 2 wickets apiece. So that one, again, was a relatively comfortable chase for East Molesey. And they were able to get another first 4 points on the board of the day for them. Then they were able to repeat the trick going into match 5. So it was the perfect end to the day for East Molesey. As for Spencer, well, they've got some making up to do on day 2, having not picked up a point. We know how strong they can be. The good news, of course, for them is that this is a long series. They've got plenty of time to still pick up wins and points. But in that final game of the day, Twickenham posting 144 thanks to an unbeaten 81 from Patrick Dixon. Said at the time maybe it was just a little slow, taking 33 balls to get there, and Michael Sheen proved just that. He, in return, got 80 not out off just 18 deliveries and saw East Molesey home without losing a wicket. They did that with inside 7 overs as well, which meant for the 5th time in the day, not sure how many times we've had that, every side who won with a bonus point, which means this is where we stand. It's even numbers all round. It was a great day for Banstead. They only played the 2 games, but they got the 8 points, sitting pretty at the top of the table. And everyone else, they picked up a few points here or there, apart from Spencer. 2 games, 2 bonus point defeats for them. They're only really in 4th place by virtue of having a net run rate, but a net run rate of -8. Certainly something that last year's finalists would like to improve on. And Weybridge, of course, bottom of the table, but they haven't played a game yet. They're due to play the 3 games today, including the first one against East Molesey. Unfortunately, the scene at the moment out there in the middle is that the covers have been put on. It was a lengthy shower the last 10 minutes or so. The drops are falling relatively heavily, obviously, here in England. We've got good facilities. The covers can come on and off pretty quickly, and it certainly doesn't look like, famous last words, that it's going to be a complete washout kind of day. Looks more like it'll be a classic English summer's day with a bit of rain here and there, hopefully a bit of sunshine to come as well. But as we sit and hopefully see the covers come off soon, Vinny has joined me in the commentary box, and well, it's a shame that the day has started like this, but hopefully we get those 5 fixtures in sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think we will. It's annoying, isn't it? We saw it coming. I kind of foreshadowed it there in the introduction, thinking it looks a little bit grey, might drop a little bit of rain on us, and even already it's kind of easing up. So let's look at the day and what's coming up with Weybridge joining the competition, and they play the long day, I call it. They play the 1st, the 3rd and the 5th matches. At least they do get a break in between, so they don't play back-to-back. I mean, I'll be curious to see if Banstead can keep up the pace that they see yesterday. It was a cracking pace. But yeah, what we generally do here while we've got a rain delay is we'll bring you a previous game, and so we're just working on that in the background, because this was a little bit unexpected. I think we were planning to start on time, and then unfortunately the rain came in just kind of moments before the players were planning to enter the field. So well done to everyone there in the middle. They've got the covers on. Obviously, that area will be protected. I do remember from last year that this field, it does dry pretty well. It does kind of clear that excess moisture reasonably quickly. So we'll hope that we have some action sooner rather than later. But yeah, Tina, I've got to say, day one, it was very, very exciting, wasn't it? Obviously, the first game yesterday with a century. Then we saw something that's only ever been done 7 times on the network, 4 wickets in 4 balls. We also, I think, would have had more centuries had we not had some early finishes because some totals were chased down. In fact, that first total of 212 was the only total that stood up, batting first.
Yeah, it was a crazy day with bonus points always for the winning side. I'm not sure how often we've had that with no one picking up that consolation point. But it meant there was quite a few quick chases and it shows positive signs though. But I'm interested to see how Weybridge come into this tournament. They're quite a young side, I think 6 or 7 teenagers in their starting 11. That often is a good sign. It means they come out with no fear. But it also means, well, there's a bit of a lack of experience in there coming into this T10 format.
Well, depending on how it goes, you might start with no fear, but quickly you'll develop fear because some of the hitting yesterday was absolutely brutal. But yeah, we're hopeful that this passes. Quick hello to everyone in the chat. Of course, yeah, quite a lot of our Spanish squad are actually here in person, and it's nice to see them interacting in person as well. And I know it's not possible for everyone, but it is great that ECN has brought a whole community of people together that live in completely different places. I know Dave's travelled from France. I know a lot of other people have travelled from different parts of the UK to be here. But hello to Sim, who's in the chat. Hello to Rob Thompson as well. And Penguin Games. It's not quite Squid Games, is it? I would definitely watch Penguin Games. Penguin Games saying, who's excited for today's match? Day 2 about to go and just wanting to know when the match is going to start. But at the moment, although we should have started just 2 or 3 minutes ago, we've had an unexpected shower, which is still coming down, so that will cause a bit of a delay. But hello to Ash at Save Derek as well. Yeah, and of course we might have some duck news sooner rather than later. My bill is sealed, but yeah, just stay tuned to our ECN social media accounts at European Cricket. Hello to Matt Pittard as well. Hopefully you're well. Calling it, yes, the home of cricket, the wet, damp home of cricket. Well, the other thing is, I know I'll be off to do the Gibraltar 13 on the weekend, but you actually have the weekend off, and there's a fair bit of cricket going on around the London area, of course, with the test, which will happen over the weekend. So I don't know if we can get our ECN allocation of tickets, but
I don't know how much money was exchanged between the crew and the office to secure 2 days off at the weekend at the same time as a London Test match, but it's worked well. Meanwhile, you'll be baking in Gibraltar as well. I'm just taking a look at the weather over in Gibraltar. Maybe not too bad as expected. 22 degrees for you at the weekend, Vinny. I think we'd be more than happy if we have the 22 degrees here. The rain has started to fall again quite heavily, so much so that even the kids' camps, the hardy kids' camps, have stopped for a moment. And it's one of those frustrating, and if you live in the UK or have been in the UK, it's a very familiar kind of showery day. It's not going to, well, famous last words again, it's not going to be a complete washout. I'm pretty sure of that. It's just a case of waiting for those gaps in the clouds to see if we can get on out there, because I know Weybridge in particular, they must be eager to get out there, and also with their long day, they want to get things up and running.
It's got to be frustrating. I think they would have been looking forward to this for a while, I'm sure. Also, I suppose you do get used to the odd weather delay playing cricket in this part of the world, but yeah, bad time, because they're kind of set. They would have been ready to go. Yeah. Obviously bowling first, and you often see that from new teams who want to get out there all as a team, experience it for the first time. And I do look forward to seeing the youth and the kind of approach from Weybridge, which is an area about an hour or so, hour and a half, southwest of London, central London. But yeah, unfortunately, we do have a delay. They are the live pictures right now. The covers are on. The rain, which threatened, has now come down, actually come down a little bit earlier than we might have expected. But yeah, we're working on a few things behind the scenes to at least bring you some cricket. And of course, some people might not realise, Tina, but the European Cricket Network, we have games all throughout the year. So people, they were quite amazed to hear that on Sunday I was in Stockholm, and Monday morning, it was yesterday morning, I got up, put the suit on, got in a car, got in a plane, got in another car, got here and was here for some of the first match with you. But of course, after this, the show will roll on. Croatia's next. I know that Rico will be there with Phil G. And then Kiel, I know, is somewhere that we're really looking forward to going in the north of Germany, not too far from where you from. Unfortunately, fortunately for you, you got the World Cup qualifiers, which are going to keep you out of the Kiel series. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Tina, plenty to look forward to, and obviously a lot of our fans in England will know the ECC is coming up in just a couple of months as well, which will involve the England 11, which is typically from the NCCA, and a team that actually are 3-time champions, hoping for a 4th championship this year.
Yeah, I think they'll be going in strong. Of course, they're the reigning champs of this series as well. They won't come back to defend their title, but looking forward to the ECC. It'll be my first ECC,
Yeah.
the men's series. Of course, the women's series, that's going to be bigger and better than ever in December as well. And I often think when we go to these different corners of the world, like the example you gave, Stockholm, Wimbledon, Gibraltar, all within a week. I wonder if anyone in the history of the world has ever done that route.
Yeah, I often think these things, and certainly was thinking that a couple of years ago when I was sleeping on an airport floor trying to get a flight from Stockholm to Bucharest to do consecutive days commentary. But hey, that's what it's all about. I mean, we're pushing the envelope. We have over 1,700 matches on ECN this year. So the first year we had just 17 matches, and then after that, it's grown to the point that now we have 100 times as many matches in the season. So, unfortunately, they're the current pictures. What we might do is we will just leave you for a few moments. Keep an eye on your screen. We'll come back to bring you some form of cricket, one way or another. Hopefully, some live cricket. Otherwise, maybe it'll be a classic match that we'll put on. But stay tuned, and also, we'll jump in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. But for now, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Hopefully, some good news, and hopefully soon we can start day 2 here in the Wimbledon European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to the Rains Park Sports Ground here in England. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and unfortunately a shower has delayed the start of day 2 in this European cricket series. So the situation right now, there's the live pictures, the covers are still on, the rain is still falling, albeit quite lightly, and we won't have any play for a little while. I still hope that we could get the first match of the day on. Remember, just a 3-over minimum to constitute a game. So, yeah, fingers crossed we will have some cricket sooner rather than later. But what we will do, we'll give you some cricket to watch while we're waiting for the rain to stop and the covers to come off here. You can see that the umpire's just going out to have another look. I mean, it is still raining, but it's just sprinkling. It's your classic London drizzle, actually, at the moment. But yeah, what we will do, we will give you some cricket to watch. Now, this is often where we go to a previous match in England, but I've decided I just want to go to a recent match. Now, this is one from just a couple of weeks ago, and often when people say to me, you know, Vinny, what is European cricket all about? You know, what sort of cricket is this? I point to matches like this. So this is actually from Germany and our Krefeld European Cricket Series just 2 weeks ago. And it's the SC Krefeld Boosters taking on the Strass Rising Stars. Match 12 of that European Cricket Series in Germany. Tina Goff, who's here with me this week, she was there and Rico was there. And ironically, this match was shortened to just 3 overs, which is the minimum after a rain delay there at the National Performance Centre in Germany. So what we will do, we'll take you to that. And I think it's not going to let you down. Strass Rising Stars are batting first here in this ECN Classic. If there's any news, we'll let you know on the screen and obviously in the live chat as well. But sit back and actually strap yourselves in, because this is a crazy match you're about to see from just a couple of weeks ago. And hopefully back with some live action soon. Enjoy.
Remember the key to it, because you really have to, if you're making it fresh and you want to make it like pretty, almost like a puree sort of form, you've got to really stir it proper. And my dad then came up with the idea, having seen my mum struggle for ages with the old wooden spoon. He used to attach the wooden spoon to the drill, and he used to use the drill to go to make the spinach. But I got to admit though, it took time to make, but it was my favourite. Spinach with plenty of butter, with some nice hot chapati. So that was the way to do it. All the players are looking at me now because we talked about spinach. So hopefully spinach could be on the menu today, as it is Fresh Spinach Day. But folks, look, it's happening. And it will be 3 overs aside. So remember, 3 overs will be played here. And we'll just remind you, that means there'll be 3 different bowlers. The power play is just going to be the 1 over. So there you go, 3 over per side, 1 over power play, and 1 over per bowler. Bring it on. It's going to be a smash here in Krefeld.
Looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing the new side as well. Strass Rising Stars, well, they won the toss, decided to bat. When they did do that toss, there was already a bit of rain about, so they certainly saw it coming. And I suppose as a new side, this is a bit of a free hit, isn't it? 18 balls, just see what you can do. It's one of those ones where any kind of form or prior expectations really go out the window. It looks like it'll be Akshit Agre to bowl the first over. He bowled very well in the first game, and we finally get this game underway.
And it will start with a boundary, and that's going to go all the way. Bowl it, bowl it, bowl it. Well, it's the 3 over smash, and it starts with 6 runs. Well played away there by Takir Khan.
Well, that's the way to start your team's debut on the network. It was a bit of a rank delivery from Agre, asking to be hit, and Taukir duly obliged. You got to feel for the bowlers out here, to be honest. It's not really a bowler's game at the best of times. And now when you've got a wet ball that's just got even wetter, makes life very difficult. As Khan there, you can see very much sitting right back in his crease.
Oh my, that is humongous. That could be in the road. That could be in the road. The way that was hit, I thought this is going all the way up to the road with the bowler. He's not impressed with his footing. He turns around, and I suppose when you hit for a big 6 like that, you've got to find an excuse. Where does that land? Oh, well, it doesn't quite go as far as I thought, but it went a long way up. He absolutely hammered it there to Takir Khan, and yeah, well, Akshit Agre, he did bowl very well in the last match, but yeah, you're right. It's going to be difficult for the bowlers. The ball is going to get wet every time it goes along the surface. You've got to be careful of your footing. Here comes the next. That's better. Right here is outside the off. It's a big wild swing from Takir, but he doesn't get anything on this one. And the sun is starting to come out, and maybe we'll be greeted by a delightful rainbow as well. That'll be nice.
Yeah, hopefully there's light at the end of the tunnel and gold at the end of the rainbow for one of these sides. It doesn't look like anyone out there's got a towel. We obviously had that towel incident in the previous game with the dead ball. And I was speaking to an umpire in England recently, and he says actually those old proper bar towels are actually quite hard to come by now in the UK, because most UK bars have got now these plastic mats.
That's right, yeah.
So those towels are at a premium. As this one goes up in the air, the hat comes off, it'll just land short. I suppose you can just get a normal kind of towel and rip it into shreds, but those old school, you get ones like Guinness on with those proper old school bar towels.
So they used to be the green John Smith ones, yeah. Used to absorb all the water. The thing is though, these days, it seems to be because obviously there is like a day like today, it's a perfect day to have one of those mats, but you see a lot of bowlers and particularly batters as well. As well, this one could be close. He's asking. The umpire says not out. The batters will take a leg bye. So that is the leg bye signal. Is also the end of the first over. So 14 will come off the first. That's pretty handy. You go at 3 lots of 14. You get yourself a pretty decent score. I still think you've got to be looking at, what, 45 to 50 here?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got really no time to lose. Just the 18 balls. Takir Khan faced 5 of the 6 on that occasion. Muaz Hassan yet to get off the mark, but he did manage to get some pad on it and got through. Take a quick look at the Premier Division, the ECC, hoping for some better weather over there. I know we had a bit of a torrid time in Spain earlier in the year. Now they've got all the heat. So something in between those would be lovely, as of course we spend a good old month over there with the Western Shield, the Meltor Shield, then of course the Premier Division, then comes the Challenger Division, and then Championship Week. So we go back to live here, and well, a little attempted wide signalled, not by the umpire, but by Muaz Hassan, but nothing doing, just a good length delivery on that occasion.
Yeah, Thiva Kiran is the bowler, starts with a dot. A good start from him. And, he'll try and get the ball outside that off stump again, and he will, but that's been launched. That's a lovely shot. Goes for a long way, 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Got to say, I like the red and the white. I like it. I like those tops. Just they do stand out, and with the black trousers, they look very nice indeed.
Absolutely. I'm not quite convinced by the blue clads to round out the look, but it's nice to have a bit of a flashy kit, because we've had a lot of blues and blacks so far, and we love keeping an eye on the kits, see who wins that little battle.
This could be out. Yeah, it is out. I think he does get a bit of glove, bit of bat on this. It's a tremendous take from the keeper. Does superbly well. Let's have a look at this again. A really good catch from Indran behind there. Here's the delivery again. So it's, yeah, I think he does. I mean, is it arm though? Sometimes we slow it down. Let's see there. No, that's definitely, I think, a bit of glove. It's an excellent take. Brilliantly taken there behind the stance from the keeper, Indran. Excellent work.
Absolutely, and well, it probably would have been a wide in the end. It's another W, it's a wicket. Muaz Hassan, he's a big 6 and then out. He didn't seem convinced by the decision, but I'd happily go along with the umpire having seen that replay. He was holding his head. I'm not sure if he was trying to say that it hit his helmet, but it was very much up by either the gloves or the bat. So it's a good call, and first wicket to 4. Strathspey Rising Stars 20 for 1, halfway through the innings.
They've got to be taking these on. Oh, it's a bit of a misfield, but yeah, it looks like the batters didn't want to go there at all, but they do. But going back to the rag saga, why do so many batters have the towel tucked behind the back of their trousers? And sometimes I think, well, maybe they're going to take the towel and use their hand, but they never use it. It's there like an accessory item. And never gets used, but it seems to be a habit. Look, are we seeing one there as well? No, that's the banner in the back sticking out. A big wild swing, and not sure why he's looking at the umpires here. It's a good delivery, and Takir Khan, he has hit 2 big boundaries, but at the same time he has played out a few dot balls as well.
Yeah, and these dot balls are a real killer, aren't they, when you've only got the 3 overs to play with. Very deep in his crease, Khan.
He gets this one though. Oh, he's absolutely pumped the batter. Look at the reaction of the batter here. I don't think I've ever quite seen a reaction quite like this. It comes right at the end of the... Oh, look at him. He's absolutely... Well, I don't know if he's delighted or furious at himself. It's a bit of both here from Takir Khan. I mean, he hits this and watch it. Oh, look at him. He's pumped. And if we stay with him... I mean, the ball's gone a long way for 6, but if you stay with him there, he just carries on that way all the way as he walks to the non-strikers end. Just what? There he is again. He'll punch his bat in a minute as well. Look at him. He's still going. He's still going. And in a moment here, he'll go. There he goes. Oh, he's in the zone, isn't he? 27 for 1 after 2.
Oh, it's been a while for the Rising Stars to get out there and make their debut. And Takir Khan, well, seems that he was just sitting on the sidelines, pumping up that adrenaline. And it all came out on that one. Big 6 to finish the over. It's still, I'd say, pretty much 50-50 on that over, though. Goes for just the 13 runs. Varun Reddy faces up to this third and final over, and we're going to have a bit of spin.
Played away. This is where the ball will soak up a lot of that surface water as it goes back through. It's a good idea to throw it back to the keeper first. Keeper gets his gloves on the ball and takes some of the moisture off, and then the bowler does the rest. But yeah, no rag out there. It's off the toe end of the bat. It'll be a good catch if it's taken, you know, and it will be taken. That is a very good catch. Wet ball, it's going over him. He has to turn around and try and find it, and holds on to it. What a good catch this is. Superb. One man probably not to look at the moment is Takir Khan, because if he was punching his bat and everything when he was hitting a ball for 6, who knows what he's doing when he gets out. But what a catch.
Brilliant catch. Those ones are sometimes underestimated because, yes, it just goes up in the air, up and down. But by the time the ball's dropped, you've done about 360s just to make sure you're in the right spot. And in the end, an outstanding catch. It was Ahilan Ravindran underneath it. And he saw and probably felt the on-rushing presence there as well of Aritharan Visakaran. In the end, it's a brilliant grab. It's a big wicket as well because Taukir Khan was going well, 19 off 8, but the big 6 and the bat punch ended up being the last ball he faced before he got out.
New bat comes out, has a look around. Just, not got too much time, has he? He's just got to go boom, shaka, boom, boom, boom from the word go. Lovepreet Singh with the ball. And that's gone plumb. Full and straight. Going on to hit between the middle and the off stump. And well done to Lovepreet Singh. As that's the end of Sagar Khatria. It comes out, tries to play this way. He gets that little shuffle across, watch, goes across the line. And you knew then that if that ball hits him on the pads, he's going to be a goner.
Nice and full, good bowling from Lovepreet Singh. Knows he doesn't really need to get it to turn much on that occasion, just does the batter for length. And it's 2 and 2, so we've got a hat-trick ball opportunity coming up here. Obviously in this very shortened game, more likely to get batters coming in and swinging, but still, he's bowled well, Lovepreet, and here we go.
Here's a hat-trick ball. It's hit pretty well towards the fielders, who will deal with this pretty well. That's good work there from Thiva Karan. You can see him gesturing to the other fielder saying, back me up because I'm attacking it because they might want to. And they only get the single. Bit of warming up being done there. The next team that we're going to see in action. High in the air. Lovepreet, does he want it himself? No, he leaves it to the fielder who can't get there. And now the batters, well, maybe they should have tried to come back for 2. It is the last over. It's a 3 over side match, so they had to really try and go there. So Lovepreet probably now thinking perhaps he should have gone for it. So here we go. Last ball off the innings. Really want a boundary here. He's not going to get one, but he would get a wide. He'll have to bowl it again. Lovepreet just straying slightly onto the pads here of Fahim Jani. And just, oh well, there probably wasn't a need to throw it, but it gets backed up again. Well done, well backed up. That's Ahilan who took a great catch earlier. That's it, that's the end of the innings. It's quick and fast. And the Strauss Rising Stars have only just gone just above the 10 and over. Well, I was saying that you really want to be about 45 to 50 in the 3 overs. I think the Rising Stars probably a little bit short of what they need. And we know that the Crefeld Boosters, they've certainly got some players that can give it a boost. We thought we were going to start, then we thought we weren't going to start. The covers came on, and then the rain stopped, and everybody said, come on, let's get back on, let's play some cricket. And we did. And he started off with a 3 over a side match. And there was some good stuff. The first over was okay. Went for 14. There were some nice shots there played by Takir Khan. But that was a really good catch. Excellent catch taken by the keeper there. Brilliant work by Sakant Indra. And that was a pretty decent catch there as well, as that one was well taken by Ahilan Ravindran. And then Lovepreet Singh just got it full and straight as Sagar Khatri would go first ball. And then they just scratched around for a couple of singles. A leg by here, a single there. It would get them to a score of 32 for 3. So the boosters you would expect, especially when we know the kind of batting that they've got. Remember, they haven't lost a wicket in the day. They did play the first match and they won, putting 139 on the board without loss. The good news is we got started. The bad news is that the rain has come back. Let's just hope that once again it's like it was at the beginning of this match, a very quick passing shower, and then we can return.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It's one of those days where I don't think we're going to remain dry the rest of the day, but we'll see. And I think it's just getting light again. But shout out to Lovejeet Singh for that final over, going for just 5 runs, picking up the 2 wickets as well. Outstanding effort from him, as the other 2 bowlers, Agre and Tivakaran, both go for 13 runs. So the target then for QFL boosters, if they want to make it 2 wins in 2, is 33 off 3 overs. And well,
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us. It's good news here from Rains Park in the beautiful borough of Wimbledon in London, England. It's time to start day 2, and we will have some cricket here in match 6 between Weybridge and East Molesey. Weybridge playing their first match on the European Cricket Network, and it won't quite be a 10-over match because it is confirmed that we have 8 7-over match coming your way. And we did have toss a little bit earlier on, Weybridge winning that, electing to bowl, so they're going to go out there for the first time on ECN East Molesey. We did see yesterday they won 2 of their 3 matches, and Dominic Millard comes in behind the stumps, comes back in I should say, for East Molesey, led by 2 test player for South Africa, Clyde Reeves-Fortune. For Weybridge, obviously watching out for the Nathan Tilley at the top of the order, and Aidan Golding, who is listed there as well. Robinson rounds out the top 3, but as Tina mentioned earlier, a very young-looking side for Weybridge. And they do go in as underdogs against an East Molesey side that now have been in pretty destructive form in the domestic competitions here in England. So, just confirming a 7-over match, and it does affect the dynamics a little bit. So instead of a 3-over power play, it's only a 2-over power play, and 2 bowlers able to bowl a second over. Everyone else is limited to the 1 over. So great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Hello to Francois Etienne in the chat, who's saying hello. The Penguin games has kept me pretty entertained as well in the chat. And yeah, I've asked some of these maybe not so regular chatters to step up this week with some of our regular chatters, obviously here at the ground. We've got some hardy spectators as well. You need to be in England. Made it pretty tough stuff. There's the confirmation. 7 overs aside, 2 over power play, and 2 overs to 2 bowlers only. Anyway, we're away, and East Molesey are away with a 6. Maximo to get us started here on day 2. Umbrellas out, Grizzlies out on the ground. That's been the story so far. Well struck. Not ideal start, but Nathan Tilley, well, the right arm around the wicket and kind of slides on to the left-hander. And East Molesey, despite that one loss yesterday, it did come to Banstead, who were kind of unstoppable. They still impressed me a lot. That's in the air, doesn't quite carry. From off the back foot, that's really closer than you think. Bounced off the bowler's fingers, hit the stumps. I mean, had to muscle it out here. Michael Sheen just in. Almost an accidental run out. Sheen was brilliant yesterday, and he came into the side for the second game, made an immediate difference, and it was no coincidence, I think, that they won both games that he was playing. Southgate was good last night as well, and he's gone. First ball this morning. Well, backed away slightly. Little under edge and crashes into the base of leg stump. So Tilley with his first wicket. A bit of history for Weybridge. Their first wicket on ECN. The dangerous Southgate goes first ball, and it's 7 for 1. Good stuff from Weybridge. Yeah, I think they're a youthful side, but I think they'll enjoy the freedom of the format. Disappointment there. I mentioned that the backing away tactic maybe a little bit overrated in this form of the game, where the wide rules are pretty harsh on bowlers, so they're generally giving you width anyway. Southgate out first ball. Tilley, again, you can see his tactic around the wicket. Kind of a bit of a dart, but because he backed away, he had to play that quite a long way away from his body, just outside his eye line. Hutton gets the number 3 spot here, and he mistimes the first ball. 7 over games. Now, we have seen some shortened games. We're just showing you one, actually, a 3 over game from a couple of weeks ago in the rain break. Hopefully we don't need to show you the second half of that, but if we do, you will be entertained, guarantee you. Just checks his shot here. Hutton will take the 1. Now, what's a good score in a 7 over game? Hard to say. Typically would say you'd be wanting kind of 15, 16 and over. It's around the kind of 110 mark. 120 expected here for East Molesey. Swing and a miss, but the bounce beats the keeper. Yes, Jack Tricker behind the stumps. That will take us to the end of the first over, and a pretty good one for Weybridge. Getting it, the dangerous Southgate without scoring, just conceding the 1. Maximo, end of the first over, 9 for 1. Quick look at some of the numbers from yesterday, and it was a pretty high scoring day, as you'd expect. 148 per 10 overs, and you can see how that stacks up against some of the other series. Actually, the 2 series that have been the highest scoring so far this year were Jersey and the other England series. So it's just something about, I think, the technical background, some of the batters we're seeing. Yesterday, only 1 score was defended. It was that 212 in the first game. Monster score. The other 4 games were won by teams chasing over 1,000 runs, over 100 maximos on day 1, but also plenty of wickets, 46 wickets, 5.5 wickets on average per 10 overs. Here we go with Aidan Golding, who's going to get glanced away for 4 first ball. Maybe an early look at dog watch here in England. We do know that they love their 4-legged friends. So Weybridge hoping to continue what's been a good start. Really sad to hear Mr. Maximo, and back with me for all the action in day 2 is Tina Goff. Welcome back, Tina.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Just loses his line a little there. Aidan Golding, one of 2 Goldings, double Goldings in the lineup for Weybridge. Both of them still teenagers. Aidan 18, Luke 16.
Fountain of youth. Not getting this one right though. Anything down the leg sides are wide, unless it's between the batter and the stumps. Yeah, we haven't had too much time to chit chat. It's been quite a busy morning, obviously, on the ground. Unexpected shower coming across kind of 2 minutes or 3 minutes before the expected start of this 10 over game, now a 7 over game, but certainly excited to see Weybridge.
Straight down the ground. It's lovely hit, and it's going to go all the way. Just a sweet swing of the bat there. Michael Sheen picking up exactly where he left off yesterday. He was one of the stars of the day.
Yes, we got Adam here who's protecting us today. He's our security, but he was the one that was in danger there. I think that straight hit almost takes him out. But yeah, good shot from Sheen. He's very impressive. Well, this time he gets done by a little bit of a way movement off the seam. Just kind of threw him off with that pull shot. Yeah, Weybridge, maybe not a bad thing for them, 7 over smash. I mean, it'll be the first game of the series where we know the points will be split 3-1. Of course, the bonus point isn't in play in reduced games, so all the other games yesterday were 4-0 jobs. This time he does get the pull and he gets it up and out of the ground. Maximo! Sheen has been mean on anything short in this series so far. Golding pays the price.
And the wicketkeeper in the kids' camp's done the fielding there. Launched it back. Did take his gloves off. I thought at first he was going to be the world's longest throw with wicket-keeping gloves on, but goes all the way. Almost smashes our camera.
Nice to see 3 fields at a venue.
Yeah.
We saw it in Brescia last year actually, but it's pretty rare in the European game. This time he goes up and should be gone straight to long on and taken. And it's Nuristani down there that holds on to the catch. And that's a big moment in the game, so credit to Golding. Pitches up slightly and he gets Sheen to play off the front foot. And the slight clunk goes down to the outfielder. So both openers back in the shed, and in the second over, it's 26 for 2.
Weren't too many balls that Michael Sheen didn't middle yesterday, but there's one of them on day 2. Comfortable catch for Ansarella. Second wicket to fall in the power play for East Molesey. Still got to make sure they bat out those 7 overs. I suppose there's a temptation when it's a shortened game to just go wild, but they've got more time sometimes than they think. On that occasion, just punts it down the ground, doesn't get hold of it, and a comfortable catch. Aidan Golding, though, picks up his first wicket on the network. And he's still got 1 ball left of his over. It'll be Joe Johnson, Jojo, to face the final ball of the power play.
Yeah, nice moment for the youngster. It's a big wicket too. Saw how good Sheen was yesterday. So wide if it doesn't get anything. Maybe it must have taken some of the arm because it was down the leg side. Check it out. Very close to the gloves. But in the end, umpire must have thought it flicks the shirt. He's making a little indication there that flicks the shirt. Baggy shirt. End of the over, and it's 26 for 2.
It did wobble a tiny bit. Maybe his argument was that it wobbled over leg stump. It certainly wasn't a booming wide, but maybe got away with one there, taking a look at the standings.
It's a 7 over game, though. The extra ball's pretty handy. Weird day yesterday. It was just a classic day of 4s with 4-0 in every game. Now, 4-0 is a result. It's a very one-sided result in ECN cricket. Anyway, this is up in the air, and that's going to go out of the ground all the way. Maximo! Tina's out of the box, doing her first bit of fielding of the day. There we are, under attack here. And we know a lot of these players are very good at hitting straight through the line of the ball. So 6 runs to start the over. We'll say we're out of the power play now. Remember, it was a 2-over power play, so the field can be pushed back a little bit, up to 5 outfielders able to be employed by the fielding captain. This one's it's going to be 5 for nothing. Here's a slow ball from Nuristani, and Trickup didn't quite get the body behind that, went with the hands. That was always going to be risky on what was going to be an unpredictable and maybe skiddy second bounce. And not quite able to get there. So that first ball so far has gone for 11. Molesey maybe a little bit behind where they'd like to be. But that'll help. Now they hit hard and hit into the gap. But well done by the fielder to close that down. Nathan Tilley out there. It's a very competitive contest so far. I suppose, Weybridge, they know they're going to be chasing a pretty healthy score one way or another. We'll see if their bats are able to get into the swing of things straight away. Rastani does have a good slower ball. We saw it. He missed his spot. Oh, it's going to be 4. It's another ball that is fieldable. This time, not quite able to be stopped. I mean, there are unforgiving boundaries here in the European Cricket Series. Johnson off the mark with a little bit of help. Now too short, and that's going to be fielded on the other field. Maximo Nuristani goes magical welcome to the European Cricket Series, and the balls are flying here now that we're underway on day 2.
He must have thought this ECN business is pretty straightforward when he took that catch, but he's come on to a ball. Maybe he wishes he hadn't. Flies over the boundary rope and over the next one as well.
I do like his change of pace, but I think it's one of those things you still got to execute, don't you? You've got to get it in the right spot. Yeah, nice look at the surrounds of this ground. Yeah, kids' cricket camp at the moment. Of course, school holidays here in the UK.
I'm really glad that we have an open tent as well, because there's so much people watching and animal watching going on. We can survey all the way around, sitting right in the middle of the ground. Lots of things going on as well.
We've got a really good look, don't we? Yeah, that's a good boundary on the left field. It's just come through to us. It's nice to have some return fire.
Get that ball out of the PMOA right now.
That's well bowled by Nuristani. Good signs from him, although just a couple of slightly off deliveries. Hurt his figures. He goes for 23, and at the end of 3 overs, it's 49 for 2. Yeah, I think Malta's the most dangerous place to get return fire, because that's when sometimes we hit the ball into the archery range.
Yeah.
A little bit, and sometimes they get a bit annoyed, don't they? And are worried there might be some arrows coming back at speed. But anyway, 49 for 2. 121 expected. What would the par be here? I kind of put it at around about 110. Maybe even 115. Anyway, that is sits up in the air. Fielder under it, Seb Dunn, and he takes the catch. Well held. Well, so the Baby W's, they've been pretty good so far, got to say. They're creating some chances and taking them. Joe Johnson out for 11 and a wicket with the first ball of the 4th over. Nathan Tilley coming back, so he's going to be one of the bowlers that bowls is 2, and it's a good decision. The pace-off works. You can see straight away, I think Johnson knows he's in trouble. It's 49 for 3.
Yeah, he's just stretching for it. Kind of one of those classic English shots where he goes on the front foot and just doesn't quite reach him. Head down straight away as the ball goes up. He knows he's in trouble, and a comfortable catch by Seb Dunn. Not always the easiest catch though, especially when it's been a bit wet and a bit cloudy this morning, picking up the ball out of the, well, I call that a pretty classic British white sky. He holds on to it, the teenager, one of 7 in the side for Weybridge. East Molesey 49 for 3 in the first wicket. Second wicket, in fact, for Nathan Tilley, who's come back to bowl his second over here.
Step across early, trying to open up that leg side, and look who it is. It's Clyde Reeves Fortune. Didn't see too much of him yesterday. I think maybe he's just kind of assessing what's required. Now here's a guy, he's played Test cricket, he's played 2 tests, played for South Africa and New Zealand not too long ago, and part of that cycle that South Africa ultimately did win the World Test Championship. Don't know if he's been able to touch the, what is it, like, what's it called again, like a mace? You know, it's not even a trophy, it's like a weapon.
How do you get that through customs?
Yeah, I don't know. Depends, depends if you can explain yourself, I guess.
Yeah, it's the test mace.
Yeah, the mace. Anyway, it's up in the air. This is going to be 6. You'd imagine he'd be licking his lips here a little bit. No real pressure either, because you shouldn't run out of wickets. The 50s come up for East Molesey here as well. And it's Cunningham, actually, who is who's got the ball, and he's been put out of the ground.
I love when you have trophies and they try to explain what it is in the most intricate way. You sometimes have it with, football match balls and football kits. They're like, woven fabric to symbolise the uniting feature of cricket, and they've got the same for the mace. Is that the design?
I want the backstory. Well, first let's watch this one, which is pushed wider, and once again, keeper there, Tricker not quite getting behind the line of that ball, kind of throwing their hands, and he's not able to make the stop. It'd be called a wide though, wide plus the one that they run.
The mace features a handle resembling a cricket stump, wrapped in a silver gilt laurel band. The top of the mace is a gold-plated cricket ball within a golden map, inspired by the image of a cricketer holding a stump as a souvenir after a match.
Well, this could be a souvenir for the crowd as the Grizzly flies. Just hitting with the spin there. Maximal, 6 runs. But can you get it in the carry-on baggage? That's what I want to know. It's pretty big.
Oversized. You just have a rucksack with a mace sticking out the top.
Just like our first ever Western Shield, which was very impressive, but no one could lift it. It was so solid. Anyway, this one is lifted and is lifted even further. Going and gone. Maximal Hatton coming to the party as Cunningham's over has gone magical. Now I think it was Cunningham actually that came on obviously and got that wicket. Sorry, we thought it was Tilly coming back originally. Things happen very fast in this form of the game. It was a really good shot though, back-to-back sixes. And this over has now gone for 24. Still 2 to come. Could be a supersonic 30-plus job. Faster and a chance. So there's the miss hit. Again, some work to do for the fielder. And it goes straight through his hands. Again, at the white ball, white sky. That looked like a bit of a fingernail endangerer, didn't it? Cunningham will be disappointed. Should have had a second wicket.
Never looked likely to get that one. 2 fielders converging underneath it, and I don't think ball even touches fingertips in the end. Burst straight through. Probably should have been a wicket in the end. He escaped. 74 for 3 at the end of the 4th. 25 runs coming off that over. Horton going quite well here. 21 off 8. And Clyde Reeves' fortune. Well, it's kind of one of these things with a captain, isn't it? They often underplay themselves, and I feel like if you're a South African Test cricketer, maybe you've got to...
He's trying to find the balance. He wants to give opportunities to his players in this platform as well to go show what they can do. But I do like that he's put himself forward a little bit more in this game and attempted a reverse dink there. Maybe not the percentages, but Houghton misses out. This is Seb Dunn. Took a good catch moments ago. He's going to bowl over number 5. So actually they've used all 5 bowls. I quite like this as a tactic. They've used 5 bowlers and then they can basically choose who they want to bowl the other 2 based on who did well. Keeps their options open. This one's a solid strike up straight through the line. Maximal. Yeah, why play funky when you can just go blunt force trauma? And that was a monster 6.
Lesson learned from ball 1. Inside, so just bludgeon it, and that. Well, we haven't had too many go straight over the 10 with not even either of us blinking an eye, but that went a long way.
Definitely not flinching at all. It's that kind of slot length, isn't it? I think these players they're so good at playing with that straight back technique. They have that confidence that they can hit that kind of length on the up, and they've actually got some length to work with to elevate. They've done well to find that ball. They will get it back.
Might have a bit of forest on it though. It's a bit wet out there.
Comeback ball for Dunn. I like it. He's gone the back of the hander, and I like that he's gone to something off speed. I think there's really no harm in trying things. I mean, if you try it and it goes wrong, you know, there's a good chance if you hadn't tried it, it might have gone wrong anyway. So I do like this. He executes pretty well because he's so tall. It's fair to bounce there as well. Excellent comeback. It goes back to pace on, and I suppose it also gets in the batter's head a little bit. They can't rely on just kind of a one pace. And I'm interested in what he serves up here to Clyde Reeves' fortune.
He's very much got the 90s boy band look, doesn't he, with the floppy blonde curtains. Well, he's bowling well so far, just the 1-6. Learnt from that very quickly with the back of the hand slower ball, and that one just cramping up Clyde Reeves' fortune for room.
What's the leg side here? Dunn's come back well in the over after he was hit to Timbuktu. And you actually look at the figures, he's only gone for 7 in 5 balls. It's become a very good over, and maybe even a chance to come back and bowl the 7th and final over.
Just trying to overhit it a touch here, Clyde Reeves' fortune. Short boundaries, you just have to play through the line. That's what he does on that occasion. That's a flat 6. The fielder out there slips over, and parents beware. I know you're watching your kids, but don't turn your back on the action here. That one flashes away.
That's gone miles. It's still going, I think. I'm always curious how many throws it takes to get the ball back as well. This is about a par 5, but that is blasted the kids. Well, I'm thinking about it, and I think they're smart to leave that one alone into the 5th over. Still a decent over, though. I think Dunn goes for 13, gets whacked a couple of times. 87 for 3 after 5. Quick look at the format of this European Cricket Series. You can see that we have 5 teams per group, and the teams play 4 days of cricket each, and then the top 4 go to the quarterfinals. Not a great ball first up from Nuristani. Well, it's the second minimo that he'll concede. Interesting, they have gone back to him. He was more expensive than some alternatives. He went for 23 when he bowled in the 3rd over. But this is costly, isn't it? And once again, it's a bit of a tricky one.
I think it's a strange move, given that you've got Nathan Tilley, Aidan Golding. They've both got an over left. They both picked up a wicket apiece, and Seb Dunn just put in a great over. Nuristani, you wouldn't necessarily say he's in the top 3 bowlers of what we've seen so far, but he's given the nod here for the 6th.
Yeah, we have a bit of expression. It all happens in the 9th in European cricket. But in 7 overs, we'd probably say it all happens in the 6th, and this is the 6th. Slower ball, didn't have much pace to work with, but still is able to do enough to manoeuvre this to the boundary. So we've seen some crash and bash. We've also seen some funky batting, haven't we, from Houghton, who moves into the 30s.
A few people in the chat asking about whether you need tickets, if you can come down. No tickets required. Come on down. I know Jamie Dodger said might come down. Mark was asking if tickets are required.
You only need a ticket if you want to speak to Tina, because then you've got to get in a line. It's thick inside edge and sets a bit of a task for Francis out there. Does really well. Puts his body on the line. In fact, they'll only get 1. It's an excellent stop.
Yeah, that's actually just my private security guard over there, Vinny.
Adam.
Yeah. Adam, yeah.
We need to get some more Adam on camera. He's already a cult figure here. He's the one that's protecting our area.
He looks like he works for EasyJet.
He definitely does. He's high vis. 10 balls to go. Slow ball, slight miss hit, but still good enough. One hand came off the bat, but perfectly judged by Clyde Reeves Fortune, who gets 6 runs maximal.
I think it was a bit early on that shot, but he just kind of held his bat out there, hoped for the best, and well, this is what he wasn't doing earlier. Earlier, he was just trying to throw the kitchen sink at it. Now he's maybe just throwing 1 tap at it. I think that's enough.
When you know you're not really clicking on a date, but you just roll with it anyway, and he gets a good result. Now he's going to probably go. It's a miss hit, and well taken down there. Nathan Robinson takes the catch. Hey, Nuristani, at least he can say he's got a test batter out, because Reeves Fortune will have to go for a cameo of 22. The 100 has come up, but now a 4th wicket is lost. East Molesey, 103 for 4.
Oh, when Nuristani recounts this story to his grandkids, maybe he'll avoid the 39 runs he's conceded so far off 11 deliveries.
The 2 balls he's bowled to the boundary, but hey, that's ECN cricket. A lot happens in a short space of time. Love what I've seen from Clyde. Love to see more. You just think with his experience and his top level kind of pedigree, that for East Molesey to make a deep run, he's got to put himself in the crosshairs. It's 22 off 6 for him. Basically his own personal magical over, 103 for 4. Jake Tarling comes out. I like what I saw from him yesterday, the left-hander. Will face up with just 8 balls remaining in the innings. Remembering this is a 7-over reduced game thanks to the late start. Tarling can't really get under this one, but he will get off the mark.
Archie Horton's still out there. He's putting in a good shift, 33 off 14. He's actually just been a little starved of the strike, if that is possible in a reduced game. He's going over 230s. I'm watching most of it at the non-striker's end. Oh, we've got another intruder on our pitch. Another big hit from the kids' camp.
Ooh. Wow, how about that from Holton? He's really shown he can do pretty much everything. There's the ball. We're playing multi-ball. Here it comes. Oh, yes. Very well done.
Oh, they're in whites in this weather. The mums and dads are going to be...
Takes me back. That's my old uniform.
Scrubbing away.
I don't even know if kids play in white anymore.
I can't remember the last time I played in white.
End of the over anyway. We'll go to the last. 105 for 4, so they're on for 121 expected. Certainly there and thereabouts. It's probably a total that puts them ahead in the game, but Weybridge, probably the only unknown for them is, it's their first match in the format, but maybe it helps them because it is shorter. Anyway, this is outside the leg stump, and now it's outside the ground. Maximo, excellent fielding down there. And the coaches have been fielding very well in this series so far. Not a good ball though from Tilly, 6 runs. And there's Adam in the background. And he's actually saving us from digital threats as well. Well, good comeback from Tilly.
Yeah,
Jammed into the block hole.
I heard he's a cybersecurity expert, is our Adam.
Yeah, there he is in the background. See in the orange? He's the thin line between us having intruders coming into the protected area or not. So thank you, Adam.
You can't miss him.
He's actually might be watching the broadcast. He's just seeing some of the replays. Pretty well bowled by Tilly. Doesn't give any length to work with, and Tarling once get frustrated, will have to settle for a single.
Yeah, Jam in the chat reminding us as well, Nathan Robinson. He's a first-class cricketer from New Zealand, so we've got quite a bit of talent on show in this ECS England as that one is whipped away, and Archie, he's got a chance for a half century here. He's got 2 balls left. He moves to 45.
Yeah, Nathan plays his cricket for Auckland over there. I'm sure loved the experience here playing in England. And yeah, you mentioned Troy Johnson from New Zealand as well. He was player of the series last year in this exact tournament. And a low full toss this time, kind of skewed away. Houghton probably won't get a chance to reach his 50 now, as he'll be at the non-strikers. Then Tarling will try and finish things off. New Zealand's a long way away from here. It really, as the crow flies, there's not too many further away places. Last ball, and miss hit. It should be taken. It's dropped. Well, there's one. Might as well go for 2. They're going to try, and they're going to get it. And that's why you try. I mean, sometimes here in England, you see batters maybe just not trying for that extra run, but I mean, the wicket doesn't matter. The extra run might. So, Tarling probably mishits 3 balls, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And in the end, East Molesey with a pretty impressive but not insurmountable 120 for 4 off their 7 overs.
It wasn't their most fluid of innings, given that they hit some big innings yesterday, but they've got a defendable total. As you were saying earlier, Vin, it's hard to know what a pass score is when you're in this reduced format, and yesterday, well, even then, we weren't really able to see what a pass score was because every game was relatively one-sided. But they'll certainly think they're in contention here, East Molesey, with 120 on the board, considering as well that Weybridge yet to bat in the format. Interesting to see how their young squad perform. They've got pretty much no time at all to try and equate themselves with this T7. Going into the highlights then, well, early dog watch, top left of the screen there.
Hint dog there. Well, you say T7, I say S7 or S Club 7. We're in the right place for it. And yeah, you won't want to stop moving in a game so short. It had a lot of action, didn't it? I mean, I still think, a couple of the unforced errors might just be the difference between this being a pass score and a slightly above pass score. We had the 2, 5 wide, which I think hurt. Unearned runs, weren't they? But some pretty good shots played as well by East Molesey. We saw 6 of their batters in the end, and in a 7-over match, they were able to hit 12 sixes. And yeah, that's kind of what you're looking for. You're looking for those Maximos, looking to try and back yourself, make the right shot selections. Houghton had an interesting innings, didn't he, with his 46 not out. Sometimes premeditated, maybe over premeditated sometimes, when you saw the power that he was able to produce. That one went down, and that's probably one thing as well for the youngsters, trying to catch in these conditions, not easy conditions, slippery ball. And you got the very cloudy sky with the white ball going in. Good to see Clyde Reeves' fortune as well. I just think as this series go on, he'll have more and more, what's the word? I think he's going to take a bit more responsibility for the batting innings and the health of the East Molesey score. That was a nice shot as well, but not a great ball. But I will say that Tilly bowled a pretty good last over, all things considered. Did get whacked a couple of times, but it did get out of control. And then I like that hustle to run back for a second there, even though it probably should have been run out. Bowler wasn't really in great position either. And East Molesey finished on a nice and even 120 with Archie Houghton, the top scorer with 46 not out off 19. A couple of cameos there, Sheen with 23 and Clyde Reeves' fortune with 22, but in pretty quick time. But yeah, those 14 extras, including the 2 minimos, Tina, I think it might just tilt the game towards East Molesey at this stage, but Weybridge will have the right reply.
Yeah, 14 extras is pretty high in a 10-over game, let alone in a 7-over one, especially in England where we have pretty high expectations of the bowlers. And Ansarullah, he did pick up a wicket, but he was guilty of those minimos. Otherwise, just a wicket apiece for Tilley, Golding and Cunningham. I think Golding in particular can count himself a little unlucky alongside Seb Dunn that they didn't come back for their second over. But Weybridge, they'll be coming back needing 121 runs for the victory. Remember, this is their first game on the network, so they're going to have to go quickly if they want to chase down those runs. As for East Molesey, they're looking to make it 3 wins on the spin after that first game where they got blown away by Banstead. Since then, though, they've been mighty impressive. They can't get the bonus point win on this occasion, but certainly looking to get another 3 points on the board. Quick turnaround then, so join us in less than 10 minutes as Weybridge chase a total for the first time with 121 runs needed for the victory here in match number 6 in ECS England Wimbledon.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where Weybridge are embarking on their first run chase ever here on the network. 121 is the total that they have to achieve to overcome East Molesey, who put on a respectable score in what is a reduced overs game, 7 overs aside, which means the bonus point is not on offer. So one way or another, 1 point is going to one of these sides, something which we didn't see in any of the 5 games yesterday. All of those were won with a bonus point. Weybridge, they were watching from their sofas yesterday, but they've got a chance here to pick up their first ever points on the network. It's the first of 3 games they'll be playing today. They've got the long shift games 1, 3 and 5 of the day. As there 2 batters there stride out from the left of your screens. As for East Molesey, they're looking to make it 3 wins on the spin, having brushed aside both Spencer and Twickenham in relatively comfortable fashion. On both of those occasions, though, they were the chasing side. This time they've got runs on the board. They've got 120 that they need to defend, and that was thanks to a few cameos from Michael Sheen and Clyde Reeves-Fortune, both getting into the 20s in short amount of time. But Archie Horton, he remained unbeaten on 46 off 19 deliveries, including smashing 5 sixes and 2 fours. And that's what got his side up to probably just about a par total, also helped by a bit of sloppy bowling from the Weybridge outfit. 2 minimos from Ansarullah Nuristani in his 2 overs. In total of 14 extras bowled, 13 of which were wides. Might live to regret that one, will Weybridge, but they of course have the right of reply here. And it will be first over, as is often the case, bowled by Toby Crowther for East Molesey. Aidan Golding at the non-striker's end. He's joined by Nathan Robinson, who just brushes that one down the leg side for Weybridge's first ever runs on the network. And joining me back in the commentary tent, and well, mercifully it's dry now out there, Vinny. I hope. I mean, you've been out there. It's a bit cold.
Been out there. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's typical. You know, it's the post-rain period where, well, it wasn't a lot of rain. It was just kind of persistent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That saw a 40-minute delay with this game. But yeah, Crowther's a good bowler. Around the wicket, he's going to roll his fingers on this, but the ball's going to disappear. Golding, well, he'll hit his first ball on ECN for 6, a maximal to get him started. And you can't waste any time. About 17 and over required from the get-go here for Weybridge, but that's a solid-looking shot.
Well, we saw Golding with the ball, didn't we? And thought maybe he was a little unlucky to only bowl the 1 over, given that he just went for the 17 runs, picked up a wicket as well. But he's been given the opportunity with the bat here, and cashes in straight away. I'm surprised that Toby Crowther is actually going around the wicket here to the right-hander. The left arm over angle worked so well for him yesterday. There's that one beautiful in-swing delivery that dislodged off stump.
He's just assessing whether he thinks he can get the ball to straighten down the line, and that's probably his plan A. Maybe feels with the conditions with a slightly wet ball, and he's better off kind of creating a different angle and trying to cut the ball away from the right-hander, but that one just kind of slid on right in the hitting zone of Golding. And tries the same thing again, but this time it's a bit more success. Having said that, still going to go for 4. So that's the thing. This outfield, I remember this from last year, even when it rained, the outfield's still pretty quick, and that one kind of skates across pretty quickly for 4 more.
Yeah, I just think you're decreasing your chances of success as a left armer if you're naturally going into the right-hander. Obviously, they're going to be trying to hit through the leg side. And if you just miss your line by just a millimetre, he's going to be able to get away on the leg.
I don't really want to give him a lot of room outside off either. That's in the block hole and hustle through for a single. I just noticed we're back in the Goldilocks zone, Tina. So, yeah, ending time it's 40%, 60%. To 60%, 40%. We call that the Goldilocks zone. It means the game's up for grabs.
It is very much porridge weather at the moment as well. It's not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it cold. I love porridge as well.
It's an early food chat.
Yeah.
But in Hornchurch, you ate something which no one else was willing to on the east side of London. Cracking shot. Excellent shot off the back foot. Punches it away. And that's some more fielding for the kids next door. That's going to be 4 runs and a brilliant shot from Robinson. He's a guy with first-class experience in New Zealand, don't forget.
Yeah, Jamie Southgate, classic bit of fielding there. Throws up his left arm as if to say, yeah, that's yours on the boundary. Oh, there's no one there. So he has to go on the long old walk to kids camp.
Again, he kind of hits it straight into the ground, but the ground's still solid enough. Still flies away for 4.
Yeah, I think I'm more on board with the Wimbledon strawberries and cream than I am with the East London jellied eels.
Yeah, jellied eels.
Ugh. I've not recovered, Vinny. Never been the same
And
since.
can I be completely honest? End of the first over, by the way, and it's pretty much a draw. And they need 17 and over. That's exactly what we get off the first. 17 without loss after 1. Hey, don't forget, we might get a golden ball. Golden ball happens when scores are tied. And we've gone, I think it's 59. Is that what we're up to? 56, 59, something like that. Matches without a golden ball. This is where we normally would put it up. And we are 59. That was right the first time. And don't think we've had one in England here. Although, yeah, in Hornchurch, well, there's a bit of Hornchurch golden ball history at that moment. Right now, it's well bowled. First up, Toby Porter comes on to bowl. Now, Hornchurch, they were involved in a golden ball. No, we haven't seen one in a European cricket series in England, in Hornchurch or here. So maybe that's something that could happen for the first time. On the charge this time, hits it well enough. 1 bounce 4. So Robinson, 6 and a 4, and he is hungry for more. Don't count him out. He can put on a big score individually. They could potentially chase this 121 down. Yeah, I've got to admit, I didn't realise. I've heard of jellied eels. I didn't know it was actually eel. I thought it was kind of an expression. You know how sometimes you say, you know, well, he's going to swing hard, and when you do that, the edges normally fly. It's going to be 4 more for Robinson.
And you know what? Sometimes jellied eel is a kind of dish that sounds horrid when you think, okay, well, it can't be as bad as it sounds, and it can't be as bad as it looks. It looks vile.
Yeah, I mean, when I really started researching, I wished I had it. Good on you. You know what? If I do Hornchurch next year, I plan to. I'll give it a go. But yeah,
I think I'm willing to give it another go. I was kind of missold the eel experience. I think that one's pumped away into. Well, I know a few of our spanners are otherwise engaged today because that would have gone straight through them. I know Dave's there and Johnny's there.
The Spanner squad was interrupted there. But again, Robinson goes big, maximal for him.
I will give the eels another go. I think the umpires at Hornchurch, and I'll never forgive them, they said, yeah, there's no bone in there, just go straight in.
Uh-oh, slow ball goes wrong, and this one's a no-doubter. Maximal! Well, that one wouldn't have looked out of place at the home run derby, but Robinson cashes in on that mis-execution. Porter, I like the idea to go to the slow ball, but it sat up. It begged to be hit, and it was. Yeah, it's like... So basically, finding out that's actually eel, it would be like if you told me that, you know, if you ordered a squashed frog, it contains real frog.
Sometimes you just hope that things aren't as bad as they sound.
Well, ball, good comeback from Porter. His over has gone magical. It's a good start. Weybridge actually ahead in this game for the first time. It'll be 21 off the over, though, and after 2. End of the power play. It's 38 without loss.
Excellent start for Nathan Robinson, 27 off 9. Maybe we have to ask him about his origin story because he was actually born in Westminster. First, played for Auckland under-19s and under-17s, so must have moved across when he was relatively young. Need to speak to him just to see what kind of accent he has.
I think he's got the Kiwi twang.
Does he?
Can sense it. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I know I was actually meant to play cricket in England when I was 18. Unfortunately, I had an injury that kind of put me out of that. But so I never got the opportunity to play, but I know so many of my teammates did. That's drilled down the ground. It's low full toss. Sheen that's come on. But that's a brilliant strike down the ground. 4 more. Weybridge, this opening partnership is putting him in the box seat. But yeah, it's a bit of a rite of passage, I think, for a lot of cricketers from, I know I'm from Perth in Western Australia, but from around Australia, New Zealand, South Africa as well. Uh-oh, low full toss again, and this one is big. Knock, knock. Alex, wake up. That one's hit the TV van. 6 more.
We see it coming, but I think it must be quite terrifying there in the windowless van.
Knock as well. That was a solid
thunk.
Yeah.
On the full as well. Over both sight screens. There's another second round of sight screens there, and Adam's gone on the hunt for the ball here.
That should be extra. You hit it over two. The sight screen's meant to predict and meant to protect the TV van. Yeah, Adam just radioing in where that ball's gone. What a shot, though. I mean, Sheen, he's trying to go block hole here. He missed by a little bit and then missed by a little bit more over the first two deliveries. And here comes the ball. It might have a bit of blue paint on it after it's knocked into Alex's office. Alex, of course, pushing the buttons for us thanks to 2 circles. The thing is, in Jersey, we had some technical issues, and he was actually watching on 4-second delay, and he was up in the change rooms, and one smashed into the window right next to him. Of course, it looked like the guy was just bowling it. Anyway, Robinson, 37 off 11. Looks like he's enjoying the European Cricket Series. Oh, good change-up. It's a lucky miss hit, really, from Robinson. Miss-hits it so badly that it won't be a chance, but Sheen just... Now, like it going slow, it's a bit counterintuitive, but sometimes, you know, the batters are over-aggressive. Taking the pace off the ball can force an error. Let's see if Golding can keep the pace up. Oh, that one is hit so hard. And it's a great bit of fielding down there from Reeves Fortune. Harsh to call this a missed opportunity. No ball called. I thought I heard the call. So he's overstepped there. And I suppose it was an opportunity, even if he did catch it. So just watch this front foot. Yeah, it is. Left arm spinner crime. Anyway, how about this? Bit of funky stuff now. That's got all the way. Maximal! So Robinson brings out the reverse. And Sheen speared it in, and somehow it's got all the way for 6. So Weybridge, really, it's their game to lose at the moment. As that one disappears, Weybridge now 57 without loss.
We were wondering how Weybridge would come into the tournament, and they've come in with a bang here. Toby Crowther there doing the umpiring, signalling that it went all the way, and it was a costly no ball as well, wasn't it? Really no reason as a left arm tweaker to overstep. That's exactly what Michael Sheen did. He got away with it on the actual no ball, but then the free hit clubbed for 6. That one though just knocked down the ground, but Weybridge.
Anti-climax, isn't it, when it's not a 6 at the moment, but yeah, they're flying in this chase. They've got it down to about 15 over required. Still in the game though, East Molesey. Oh no, well that's going to hurt. That's really going to hurt Tarling. Yeah, the old egg on the face job out at deep mid wicket. It was a regulation stop really, but it sneaks through him for 4, and that's not what you want when you're trying to work your way back into the game. We all know the feeling though. Even the best fielders, they can make errors. That was a pretty basic one, even in these slippery conditions. So yeah, out of nowhere, another boundary, and that's the end of the 3rd over. The score is 62 without loss.
Perfect start here for Weybridge. Remember, the bonus point not on offer. But if it were, Weybridge might be going for it because they've got off to an absolute flying start here.
Just need to win 1 over though. And, oh, okay, Clyde's having a bowl. It's not pretty good, isn't it? He's not really known as a regular bowler. But he's coming on. Again, I like that he's given himself a bit more of a leading role today. So, yeah, put himself at the forefront. Does have 3 first-class wickets. Well, that one is going, and gone. Maximal sees Carreras. It's another one that goes cube high. Rule 1 was activated, and we can tell you that no equipment was harmed.
I mean, you pull out the stop sign there. You're like, no entry to this ball.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I've got my own special technique to protect the equipment. You can't quite see it there. I learned it's kind of Karate Kid when he tried to block one. That one's coming as well. Going, and gone. Maximal saves Masters. Not often have to go to the back-to-back Rule 1s. It's activated. Nothing's hurt. 50 for Robinson. And right now, it's Weybridge's game to lose.
Your hand got splattered into the table there.
I don't feel pain with cricket ball. I would have felt pain if this had hit the computers, which it didn't, so I'm thrilled. Yeah, it's almost like a catcher's block in baseball is my technique to keep it in front of myself. But anyway, Fortune, after having a win, he's gone back-to-back Maximos.
I have got a big pillow with me this time. Maybe we
Do
can
you think-
employ the pillow,
I haven't thought of it, but it might be useful.
the rugby block. Oh, poor Bold.
Oh, is there a little inside edge here? Fortune thought so, but umpire thinks not. 14 and over required. Like I said, you just need one wicket. Maybe just change the momentum. Yeah, it kind of went very close to the leg stump. I think Hyde thought maybe he's bowled him here. Very close, just climbs over. I've got to admit, now I've thought about it, that's the close. I love this computer. I've had it for 12 years. That's probably the most in danger it's been for a while. Decision to put the backpack here to protect us more from the rain is actually protect us from the grizzly.
I like your thinking.
End of the 4th over, and look, Fortune wins that over. He takes none for 12, and yeah, certainly showing a bit of skill there with the ball. I mean, he is an occasional wicket keeper as well. In fact, we saw him keeping for South Africa in that Test series in New Zealand. So to give you an idea, in 83 first-class matches, he's taken 3 wickets, and he's only bowled in 5 innings in those 83 matches. But yeah, obviously at this level, it's pretty handy there. Didn't have too many problems with the footing, even though it's a slightly awkward day. Crafther's going to come back and bowl over 5. And he's going to disappear. Adios, Pilota. That's a biggie. Maximo Golding. Hasn't done too much of the strike, but I like what I've seen when he has been. We haven't quite got the amount of kids available to chase the balls so far. And yesterday we had you would call them the Rains Park Junior 11, I might call them. There were some spirited sprints for the Grizzly, but so far it's mostly the adults having to do the chasing. It's a big hit.
Start them young. Harry Kane, I haven't seen him yet today. Must have been his away strip today, because I mean he went through a lot of hard yards yesterday.
Makes it a little bit shorter, but Golding doesn't care. He picks it and he just kind of goes with the angle. So I think Crowther's never got that away bite, has he, from that round the wicket? I can see what he's trying, but more often than not, it's just kind of sliding into the right-hander who puts it away. 6 more.
Well, speaking of British delicacies, we had the jelly deals.
Yeah.
Jammy Dodger, also a British delicacy, in the chat asking if you've ever tried a Greggs sausage roll.
You know what? I don't think I have, and I'm all over it.
You said, I mean, we had the chat off air.
We have a Greggs in the street that we're
nearby,
staying, right?
very nearby.
You know what? I'll have 2.
I mean, I was going to say,
Are there
they come in
different kinds, or is it just got one kind?
They have a sausage roll and they have a vegan sausage roll, but I'd go for the sausage roll.
Yeah. Edged 4, and sometimes when it's not running your way, then it's very hard to come back. I mean, it's a smaller edge here, then maybe it's a caught behind opportunity, but no chance for Millard behind the stumps. 4 more, 90 now. They've really come on top. I think now it's down to around about 2 a ball required. Yeah, I'm down.
So you get them in individual sausage rolls.
Are we talking, long or?
Long. So not like the more
I like long.
elevated, chunky ones. This is a long, thin sausage roll. And you can get them in packs of 4 as well, and I do feel that that's kind of your vibe.
100% that's my vibe. Are you a tomato sauce, yes or no person?
No, not on
Ooh.
sausage rolls, and you'll be taken out of the country.
Really?
So I think we've had this discussion before. You Australians do ketchup on pies.
Yeah, pie and sauce.
No. It's got to be gravy.
Depends.
No, it doesn't depend.
Ours are drier than the Sahara, some of our pie. You've got to understand what you're dealing with.
That's where the gravy comes in, surely.
Oh, no, I love gravy.
Had it last night, didn't you?
Oh, it's high. Well, good luck. You have time to read a novel under this one. Down it comes. He doesn't quite touch it. Well, Tarling, he's probably rethinking his life choices there. Almost needed to shave again. That was in the sky so high, and an opportunity goes begging. Robinson probably thinks he's in jeopardy, but honestly, if you're at the ground, you would have seen that was a real rain-bringer bucker.
Jake's only 20 years old, so maybe he only has to shave once or twice a week.
He just aged 3 years under that high ball. Last ball of the 5th. And now in the air. Well, a bit more of a regulation one this time, and it's dropped. Oh, well, that's Joe Johnson down there. Oh, fingernail splitter. It wasn't quite kind of casual the way he looked like he took this. It's late to get their hands to come together. Down it goes, and East Molesey missing some key opportunities there to get back in the game. And after 5 overs, Weybridge on ECN debut, 93 without loss. Coming up, East Molesey will play again. They are taking on Banstead. They were incredible yesterday, and they bring in a couple of new players, Arjun Gill and Sam Thorpe. Banstead took all 8 points out of their 8. Gorman Finlay will take the gloves. I've seen him in that position before for Scotland 11. Arsen Abbas took 4 wickets in 4 balls yesterday. He's leading the side, but Harawal Wassam, he was a real headline maker first innings of the series with 125, a 24-ball century. East Molesey winning the toss, electing to bowl. So Banstead, they will get to open up and expect to see Wassam. And Ayush Patel, who's also incredible in their second game yesterday. By the way, this game right now is our 600th game of European cricket series cricket this year. But that doesn't include all our other cricket. Fortune comes back, rolls the dice with a short ball, but it's hit very well, and it's almost a crowd catch. Luckily, I suppose it evades the hands of the spectator. Weybridge up to 99.
Well, East Molesey, it's actually not a surprise they've wanted to chase because they've won both their games chasing so far. Looks like they're going to go down in this one, as that one's going to be cut away. Does it have the legs on it? No, it does not. And this time the regulation catch is taken, this time on the offside. So will be the first wicket to fall. The damage has almost been done here by Weybridge. They don't quite get the 100 partnership, 99 for 1. Aidan Golding, though, excellent little innings from him. 40 runs before he departs on the 12th delivery.
Yeah, I just think this game's still alive. You know, I've seen these shortened games, they can turn around really quickly. You just need to find, even a good half an over can get you back in the game. And I think obviously getting a set batter, I mean, not that they'll run out of batters here, Weybridge, as it looks like it's Joey Field coming to the crease. But Golding, he does his job well, doesn't he? With 40 off 12 balls. Very good strike rate in anyone's language, but he's the first to fall. It's 99 for 1.
All the kids out there loving that catch. They have actually very similar kits. I wonder if it's even the same club. I think they're just celebrating the cricket, whatever happens. But it was a nice catch out there in the deep covers. For the first wicket to fall, Archie Horton underneath it.
Love to see it. Action aplenty. All right, Field gets his chance. And he's going to put the first ball miles out of the ground. Well, no signs of nerves from Joey. He's going to start his career with a Maximo as well, and it brings up the 100 for Weybridge. Now they're just 16 runs away, still an over and a half remaining.
Weybridge certainly aren't lacking confidence. Wondering always when a team comes into the tournament, into the network, how they're going to go in the first game. But Weybridge playing here like they've been doing this for years. Kids camp is well up and running on both sides of the field now. So I think we've got more Rains Park juniors.
This one's hit more off the end of the bat than anything. He's got to try and stack up a couple of small wins. I mean, every ball without a boundary from here just puts a little bit of pressure back on the batting team. Oh, it's going to be tough. I mean, Robinson, he's gone full beast mode, hasn't he? 58 off 21. Could be over quickly. This is hit pretty hard. Fielder wasn't even that far from him. It was just belted along the deck. So 4 runs, Robinson into the 60s. Despite the best efforts, it runs to the boundary.
That was hit so hard, just skips. I think it only touches the ground about 3 times before it gets to the rope. It's just skimming like a little pebble along the lake there.
Yeah, it was probably 5 metres at most from the outfielder, but it was just hit so hard. Again, that's the kind of one, if you can pull off a miracle stop there, keep it to 1, then you kind of keep your chances alive. I mean, 1% says it all, really.
We've started off an early food chat here in the chat after our pie discussion.
All for it. I'm here for it.
You're mushy peas, yes, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm any sort of peas. But I think I probably wouldn't choose mushy as my worldwide, but when I come, it's actually something that doesn't really exist too much outside the UK. So I will go mushy, and I did last night. I make no apologies for that.
You are, Vinny.
But I do like the texture of actually biting on a pea.
Yeah, a crisp garden pea.
Leave that one alone. Anyway, this is to the left, and a good stop there from Luca Woods, of course. He's a Serbian international that we have seen on the network before.
Do you know most commercially produced mushy peas contain artificial colorants to make them green?
Really?
It would be murky grey otherwise, and that's not a colour of any
So
kind
you're
of dish.
saying Big P has been duping us this whole time. End of the over, 111 for 1. We will go to the last. 10 runs required. Conference happening right now. I think they're saying, who's confident they can bowl a single figure over? And then there'd be an awkward silence. But let's just see. Like I said, every ball that doesn't go to the boundary here, it builds some sort of pressure. But here, I always think it's like trying to get 6 lottery numbers in a row. Like you might get a couple, but it's pretty hard to get them to all line up. But it's possible. And I think they're going to spin. And man, why not? I mean, Archie Houghton's going to bowl it, and he was brilliant with the bat. So he's going to try and keep this game alive. That's good style. Gets through the keeper, though. Every run's crucial. Okay, it's not a terrible result. Field will be facing now, and he's fairly new to the crease. But like I said, keep 6 balls on the park, you win. Just not very easy to do it. Robinson walks to the other end. Field tries to sweep, not out. Which thinking of throwing the side against it in the end. Didn't want to give away an overthrow. It's a funny one. You probably would rather give away a run to keep Field on strike, considering he's just missed it. Pretty close. Pretty close. Umpire felt maybe he was going down the leg side with the angle, maybe climbing over the top, but it was a really good shout, Tina.
Yeah, the skipper as well was wondering why he didn't throw it, but he decided to not give away the extra.
Now you're happy with a one hit. Oh no, it's the second misfield. Oh, that's so unlucky. Sheen keeps it in front and then gets a bit greedy, tries to grab it out of the air, and he's fumbled it like an own goal, really. And it costs him 4, or costs him 3, really.
It's like a cat playing with a little ball of wool, and he just batted
3
it.
now, I reckon that's it. Maybe not. This one should only be 1. No, it's great stop. Wow, I think he stopped it again. We'll have to check it. But wow, this game, in the end, it's on a kind of knife's edge. He does touch the rope there. I had a feeling he'd already stopped it. He's already touched it there. He doesn't roll on it, does he? Can't see. I think the ball's clear. I think it's a clean stop. But, wow, brilliant effort. Oh, a case of the what might have been. 2 off 2. Robinson surely have to fall over to lose. He's been so good, only needs 2 now. Belts it. Game over. 4 runs. We go to the second last ball. And Tina, one thing we didn't get yesterday was a close game. We get a bit of a thriller against Sheen. He'll be just so disappointed with that. It was like a field and then a misfield earlier in the over. But credit to Weybridge. I mean, they showed they're going to be real contenders here. More purple power in the first match of the day. And in the end, they chased down the 121 with 1 ball remaining. For East Molesey, of course, they will get to come back straight away against Banstead, rematch yesterday. And of course, East Molesey will walk away with 1 point from that game. Weybridge taking 3. And a really entertaining 7-over match to get the day started.
That final over had it all, didn't it, as well? Archie Houghton, he can consider himself a little unlucky that he ended up on the losing side.
Good last over.
It was a good last over.
Really good last over.
Given that he batted, got 46 not out as well, only had 10 runs or 9 runs to play within the final over, can consider himself a little unlucky he didn't get the wicket. Probably shouldn't have conceded that 4, and that would have left him with at least 5 or 6 runs to play with going into the final couple of balls. As it was, Weybridge, well, they win by 9 wickets, probably doesn't tell the story of the game as we take a look. East Molesey back in action in, it's about 15 minutes time if we start on time.
Classic ECN chaos there towards the end.
Yeah.
I mean, you can make batting look so easy, but even 10 off the last over, if the boundary doesn't come straight away, the pressure can mount pretty quickly. That's the story coming up. As we said, East Molesey going back-to-back to start the day. Banstead did that yesterday and had a good result. And we'll be back before too long. We're just back in about 10 minutes to take you into match number 7. Let's have a look at the highlights, though. And with 121 required in 7 overs, they couldn't waste any time, and they didn't. With Aidan Golding and Nathan Robinson putting on a 99-run opening partnership to set it up. Field came out and, despite a few hairy moments, was able to see his team across the line. Robinson was 73 not out. He was a real star, wasn't he? The Kiwi was bringing it. And again, it was a mixture of kind of brute force, but also some quite clever deflections and stroke selection. Again, I just think there were a few errors on both sides, weren't they? I mean, we actually had 2 rule ones in 2 balls, which is a bit scary for us down here. Missed it by that much, you can see. That's a story. But you know, they had those opportunities, didn't they? They had one really tough high catch, then one kind of regulation high catch that went down. They had the kind of the double bite misfield in the last over as well. So, you know, not unlike the first innings where we saw the 10 runs in the minimos as well. So, I mean, both teams probably say they let themselves down. That was the moment for Sheen. Then that got a couple of runs back, didn't it? Excellent stop out there on the mid-wicket boundary. But in the end, in the hot seat, it was Robinson that gets Weybridge across the line, and a very entertaining start today too.
Yeah, it was a great start for Weybridge in their ECN career as well, beating East Molesey by 9 wickets. Doesn't tell the whole story though, going down to the penultimate ball. These shortened games always tend to throw up thrillers, and that's exactly what happened here. Nathan Robinson showing what he is made of. 73 off 27, remains unbeaten. Aidan Golding didn't stick around for too long, but in his 12 deliveries managed to smash 40 runs, and Joey Field happy to just play second fiddle at the end. And despite the best efforts of East Molesey in that final over, especially Archie Horton, who bowled it, just not able to get it over the line. And well, we were talking about the extras in the first innings, and we thought maybe that would have killed them. It almost did. Actually, you'd say East Molesey probably bowled the better of the 2 sides, only giving away the 3 extras. But it was just coming up against Nathan Robinson, who was in blistering form.
Yeah, and I liked Clyde Rees-Fortune as well with his bowling. Picked up the only wicket, but yeah, Archie, he deserved better, didn't he, really? But hey, no credit to him. I think they had that conference. He said, yeah, I'm going to step up. I'll bowl this last over, and he almost pushed it to the very last ball. We'll take a break then, back before too long. We're about 10 minutes away from some action in match number 7. Banstead sent in, so it could be some more fireworks coming your way. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Golf. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. Still plenty more action here on day 2. We'll see you shortly in England for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bowl first.
Okay. Toss won by East Molesey, who will bowl first.
Clyde Reeves Fortune has won the toss and he's elected to bowl. Good to see Clyde having a bit more of a role with the bat. I think he's a guy, he's a 2-test player for South Africa, and I know it's probably a bit of a target on his back, I'm sure, with a lot of the opposition, and he does have to be attacking, but he's got the game, I think, that suits this format. Really backed himself in that last game. What I will say is Banstead, they were unbelievable yesterday. They got the Octopus 8 points out of 8. And Arslan Abbas became just the 7th player to take 4 wickets in 4 balls. But Harwal Wassam, he started it off, didn't he, with his incredible 125. And I suppose not a bad toss to lose. We saw that the Banstead side, they put some huge runs, 212 when they batted first in their first game yesterday. Tina Goff is standing by. I think this will be a pretty competitive game. Tina, remember, 24 hours, it's a long time in the ECN universe. Let's see if Banstead can capture lightning in a bottle again as we get ready for the start of match 7 with the news from the toss that East Molesey have won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Thanks very much, Vinny. Banstead were on an absolute high yesterday, but will they come back to earth with a bump today? It's a new day. And East Molesey, well, they've got some making up to do as well, after having lost that game this morning to the newcomers, Weybridge, by 9 wickets. And, well, it's no wonder, really, that Clyde Reeves Fortune won the toss and decided to bowl. The 2 games that East Molesey have won so far of their 4 have both been in a chase and both actually been relatively comfortable. They chased down Spencer's total in less than 6 overs and then chased down Twickenham's in the 7th. So that's why they got those 2 4-pointers in the chase. For Banstead, though, as Vinny was saying, I don't think they're too fussed about having to bat first, given that they put the only 200-plus score of the series on so far when they did bat first. And no wonder then that the win predictor firmly in their camp as well. Banstead were pretty immaculate yesterday, just had the 2 games, but they couldn't have won both of them in more convincing fashion. They batted first in the first, batted second in the second. Both of them were one-sided affairs. They beat Twickenham by 135 runs. And then they beat East Molesey, the side they're coming up against now, by a whole 10 wickets, so they'll certainly be looking to repeat the trick here. As for East Molesey, they're very much even Stevens so far, lost to 1-2. Looking to bounce back after the defeat this morning. Interestingly, we've been calling out for Clyde Reeves Fortune to get involved just a little more with his side, the captain, and the number 4 on his back there. It looks like he'll be opening the bowling for the men in maroon. As for Banstead, Harwal Wassam, the centurion from the opening game yesterday, will be opening up for his side as he takes guard. What a blistering century he scored yesterday, 125. It's not often the case that you score a century and you don't get player of the match, but that was snatched off him by Arslan Abbas, the skipper of Banstead, who sneaked in a 4-for, 4 in 4, and managed to get his 5-for as well. So a double Hall of Fame entry for him. Only a handful of occasions in ECN history have we had 4 wickets in 4 balls. That's exactly what the Banstead captain did yesterday. He's joined out there in the middle by Ayush Patel. who had a mixed day. He didn't score many runs in the first, came back much better in the second. And that second game in particular for Banstead was, well, as close as a walk in the park as you're going to get on the network. Didn't lose a wicket, chasing down 134 for no loss. It was these two out there in the middle who did the damage, looking to inflict some damage on the East Molesey bowlers here. A good start though from Fortune, but the next one gets cut away, and 6 runs signalled at least by the spectator there. Is he going to do the double, do the umpiring and the fielding as he trots after it? Well done, that man. Here for the kids camp, stays for the European cricket. Just about sneaks over the boundary here. There you go, signalled by the man in the white shirt, who then does the fielding as well. So we're up and running. Haroa Wassam, who scored over 200 runs combined in the 2 games yesterday, starts here with a 6. As Clyde Reeves Fortune just has to wait for Jamie Southgate to re-enter the field of play. This time Wassam goes straight down the ground. There's nobody there, and it will be a 1 bounce 4, and it's Adam who's taken off his orange coat to reveal an even more fetching red number, and he does the fielding beyond the boundary. Adam, he's not just a pretty face and a security guard, he's an outstanding fielder. And, well, I thought he was going to have another go at it there, but that one flashes through to the wicketkeeper. It's very much boom and bust so far for Haroa Wassam. That one was crashed away through the covers. That was the 6. Do we maybe have the 4? Well, Adam, you're going to have to take our word for it that that was a beautiful piece of fielding. This time, though, it's just clothed into the leg side. And it will be Luca Woods, the Serbian international, who does the fielding. So Wassam gets himself off strike. Not quite his fluid self off the bat, but that's a very high standard we set for him after his 125 yesterday. Good to see Clyde Reeves Fortune, the test cricketer, taking the responsibility here for East Molesey in the first over, and it's a good first over, a big appeal there. It clatters into the pad, signalled here by the umpire. It's going to go all the way for 4 leg byes as well. Let's take a look at this on replay. I don't think he's going to be that far off. Oh, maybe just thinks it's drifting down leg side, does the umpire. You see leg stump there. It's one of those calls where you could see it going either way. It's the end of the first, 15 runs coming off it as Vinny joins me back in the commentary tent. Tight call, that one.
It was tight. I mean, if anything, maybe it might have climbed over the top. You know, we have seen a bit of bounce in this pitch at times. But yeah, it was because it was so far across. It didn't seem like it was missing leg stump to me, if I'm completely honest. The umpire gets one look at it. Of course, he had some doubt there, and he says no. And what's worse, actually costs 4 runs to the fielding side, East Molesey. So end of the first over, 15 without loss. Quick look at the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket. Now, England are in this, but they get the free passage as one of the top 2 teams from last year into the championship group. They'll be joined by the 3 group winners. I know you'll be there for the group stage, won't you, Tina? Which starts on the 25th of September. And your very own Germany will be heading up Group A. Playing some good cricket lately.
Yeah, looking forward to that one as Toby Crowther, who we've often seen opening up for East Molesey, comes on to bowl the second here. Big fan of the Molesey playing shirts. It kind of looks like, especially with the short sleeve version, that they're wearing a jumper. Maybe Crowther is actually in fact wearing a jumper. It's not the
West Ham about it. I know we're not the heart of town.
That one's gone into the covers, and we're going to have a second attempt catch as it's knocked up in the air by the fielder in the covers, and it's a big wicket as well, as the Centurion from yesterday scored over 200 runs across the day, adds just the 11 before he's caught, and it's a brilliant grab. Just takes the heat and the sting off the shot on the first effort, and then pumps it up to himself and takes it on his second attempt, 15 for 1.
Yeah, life doesn't always give you second chances, but because this was hit so hard, it actually bounced so high, and has very good awareness there to take it on the second effort. So Wassam kind of back to earth with a thud for him, and this was always the question for Banstead. It's a cliche, but a day is a long time in the European cricket universe. Southgate able to parry it to himself, 15 for 1. So yeah, one thing about this Banstead batting lineup, we've never seen them under pressure yet, and it's a slightly different game. It's quite a different game actually when you're under pressure. We saw that, for example, Stockholm series in Sweden last week. Same sort of thing. We saw a lot of kind of batters finding it quite easy in the final when the pressure was on. The scores came down quite a bit.
And the new batter, Luke Pearson-Taylor. We saw flashes of brilliance from him yesterday, and he takes no time at all to get into his work. And it's kids camp fielding. Had to delay the game over there. They've got some tidy little shirts over there. Pink side are batting, and it's the blue side doing the fielding, both on their pitch and on ours.
Definitely looks like Wimbledon batting there over in the pink shirts. We'll see them, of course, in Group B. They're our host club here in this European Cricket Series, and this side that qualified in 2024.
Comeback ball needed. Toby Crowther, this one goes more up than away. It's a big old chase though. I think it's going to land safe. Lands inside the rope, and it's Jake Tarling. Didn't have the easiest time on the rope in the previous game. Does the fielding on that occasion. Yeah, it's an interesting format we have, isn't it? Because we have a little sneak preview of Group B on Friday.
Yeah, because it's eight days of group play, but there's 5 days in the working week here. So yeah, we finish Group A on Thursday, then sneak peek at Group B on Friday, but then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Oh, nice shot. That's a beautiful deflection. It's going to go all the way. Maximo. I mean, I like the crowd that's kind of taking your advice, going over the wicket. Already has the big wicket of Wassam. But don't forget that Patel's been very good, and you mentioned that at Banstead. I mean, they were setting an incredible pace yesterday that'll be hard to keep up, but I don't think they'll be too thrown by that wicket.
Lovely piece of invention there from Luke Pearson-Taylor after he went for pure power on the first step, and he goes back to his tried and tested method, and again crashes away for the double boundary. It's often a bit deceptive, isn't it, with the various ropes we've got here. It goes straight over our rope and then back over the kids' rope as well. Just goes deep in his crease there. It's actually way outside off stump, but he's got enough time there.
It's kind of bounce the ball at your peril on this pitch, which occasionally you'll see a bit extra bounce, or maybe one keep a bit low, but most of them are pretty predictable.
It's a magical over so far, and that gets a bit funky, and it's going to go over the head of Toby Porter, and this over ends up going for 25 runs despite the wicket on the first legal delivery. So a mixed bag there for Toby Crowther and for East Molesey. And Luke Pearson-Taylor, well, he's not been put off at all by the fact they lost their centurion earlier in the over.
It's a slight misexecution. If that's a Yorker, it's probably very hard to play that shot. But even a low full toss, I mean, the batters know just need to touch it. The ball's going to fly. So East Molesey on the top of the table, but I will say they have played more games than Banstead, who were the ones that really set the standard yesterday with 8 points out of 8, and this is the first we've seen them since. And despite the big wicket of Wassam, Banstead off to a magical start, 40 without loss. Here is Houghton, and he's going to start with a wicket. Well, there you go. The premeditated charge came from Patel, who was very impressive yesterday, but he didn't wait to have a look at Houghton, and he will go without scoring. Never had any of the strike. We're going to go for a 2-ball duck. It's 40 for 2.
It always looks good if you jump straight down the pitch from a new bowler and deposit them over the rope. Not so good if you walk straight past one. In the reality, he was nowhere near that one, was Ayush Patel. He had a mixed day yesterday. He had a brilliant second game. Only scored the 4 in the first, and he's now got a 2nd-ball duck to add to the collection. There's a good piece of glove work there from Dominic Millard. Quick as a flash. In reality, he was always going to be a goner there. The Banstead lose their second in the power play, 40 for 2.
It's a fine line between aggression and, recklessness. And I think maybe he crosses it there, doesn't wait to have a look at all. Made up his mind he was charging. But I suppose, commits to his plan there, Patel. It'll be interesting to see with Banstead, once get that middle order and see what kind of depth they've got. They were all able to go at a cracking pace. Hutchin Gill comes out at number 4.
Brilliant start here from Archie Houghton. He bowled excellently yesterday. It was really the spin that did it for East Molesey in those 2 wins. They notched back to back. And we've got another chance for a stumping here. We go upstairs because it was firstly a swing and a miss from the batter, and then from the wicketkeeper. He dislodges the stumps on the second occasion.
I reckon it's just out. He does fumble it. And I just got a feeling that he breaks the stumps just before the bat comes down. But let's have a look at it. Try and get a good freeze here. Nice and slowly hits the sticks. See, there's a little fumble, and then it pops back into his gloves just conveniently here, about the 3rd attempt. And he's got the ball in the hands. He's got it kind of almost between his wrists, but it's good enough. And yeah, my spider senses rarely lie to me, Tina. It's going to be another stumping. Now Gill's going to be the second man to go for a 2-ball duck. And there you go. He's holding the ball. It's in his glove somewhere in there, and that's good enough. So even though it's the edge of the gloves that hit the stumps, not too far from where the ball's actually lodged, under the laws of the game, that will be out as well. So what about this from Houghton? He's got 2 for none in 3 balls, and Banstead got a bit of the second day blues at the moment. Purple Power's gone missing. It's 40 for 3.
It's the classic wow from Houghton as well. Wicket, 0 wicket. And the wow factor there was Dominic Millard, because he actually does incredibly well. The ball just gets a bit big on him. He doesn't panic. He realises that the ball is still there for the taking, and the batter, well, really nowhere in the frame.
He's he's lucky in a way that he fumbles, probably comes off his chest, but because it comes off his chest, he knows it's heading back towards the stumps, so he kind of knows where he had that kind of tactile information. Abbas, the captain, comes out.
He comes out here with a job to do for his side, gets lucky first up. That's going to race away for 4. Archie Houghton concedes his first runs of the game. Woody got 2 wickets to his name. Arslan Abbas, he wasn't really required at all yesterday with the bat. Of course, he put himself into the ECN Hall of Fame with the ball, getting those 4 wickets in 4 balls and a fifer. But he's got a job on his hands here with Banstead 44 for 3, still in the power play. Luke Pearson-Taylor has watched most of the carnage at the other end and tumbling away on the outfield there. And I think Jake Tarling has given up the ghost. This goes away for 4 runs, completely mishit actually, but gets the runs.
We don't see it often in the English series, but this is where he'd probably get the old substitution. Tarling, he's had a bit of a rough time out there. Did a lot of the work required, but it's not quite the last 20%. Snakes across the line. Oh, that would have been an incredible catch. He hurls himself at it, gets a hand to it. That would have been something else. Through heavy there into the circle at short third. And this would have been your 8-cell software player of the day, but it doesn't stick.
He almost over dives it, because I think in the end it hits his wrist, so he doesn't quite realise the trajectory of the ball, but an excellent effort. He stops the boundary as well. So just the 1 run to come off the final ball of the over. 9 runs coming off it, plus the 2 wickets. Actually unlucky that it was 9 and not 7 or 6 it should have been with that fielding. And it was on the boundary there. Jake Tarling going for the Michael Sheen school of fielding it and then misfielding it all in one action.
Yeah, misfielding your own fielding. Something I never thought about a lot until today. Anyway, Sridevi's not going to be too bothered. He's going to come on, and he's quite a clever bowler. You know, he can actually bowl both hands as well. He's a natural right armer. First one might have taken a little bit of glove, and it's running away. Should be stopped, will be stopped. Crowther pats it back to nobody in particular, and they'll get 2.
Banstead do bring up the 50, but they're finding themselves in an unfamiliar position here, given that yesterday they did lose the 6 wickets in the first game, but they managed to get 212 on the board. In that second game, didn't lose a wicket at all. And they just wanted to see if it did go to the boundary or not. It was a clean piece of fielding.
I didn't think it was close enough to check.
Just have another look here, and yeah, well, the flick is more than inside the rope. It's probably a good half metre as this one goes straight up in the air, and it could be the 3rd wicket involvement for Dominic Millard, and it will be, as he takes that one, has a little sit down, gets a wet bottom, but gets the next wicket as well, as Banstead lose their 4th here, 51 for 4, still in the 4th over.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going kind of spin heavy now. A lot of the kind of medium fast is just disappearing. So forcing the batters to make the pace. But then you've got to be attacking, don't you? I mean, Abbas, he took a pile of wickets. I think he took 7 wickets yesterday with his spin bowling. Right now, he's going to try that sweeper's going to backfire. So, yeah, Millard, he's had plenty of the ball behind the stumps. And Banstead, second day blues continuing for them at 51 for 4.
I think Spencer will be quite pleased to see this, because obviously they had a bad day at the office yesterday. But they'll be seeing Banstead, who are having, well, the opposite troubles at the moment, and they'll know that anything can happen on any day here on the network, as Gabriel Gorman-Findlay The Scotsman comes out at number 6 for Banstead. He dances down the pitch straight off the bat, but just manages to knock that away. They're thinking about 2. Jake Tarling, on this occasion, able to pick it up cleanly. So we've got the 2 double barrel surnames, 4 names out there at the crease.
Oh, if you're a fan of hyphens, you've come to the right place. Got a question for you, though. And you're half English, so I feel you're qualified to answer it. But first, let's watch Pearson Taylor. He's made a very good start, 24 off just 5 balls.
Just nurdles it up in the air. There's no one on the 45, so it's a pretty safe shot, and it's going to go all the way, despite the on-rushing Toby Porter. So it'll be a delicate 4 runs there for Pearson Taylor. Moves to just 28 off just 6 deliveries. Who we really need to bowl here is Clyde Reeves-Fortune. Then we have the 3-fer.
Oh, yeah. Hyphens everywhere. That's clever batting. It's a fairly low-risk shot. No, just don't miss the ball. If you hit any of that ball, there's no fine leg. It's going to run away for 4, and they put the fine leg back now.
This one goes up in the air. Calls of catch it. Might be a catch for the Rains Park 11, and he drops it. The double teapot comes out. He needs to reuse and repeat that catch because
Name and shame.
He knows where the camera is as well. He's looking up.
This is where, you know, when people, yeah, thank you.
The cap
when
of
leaving,
shame.
You know, when you're leaving court, I don't know if you know that, but you've got to put the jumper over the head.
I didn't realise you'd be familiar with that.
I watched the news of it. Anyway, drop catch in the crowd. Back to live action here, and now they're going to try another little sweep. Have put the fine leg back specifically to stop this, and it works. So that'll be the end of the over. Still a pretty good one from Sri Devi. Going for 14, does pick up a wicket, and Banstead 63 for 4 after 4. And where were we going with that?
You asking me? You wanted to ask me a question.
What happens when, you know, because hyphenated names happen when typically people want to, maybe you get married and you both want to keep the names.
Yeah.
What about when 2 hyphenated people get married? Are they allowed to 4-barrel it?
The 4-fer.
So I'm not suggesting this, but let's say if a Pearson Taylor wanted to marry a Gorman Findlay and they wanted to hyphenate the hyphenated names, is there like a law which says you're only allowed to hyphenate once and end it? There's a question.
Oh, there's an appeal going up here, but it will be turned down as it's Archie Houghton back into the attack.
Because this gets me onto name chat.
Okay.
And, you know, in certain countries, there's rules about what you can and what you can't name a child.
So Germany, you'll be shocked to know, has strict rules on this.
It's pretty close. It's been line was off. But anyway, we're back to live action. And
so Germany,
single down the ground.
And I think they might have relaxed this now, but Germany certainly used to have the law that you had to have a name where the child's gender was immediately recognisable.
Really?
Up in the air. And this time, does it have the legs on it? It absolutely does, but you can see that the man in the cap, he's going nowhere near that one. The cap of shame is firmly still on his head, and he has planted himself on the chair. Didn't even move for that one.
Yeah, that was a good strike. Pearson Taylor, 41 off 10. 50-50 game right now. You'll love to see it. If you love crowd catches, you've come to the right place.
Again, an appeal from Archie Houghton.
So I know the only one, I don't want to say it out loud, but I know you can't have a little Addy, if you know what I'm saying, in Germany. That name's off the books. Not that you probably wouldn't want to call your child that.
There is an Austrian football coach who's a current football coach who's clearly born after 1945, and he's got that first name.
Yeah, really?
And he goes by Addy.
Yeah.
Funnily enough.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't think it was close enough to check.
Just waiting on confirmation there that it was a legal delivery. So the final ball of the 5th. It's been an excellent over from Archie Houghton. Just that 1-6, but while they consider overthrows here, they just take the single. So it'll be halfway, just the 10 runs coming off that over. Banstead 73 for 4.
Yeah, so it's an interesting turnaround, isn't it? Banstead looking unstoppable, but we know, we've seen it before. You don't win tournaments on the first day. It's a long tournament, really. Of course, you got 4 days of group play. Then you're going to have to survive 3 knockout matches, and as we saw in Hornchurch, you do see upsets even in those matches. But yeah, I want to welcome you to the broadcast. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me as we roll into day 2 of action, and it looks like Michael Sheen's going to bowl next. Yeah, but East Molsey, I mean, they've had the classic kind of yo-yo kind of form. You really can't think too much about the past or the future. You just got to stay in the present. They're certainly in the game here.
It's very much goldfish memories needed on the network. Thinking the likes of Spencer as well. Well, Banstead, they'd very much like to remember yesterday, but at the moment they've had a bit of a innings to forget. The good news for them, though, is that they're still going a decent enough rate. That one, rightfully called her wide in the end. 73 at the halfway stage, so still looking on to get 130, 140, and that one's going to go all the way.
Oof.
Joe Johnson was in the vicinity, got more high than long, but in the end just drops over the rope.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see Gabriel Gorman-Findlay back on the network, and he's a guy who qualifies to play for Scotland. I do recall he didn't get too much of a chance with the bat. In fact, I think these might be his first runs on the network. But it was a pretty good strike, wasn't it?
Oh, just maybe a unspoken warning there from Michael Sheen.
A stern look rather than a verbal warning. I like it.
He gave him the look, gave him the eyes. This
isn't a wide because he switches, and so he basically doesn't have a leg side for wides here. Once you switch, then just it goes on both the tram lines. So if it was outside the tram line, it would still have been a wide. But it's good umpiring, good knowledge there. Delay from the bowler, and Sheen is going to get it slightly wrong. Outside the actual leg stump this time. Low full toss, put away for 6. Maximo. Yeah, so a bit of name chat that's come up. And thanks, Chris, for your information saying you can double hyphenate or triple hyphenate. Like, it's generally advised to keep names relatively concise. I learned that in Australia, several states have the maximum amount of characters you're allowed to have. I think it's 50.
Like tweets.
Yeah, per word.
Okay, yeah.
So you can't have more than that.
Well bowled by Michael Sheen and well fielded by Archie Houghton to stop what would have been a boundary. Yeah, in Germany, they've changed the legislation actually at the start of May this year, and they've relaxed some of their laws. So you now can, in Germany, have a compound surname, so you can combine the 2 surnames of your parents. That one is absolutely smoked. It's going to be a 6 on any pitch. Goes towards the Spanner squad. It's not quite the Rains Park Junior 11. Maybe he can make the adult side.
A lot of people, they like to see the speed gun. I'd like to see the stopwatch to see the hang time on some of these. So as soon as you hit it, you see the clock going in the corner, because that was in the air for an absolute eternity. As Pearson Taylor moves to 48 of just 13, 6 overs down. It's 92 for 4. Banstead with their noses in front. Yeah, tell us any other interesting naming conventions.
So in Germany, you can have a neutral first name, but the second name then has to say whether it's a male or female. So you can have, I suppose, like Ashley could be male or female. It's not likely in Germany, but you can then have to have Ashley Maria or Ashley Paul.
Kind of Ashley Madison, for example.
Never.
A good Netflix documentary if you want to watch that. Put the kiddies to bed first, though. But yeah. And I know there are certain things, like I know you can't call someone like Judge. You can't call a kid Judge. Or military titles, that's the other thing you can't use. Anyway, Porter coming around the wicket and has immediate success. Gorman-Findlay tries to get Funkalicious. Keep it simple. Full, straight, over goes the castle. And Banstead 92 for 5.
It's a brave move, isn't it, for a new bowler coming on. He can't have seen much of him, given that Banstead won yesterday by 10 wickets, so none of these players had too much of a sight of the bowlers, and he decides he doesn't need one, and the only sight he sees is his stumps being splattered. So GGF has to go. Banstead lose their 5th at the start of the 7th, 92 for 5.
153 still expected. I think Pearson Taylor becomes a bit of a key. Here's Neil Baker. I'm happy to see Neil out there with the bat. Of course, Neil was put into slip. You don't often have a slip in this format, but it was a hat-trick ball, and there was a fairly vicious deflection that then hit him. But he wasn't able to hold on to the catch in this game yesterday. But Neil gets his chance with bat, batting number 7 here. Yeah, and actually, So a lot of Sri Lankan names are very long, that's true. I'm trying to think of the longest names we've had on the network.
Big swing first up from Neil Baker, and there was appeals from the Spencer youth sitting on the boundary, but nothing from the fielding side. Luke Pearson-Taylor must be getting a little frustrated at the non-striker's end. He's faced just the 13 deliveries, has done quite a lot with those 13, 48 runs. Round the wicket, and the finger of doom is immediately raised. It'll be a second ball duck for Neil Baker. Just a question of where this one pitched. Maybe be full enough to not take the leg stump into the equation, but take another look. The decision has been made. Finger of doom, no hesitation from the umpire. But around the wicket, it's always a question of where this one pitches.
Full, isn't it? So if I'm honest, I think it pitches just outside leg stump. Like hits him in line, it's going on to hit. So maybe a bit of an unlucky one. Baker, maybe he's due some good luck later in the series. Right now, he'll become the third member of the Silver Duck Club, and it's 92 for 6.
Well, it's the second wow of the innings so far. Toby Porter, wicket, 0 wicket. It's just always a question of where it pitches, isn't it?
The thing is, with pitching, they normally go on where the middle of the ball pitches. Okay, it's the middle of the ball. I think middle of the ball is outside the line of leg stump there. But I mean, umpire has one look at it. He thought it does pitch on the middle leg stump. Stainer gets a chance though at number 8. Poor Baker. Now, we were talking Bakers, we were talking Greg's, weren't we?
Yeah.
Now I want a sausage roll. Getting close to lunchtime as well.
Well, speaking of which, the menu has just been posted.
Has it?
On the chat.
What I was going to say before that wicket, longest name I can remember on the network, Karupasamy Soundarapandian from Men in Blue.
That's a good one.
Barcelona.
Slight helicopter vibes there from Luke Pearson-Taylor. You won't get to his half-century on this occasion.
And that's a 2-word name. So I don't know if we've had any longer kind of hyphenated names.
Well, I suppose Gabriel Gorman-Finley has a good average name count. There's that one. Oh, there's the Spencer boys. Got very distinctive kit and giving some words of wisdom there to his elders. That one's flicked away for 4 runs. Probably the end of the 7th over as well. 98 for 6 on the board. So we take a look at what's happening later on this year, and it's the Western Shield back bigger and better than ever for 5 days, 6 days even, at the end of September. And well, there was some breaking news on the network yesterday, wasn't it? Because it was revealed that Kevin O'Brien will be the icon back for the British and Irish 11.
Yeah, I saw that on social media. So yeah, no, Kevin obviously was a great influence in the last Western Shield, and yeah, it would be great. I don't know if it's official yet. So that's the fairly loud whisper at ECN HQ. Stay tuned. I know that more and more will be revealed over the next few weeks. Pearson-Taylor on 49. Sridevi comes back to bowl the 8th.
That one just sat up, and it was clubbed by Pearson-Taylor, who will bring up his half-century in some style. 55 off 15 deliveries. That one was just asking to be hit. Just slowed up on the pitch. And Pearson-Taylor waiting for a train, and then he just climbed into it. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a great way to bring up your 50. And that's the thing, these teams that are successful in the format, they all seem to go hard and hope someone comes off. At the moment, it's Pearson-Taylor. Even with the 6 wickets down, they're still in good shape.
He goes again. This time he gets hold of a bit more of it, and it's going to drop over the rope. Back-to-back 6s. And this is why I was saying Banstead need to get CPT back on strike, because he hasn't had too much of the strike, but when he's had it, he's inflicted some damage. He moves into the 60s, 61 off 16 deliveries, and Banstead with those back-to-back boundaries go past triple digits. Still some work to be done by them. 110 for 6, very much still in the Goldilocks zone. East Molesey, in fact, just with their noses ahead, but they'll want to finish strong in the final 2.5 overs.
Day 2, bring the close games. We had 5 kind of blowouts yesterday.
Low full toss, doesn't get hold of all of it, and it will be taken on the rope. Comfortable grab in the end for Luca Woods, and it will be the end of Luke Pearson-Taylor's fun. It was good while it lasted. 61 he scores off 17 deliveries, and as is often the case, it's the pretty ugly low full toss that does it, and Taran Sridevi picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, it was good while it lasted. Classic epitaph. It was a good knock, wasn't it, from LPT? And I'm definitely LPT positive after that inning. 61 of 17, including 8 monstrous sixes as he departs 110 for 7. Now maybe you start to have those wickets lost on your mind, and also obviously you're getting down to your non-specialist batters, aren't you? Down at number 9, 10, potentially 11. So Sridevi gets the miss hit and gets his second wicket. Aditya Kumar, the new batter.
Again, it's almost a full toss. It will be a wide. Just speaking of epitaphs, I mean, is there a character limit on gravestones? If you have a very long name, it's not much scope for putting anything else on the gravestone.
Now you've got me on a good, it's not often we get a random topic that I haven't thought of.
This one comes straight down the pitch. It's going to go up and over the 10. Aditya Kumar hits his first legal delivery for 6 runs. Yeah, is it a... I mean, I know on the back of football shirts and I suppose cricket shirts as well, you often have to pay for the character. And if you have a long surname, then...
And then sometimes they change the font width depending on the... Yeah, depending on the... I remember Ruud van Nistelrooy, or they start abbreviating a little bit. But I want to get on to gravestones and the funniest epitaphs, or the most famous ones. I'm going to go on a bit of a dive over the next over.
Well, just a very niche football reference, but there was Jan Vennegaard of Hesselink, who played, I think, a few games for Hull, and the back of his shirt, it could have almost looped round into a full circle.
I remember him. Yeah, he was probably the best one.
I think that must be the longest professional footballer's name. He's even longer than Gabriel Gorman Finley. I suppose he makes up for it with a very short first name, Jan. They ran out of characters, I think, the parents.
They actually put all that on, quite amazing.
But yeah, you go on a gravestone deep dive. And that one will be nicked and it will be taken behind. There's another wicket involvement for Dominic Millard, who's had a brilliant 8 overs so far. And the second wicket in the over to fall. Tarun Sridevi picks up his third. 3 for 33, his figures so far. And it will be a short-lived 6 and out for Aditya Kumar as he departs and Banstead lose their 8th, 117 for 8.
Millard's kept really well. I mean, even the one ball he fumbled still resulted in dismissal. So Kumar, fresh out of luck, goes 6 and out. Millard holds on to a good catch behind the stumps, 117 for 8. So famous epitaphs, so famous things have been put on gravestones. Frank Sinatra, the best is yet to come. Like that one. Mel Blanc, voice of Bugs Bunny. That's all, folks.
Spike Milligan, that's a famous one, especially in the UK. His epitaph said, "I told you I was ill."
Ah, that's it. That's in here too.
Yeah. It's the end of the 8th.
Apparently, yeah, end of the 8th though, 117 for 8. Apparently, the Spike Milligan one had to be written in Gaelic, so the cemetery board would allow it. So it's written kind of in code.
I suppose it was before Google Translate as well, so no one could actually verify. So they just thought it was some kind of profound Gaelic saying. 117 then on the board for Banstead, certainly for their high standards that they set yesterday. Below par, they want to make the most of these remaining 12 deliveries. East Molesey, meanwhile, they're eyeing up skittling the unbeaten Banstead. They've thrown the ball to Toby Porter to bowl the all-important 9th. Banstead will want it to all happen here. Josh Sainer on strike. It's flicked away. An elegant shot, and it's actually going to go away for 4 runs straight through the 2 fielders out there. Just pure timing off the bat of Josh Stainer. All these shots that you'll see up and down the country at the weekend here in England. Lesser spotted flick of the wrists in the European Cricket Network, but he gets full value for that.
Okay, the best kind of obscure one that I've found comes from the grave of a lawyer.
Okay, I'm already intrigued.
Don't sue. It's just the defence rests.
Love that. I hope he was a defence lawyer. Maybe, do you think when he was, 12 years old, he thought this would be such a good epitaph?
Yeah,
now I have to
long game.
Now I have to become a defence lawyer. It's all about the, doing it for the bit.
I'm sure he's looking up at all the people that are finding it funny from wherever he is.
Tavash Raj.
Or she. Anyway, that's going to be 4 runs as Raj is going to just push. And in this outfield, despite the rain we had this morning, it wasn't a lot of rain, but I remember this from last year, the outfield today is very fast. Porter, he's been brilliant so far. That's an attempted Yorker, but goes a little bit too full, and it costs him.
What would be on your epitaph, Vinny, in, you know, a long 50 years when you're no longer with us?
It's a good question.
Will we even have
I
gravestones?
mean, number one, I don't think I want a gravestone.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
You're going straight for the Pringles tube.
Maybe I wouldn't go. I maybe just go something colourful. You know, because it's very me.
Yeah. Toby Porter using the angle to good effect here, cutting across the right-hander.
The other thing is, I only really want one thing, is at my funeral, the ECN end of innings highlights music to play with the bit of a montage of some pictures.
Do you roll the bumper at the start as the priest comes out?
100%.
Yeah.
There you go. You got it on tape. And don't be sad. Be happy.
Some people will be happy.
Inevitably, this will probably be played one day, and if they're willing to go through, hopefully, decades and decades of ECN hours to get
I'll make
wishes.
a note of it.
Yeah.
Wimbledon, 12:36 local time. Vinny's last will and testament.
And either, yourself or Rick or something, welcome back to the. You can host it. Up in the air, Sheen won't drop this, and Raj is going to have to go. It's 9 out. Banstead, your classic high risk, high return outfit, and they've fallen over a little bit here. Still a defendable score, but it's not going to be easy. That will be the end of the 9th over as well. Porter will finish with 3, and it's 129 for 9.
He joins Taran Sridevi with 3 wickets. 3 for 18 for Porter, 3 for 33 for Sridevi. The two of them have done the damage here for East Molesey. On occasion, Tamash Raj doesn't get a hold of it at all, and it's a relatively straightforward catch there for Michael Sheen. So it's a race to the finish line here, just the 1 wicket remaining for Banstead. Sam Thorpe comes in. He will be at the non-striker's end. That was the end of the over. Meanwhile, East Molesey looking to see if they can topple the men in purple here and finish the innings prematurely. They've turned to Michael Sheen, who took the grab on the final ball of the 9th to bowl the 10th here. A bit of friendly fire. Would have been a single. And Sam Thorpe's first involvement in the game is to give his side -1.
Well, he had some good own goals today. Sheen had a pretty good one last game. No ball called. He oversteps. Sheen argues, even though he's got no idea why. Here's going to be 6 runs maximal.
It's the second time he's fallen foul of that front foot line, and it's 7 up, and it's going to be a free hit, and that's exactly what East Molesey didn't want going into this final over.
Oh, it's tight.
Just going to see, it's the way he pivots on the front foot. Well, he gets away with the free hit. This one has just mishit away into the leg side.
Very tight. He's got a bit of a pirouette on his feet, on his front foot, Sheen. But it's when it lands. It was weird. It might have kind of landed over the line and then come back, but it's really where it lands is what gets judged. Very dainty. Anyway, it's the kind of game. Reasonably healthy favourites now, East Molesey. This game they should win.
That's worked away nice. Another elegant shot there from Josh Stainer. Just uses the angle there, works it away through backward point. Costly over so far from Michael Sheen. That's 7 up. Got away with the free hit. Doesn't get away with that one though. 142 and 150 on the cards here for Banstead.
Thanks for all the contributions in the chat. I'm going to have to go read them in the innings break. There's a few good ones in there, I think. All right, 140s chase is what we're looking at here. Maybe unless Stainer can go back-to-back biggies.
It's good comeback though from Michael Sheen. And don't even consider the 2 here. So that will give Sam Thorpe the final ball, unless there's another overstep from Michael Sheen. So 143, 150, unlikely from here. It will be chipped up in the air. Does it have the distance on it? I don't think it does. And it's comfortably taken. So it will be all out for Banstead as Luca Woods takes his second catch of the innings to end the innings for Banstead. They finish on 143. It was a strange innings that kind of swung this way and that. Looked like maybe Michael Sheen in the end would be punished for his no ball, but comes back strongly, giving away just the 7 runs off the final 5 deliveries, including a wicket as well. And Banstead, well, not quite their explosive start yesterday, as they're skittled for 143.
Yeah, look, it's I think a dozen less than par. based on what we've seen so far. And these are the kind of scores that have been eaten up yesterday in kind of matches 2 to 5. But, you know, Banstead, we talked about wanting to see their batters under pressure, and obviously, you know, didn't find it so easy today with some of those key batters going early. But now we're also going to see their bowlers under pressure and to see if they can still perform at that kind of a level. But yeah, for East Molesey, a golden opportunity to pounce, especially after they suffered another loss in the first game of the day. But I want to say there was some bright spots in there. Luke Pearson-Taylor, his 61 was the standout, wasn't it, in this score of 143, all out, but using up the 10 overs. Also, shout out to John Miller. I thought he was excellent behind something, even that one, which he had a slight fumble. He was able to gather it and was able to break the wickets just in time. But also, I like the spin and the kind of the questions asked. I think were pretty good. And yeah, maybe some of the other teams learn a little bit about maybe how you can potentially keep this Banstead batting lineup under control.
Yes, it's been a rollercoaster day so far for East Molesey. In fact, so far in this series, having picked up 2 wins with bonus points and also losing this morning on the penultimate board, and of course getting thrashed by Banstead in that game number 2 yesterday. But certainly doesn't look like there'll be a thrashing on their hands here, as it's 144 to win, and they just kept on chipping away at the wickets, did East Molesey. Never really allowed a partnership to get away from them, and when the wicket of Luke Pearson-Taylor fell, it was only really Josh Stainer, who scored 23 off 10, who was able to contribute anything of note. Otherwise, it was an innings for the bowlers with Terence Redavy and Archie Houghton picking up wickets alongside Toby Porter, who put in an excellent spell, 2 overs for just 18 runs, picking up 3 wickets as well. And mostly the fielding, especially when the ball was up in the air, was exemplary, taking almost every opportunity that went their way. As for Banstead, well, it's interesting to see how they'll react to this. They haven't been challenged so far in the 2 games. It's been a walk in the park for them, but they have a battle on their hands here to defend 143, and of course to defend their unbeaten record. Taking a look at the scorecard then, and LPT, he was the star, 61 off 17, but otherwise didn't have too much help. Josh Stainer remains unbeaten on 23. You can see just how effective Dominic Millard was there. He took that little snick behind. That was the end of the captain Arslan Abbas, and there was another 2 stumpings to his name, as well as the Skyer from Aditya Kumar, which Millard took to put his name on the scorecard on 4 occasions. Toby Porter bowled excellently as well for his 3 wickets. Then looking at the bowlers, alongside Porter, it was Sridevi who did the damage in the middle overs alongside Archie Houghton. Got to give a shout out again to Toby Crowther. Didn't go his way on this occasion, still picked up the wicket. And the tall left armer is often asked to bowl in the power play, which is never easy, so I'm sure he will come back stronger. And Clyde Reeves' fortune again, the captain not employing himself for that second over, given that he only went for 11 runs. Probably could have given himself another bowl, but the other bowlers did the business, with Toby Porter coming in at the end, and Michael Sheen, of course, picking up the wicket which ended the innings. It was the final ball in any case, so there you have it at the midway stage of match 7. Banstead, previously unbeaten, have 143 runs on the board. It's probably just about underneath par. 150, 155 is what we saw as the par score from yesterday. So East Molesey, they've got a sniff here against a side that surely went into this game as favourites, but they need 144 runs for victory in this match number 7. Quick turnaround, so we'll be back in just under 10 minutes time for the run chase here in match 7 in Wimbledon on the European Cricket Network.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where East Molesey have the chance to topple Banstead here. They've already toppled all 10 wickets. Banstead bowled out on the final ball of the innings for 143. East Molesey, if they can knock off the 144 required, and they can do it in 7 overs or fewer, it will be them that gets the 4 points. It would be the third time that East Molesey would pick up 4 points in this series. Remember, Banstead, meanwhile, if they can restrict EM to exactly 100 or fewer, it will be their third time to win by 4 points. East Molesey, they've been very much Jekyll and Hyde so far, losing to these very opponents by 10 wickets in their first outing on the network, then came back with 2 big 4-0 wins, and then this morning just lost out to debutants Weybridge on the penultimate ball of a rain-affected 7-over bash. As for Banstead, they were the team of the day yesterday. Just the 2 games that they played, but both of them were won in convincing fashion as they brushed aside both Twickenham and East Molesey. But they've got their work cut out here, with certainly a below par score for them and probably a below par score for the series on the board, 143. East Molesey sending out their left-hand, right-hand combination. It's Michael Sheen, who was mightily impressive with both bat and ball, especially yesterday, who's facing up the first delivery, and he's out there with Jamie Southgate, who scored a duck in the previous game, has some making up to do. That's the beauty of these European cricket series, that the next game and the next opportunity is always very much around the corner. LPT, who was the top scorer with the bat, has the first ball here for the bowling side. He scored 61 off 17 deliveries before he was caught in the deep by Luca Woods. But he starts us off with a wide here, going around the wicket to the left-handed Sheen. Men in purple here. Well, it will certainly be an impressive performance if they manage to get the bonus point to make it 12 points from 12. Genuine edge there off the side of Michael Sheen's bat, who gives LPT a playful little nudge on the way through for the first runs of the run chase. Interestingly here, 66% the win predictor has East Molesey at, favouring the chasing side. And given the balance of the game so far, doesn't surprise me. 4 of the 5 games yesterday were won by the chasing team, and all of them actually won within that 7-over magical bonus point limit. Banstead were actually the only side yesterday to put runs on the board and defend them. Luckily for them, they put 212 runs on the board, so were they not able to defend that, it would have been the highest ever run chase on the network. But in reality, Twickenham were nowhere near on that occasion, being dispatched for 77 runs. And that's going to be a 4. There is a fielder out there, Sam Thorpe. He gets nowhere near that, and it's the second time it's a genuine edge off the bat, this time of Jamie Southgate. But when you're coming off the back of a duck, doesn't matter how you get the runs, you just want to scratch your way into a bit of form. Gets the 4 there. Arslan Abbas, the skipper for Banstead, having a couple of words here with LPT. Be interesting to see when Abbas bowls himself. Remember, he made a little piece of European cricket history yesterday, picking up 4 wickets in 4 consecutive balls, something that's only been done 7 times in history on the network. Well, that's a massive bouncer. It goes well over the head of Jamie Southgate, who's not the shortest. It's not even going to be on the screen there. Shows you just how high that one was. And of course, it is the first one of the over, so it will be a wide. Another misdemeanor though from LPT, and of course it would be then a no ball. This time he goes fuller, and that's a beautiful inside out shot from Jamie Southgate, who just uses the pace. He probably felt that the fuller pitch delivery was coming there from LPT after the previous one was so short it almost bounced ahead of the keeper again, and it's Neil Baker The unfortunate dropper of a hat-trick opportunity yesterday, who has to go on the long old chase. Jamie Southgate threw his hands at that, just opened up the offside. And costly wide there from LPT as he pretty much telegraphed that the next one would be a bit fuller, and Jamie Southgate was lying in wait. But this one, though, goes up in the end. I think he's going to get away with it. Both the wicketkeeper and Josh Stainer in pursuit. Southgate here making his own luck, given that he was unlucky this morning. He throws his hands at that one. Not quite the backsmo. Still races away for 4 runs. I'm talking about how actually stepping away, not the best tactic here, because generally the bowlers do give you a bit of width anyway. On this occasion, gets away with it and gets the runs. This one is going to go in pretty much the same area. This time it does go all the way for a Maximo, and it's going to be a magical over to start off for East Molesey. 23 runs coming off it. LPT maybe consider himself just a bit unlucky. This time, certainly more off the meat of the bat from Southgate, who hits 20 in the first 5 deliveries. Michael Sheen, he knocked the first legal delivery for 1 and watched everything else unfold from the non-striker's end. But the perfect start for East Molesey in their pursuit of 144. 60 matches since the Golden Ball. That was back in Creerfelt in that rain-affected game. England yet to host a Golden Ball in the series we've had here, both in Hornchurch earlier in the year and of course here at Rains Park last year. So it feels like at some point in this series we've got to break that duck. Certainly never looked likely yesterday to really get anywhere near the Golden Ball. In fact, we were not even close to a tight game for the bonus point. Every single game was very much one-sided. Saditya Kumar bowling this second over here. But day 2 seems to already be a bit more promising when it comes to tight affairs, with the game this morning between East Molesey, the batting side here, and Weybridge, the newcomers, going to the final ball of the 7th over. It was Weybridge who sneaked over the line in what was a very eventful final over, with Archie Houghton having to defend just the 9 runs. Almost got there. Misfield from Michael Sheen on that occasion didn't help the cause. Got down to the penultimate ball. The odds were always stacked against him, and it was Weybridge who registered their first win on the network. And we'll be seeing Weybridge again in the second game of their campaign, the 3rd game of the day, as they come back against Spencer, who of course have a bit of making up to do as well after a pretty miserable that day for them yesterday, not picking up a point in their 2 games, which was a slight surprise to everyone here, given that they of course were the losing finalists last year, losing out to NCCA. We all know that things can change very quickly here on the network, and a new day dawns for Spencer. That one is clubbed away, goes past the man at square leg. It couldn't have gone more than a metre or so to Sam Thorpe's right, but it was hit so hard by Jamie Southgate. There was no stopping that. I don't think it was really off the middle of the bat. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I think maybe that was quite off the middle of the bat. It just curved away from Sam Thorpe there for the first boundary of the over, in what has otherwise been an excellent over. Just the 7 runs coming off it. Kumar with just the 1 ball left to bowl. Low full toss. Doesn't quite get away with it. It will run away for back-to-back boundaries for Jamie Southgate, and the chase is on for the kids' camp. When you told you're fielding on the boundary, you expect the ball to come from in front of you rather than from behind. We get to the end of the second, 34 for no loss. An excellent start here from East Molesey, knowing that they were coming up against a in-form Banstead side, and we were wondering how Banstead would react to being put under a bit of pressure, and at the moment it's them that needs to find something from somewhere. It's a top of the table clash, but I don't think that's necessarily the fairest of reflections, given that EM have already played 4 games, this being their 5th. Banstead, meanwhile, were sitting pretty at the top of the table, having only played 2 games. They turn to a bit of spin here in the form of Ayush Patel. Starts off with one that goes straight past the bat of Michael Sheen, who had an excellent day yesterday. He didn't play in that first game, which East Molesey lost. And it was no coincidence that he came in for games 2 and 3 for his side and played a key part in both of them. And well, he's pummeled his first Maximo of this innings, and it's a big one that goes up and over the dugouts. He gets his first 6 as East Molesey move to 40 for no loss, still in the power play. And this is quite a key 4 balls here. If EM can get a couple more boundaries and get to that magical 50 mark in the power play, then they'll be sitting very pretty. If Banstead can get just a wicket or 2, suddenly they'll be feeling a bit more happier with themselves. But that one is going to be a wide, and they're going to scramble through for a single as well. So it's just not quite going the way of Banstead so far, after yesterday was just smooth sailing all the way for the men in purple. As Aslan Abbas makes a few readjustments to the field, and Vinny joins me back in the commentary tent.
I'm back. And yeah, East Molesey in the box seat at the moment, aren't they? Southgate missed out earlier in the day. You know, one thing I'm sure some of these players are loving are the opportunity to play multiple innings in a day. You know, in any, even in the T20 format, you look forward to the game maybe all week, and you get out and you're like,
cricket's rubbish. Yeah.
But anyway, so I'd love to see this. That's his zone. That's Neil Baker, gets down and gets everything behind that one to prevent the boundary. But yeah, I mean, sometimes, 3 innings in a day, and sometimes we've seen teams playing even 4 matches in a day, probably in Gibraltar, maybe even more, I don't even know. But yeah, it really allows you the freedom to, it reduces your fear of getting out, I think what it comes down to. And it also, if you do get out, there's other batters that will get an opportunity. So it really allows you to express yourself. It's Patel.
I've just clocked Neil Baker's shirt number, 13. Baker's dozen.
Oh yeah, very good.
So good.
That's got to be on purpose.
I hope so. If not, then I commend myself.
Baker's dozen of something. I'm getting pretty hungry now, 1 p.m.
That one's lifted away.
Now we're okay. 10 does the job. I know, actually, yesterday you were right to flinch, because even though I picked it was going to hit the roof, we weren't quite sure if the roof would stop the ball. Luckily, this one did, and a Maximo. So regulation kind of attempted a leg spinner there, but it kind of slides on, if anything, and Southgate making up for lost time. 50's up in the 50 partnership at the end of the 3-over power play. East Molesey 50 without loss.
Perfect power play for Molesey, chasing down 144. I think at this point, they don't really need to go hell for leather and get that bonus point, given that they did pick up 2 bonus points yesterday, although they did lose one as well in that first game. Of course, this morning the bonus point wasn't on offer, and they did get the one consolation. So I think here, you just keep on going, and if you get close to that 7-over mark, brilliant. If not, just take the win if you can. But this one is going to just drop over the rope as Arslan Abbas, the 4th man from yesterday, brings himself on. Fast ball gets pumped over the rope for 6 runs.
Yeah, just enough. It's one of those ones that if there was an outfielder on that line, it's probably caught, but because it was into the gap, just pops over for 6. Sheen has had a few trials and tribulations today already. Back to live action here as this is up in the air, and it's going to be a 1-hopper as Sheen will have to settle for the single. Rate required down to 13 and over. I have a feeling at 15 and over is around about par. I know there's times it seems like it's more, but it's also counted by a few. I think there still are a few overs that the bowlers are able to get the better of the bats.
Well, the first over here went for 23 runs after the flurry of boundaries towards the end, but then we had an 11 and a 16. This one started well for the batting side as Abbas very busily moving around his fielders. Mishit into the leg side, and they don't even consider the second as they just jog through for the 1.
Hey, isn't it good to see Rash Mahmood in the chat as well? No, he's been tuning in a lot. Now, he's UK based, but he's from the north of England, so he hasn't made it down in person here, but he will be with me for the Gibraltar 13 this weekend, so he's in the chat right now, and nice to see some of our chatters. Getting to know him a little bit. And of course, yeah, he does have commentary experience in the over 60s World Cup and the Grey Ashes, Australia-England. Now, I think that is over 60s. But I would like Grey Ashes to just be anyone that has grey hair is able to play, because I think, isn't it rough? I mean, Corey's a classic one. He's only about 35. He's been grey for a few years, and I just think there's not so many advantages of going grey early. This could be one. You'd still be in better condition.
I don't know whether I really like the Grey Ashes name or I hate it. It feels, I don't know. What if you don't have any hair? You're not allowed to play. We could have the Bald Ashes, as that one's gone straight down the throat of cover, and Arjun Gill takes the catch. Michael Sheen not able to repeat his heroics of yesterday, although in fact, it looks like that was
Southgate. Yeah,
Southgate that
couldn't
goes.
hit it any better, really. But hit it straight to the fielder. And Gill takes it. It wasn't an easy catch, even though straight to him was kind of an awkward one. It was almost too straight to him, wasn't it? And it was going at pace. But Abbas, he's a wicket-taking machine. He's 8th of the series. He took 4 of them in consecutive deliveries in match 1 yesterday. It's the wicket they needed, I think, Banstead, to keep this a contest. It's 59 for 1.
Such a camera.
So the Grey Ashes have only been played since 2009.
Really?
With England currently holding the lead in overall series wins. They retained the urn in July 2023.
Should they be playing for an urn, though?
It's a bit too close to the bone, isn't it? Just a reminder of the slow march of death. Archie Houghton into the bat here for his side, and he gets off with...
It was very morbid statement. I would think they should be playing for like a fountain or something. You
Fountain
know
of youth, yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about the mace, the Test Championship mace earlier today.
Well, I just googled the Grey Ashes urn. It just came up with urns that are grey.
You can buy them.
I didn't realise how expensive urns were.
They ended the over at 63 for 1 after 4. I don't know. Still feel there's a bit of life for this game yet. Banstead, they were. I mean, it was their batting, I suppose, that set up these big wins yesterday. But let's not forget their bowling was very effective. They've got a good mix of players, and I think it would be a tough proposition to take them for that 14-15 and over. Slight miss hit from Sheen first up. Hasn't quite been timing the ball as well as he would have liked so far.
Oh, Rash is saying that the over 70s are known as the Silver Ashes.
Really?
Do we have the Golden Ashes for over 80s? It's like wedding anniversaries.
I'd like to see the 60 seconds to the crease rule enforced strictly in the over 80s. Well, I know now. I mean, I played indoor cricket for Australia, as a few people point out now and then, but I know they have over 60s for that now. And as the game, because the game only really started in the early 80s, 1979 were the first matches. But it's almost like that generation, as they get older, they keep making more age groups. So I remember it used to be over 50s was the most, then over 55s, then over 60s. Like, it's the same people. So every few years they add another division. Well, that one's got into another dimension. That is a huge hit. Well, Sheen gets some hang time there. I might have said he hadn't timed too many. Well, that one has gone a country mile. Maximal, 6 runs.
That's a big hit. Ayush Patel coming back to bowl his second over here. Not much he could do about that one. He's got quite the follow through, does Patel. He almost bowls it like a spinner and then follows through like a 90-mile-an-hour fast bowler.
It has been mentioned. He follows through so fast he could almost grab the ball and take it back if he didn't like it, the way it comes out of his hand.
Well, that one didn't come out very well, and Michael Sheen dismisses that one. Kids, watch out, and it's a Spencer lad on the chase. Doesn't quite go all the way, and I think that's the umpire who's intervened. That's Gert. He's umpiring.
Gertle the Turtle. Watch out for Gert, because he's in the Wimbledon squad. Was controversially dropped last year at a key moment in the series, and let's just say there's some old wounds that haven't quite healed yet. And anyway, okay, miles in the air. Good luck. Bowler falls over. There has time to get up and take an amazing catch, and he does. That's an amazing bit of cricket. Oh, like a baby giraffe being born, Patel. He hit terra firma at a mouthful of grass. He picked himself up, and he's run about 30 metres to take that with the flight, and Sheen has to go. Unbelievable stuff. That could be your HCL software play of the day at 77 for 2.
I'd like to see that happen in the Silver Ashes. I think if you fell over, you wouldn't get up for another 5 minutes. So that was an outstanding fall, get up, and fall again, this time with the Grizzly in his hands. And that is the end of Michael Sheen. He goes for 31 off unlucky ball number 13, as the scoreboard there has to be readjusted in front of his face, as it's the second wicket to fall, 77 for 2.
Have a look at this. It goes straight up in the air. Now, what you don't see on that is that he falls over when he takes his first 2 steps, but he still has time to get up, and he takes it, fingers pointing to the sky. That's a brilliant catch. I don't think I've ever quite seen a catch like that, where it started with the fall, but ended up with the fall of a wicket.
Nice. And the new batter comes in and says, thank you very much, Luca Woods, who we didn't see an awful amount of yesterday, simply because East Molesey also didn't go through too many batters, but that one goes all the way to kids camp. And it's the side with a very similar kit there who are doing the fielding. Luca Woods says hello to them, and hello. First ball smashed for 6. It's halfway stage, 83 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, there's James Paisley, who he turned out for the World 11. Actually found it pretty tough. I thought he'd be one of the players of the tournament. Probably wasn't too happy with his own performance there. As the World 11, they won 2 of the first 3 games. Didn't win another game for the whole tournament. But there's a chance we might see James back. I'm not so sure though. Obviously the World 11, they've got a lot of players they can choose from. But the European Cricket Network Hindi Telegram channel is there for all the Hindi-speaking fans of European cricket. Anyway, Wassam gets the ball here. Missed out with the bat this time, but he'll be hoping to make an impact with the ball. But he won't be too happy. Houghton nicks a 4 off the first delivery.
I'm just reading the Guardian article about the Silver Ashes that happened in England. I mean, this was 2023. And
controversy?
No, not so much. Other than one of the players missed out with a chest infection. Just age, I guess. But
true story. Okay. Wait for this one, which is going to be a slight miss hit up in the air. Fielder camps under it and taken. So, Houghton goes now, and these wickets are just throwing a cat amongst the pitches a little bit. Wassam just with that angle across. Houghton was fighting it, couldn't get it over the line, and it's 87 for 3. So I was going to say there was an indoor cricket team, a social indoor cricket team that have been playing since 1985. And I think they're still playing now, but their players got quite old. One of the guys had a heart attack. He used to play with basically what looked like a small mattress on his chest because there was always the risk of an impact there. Barry. And yeah, just things that I loved watching people play to a good age because they still love the game. I feel a bit guilty. I mean, I'm retired at 30, 44 now, and I've barely played since. But Dougie at Hornchurch, he's on 1,199 wickets. 6 runs as Clyde has entered the building. Clyde Reeves' fortune goes Maximo. Was that caught sitting down? I think it might have been. And it just shows you're always in the game, even when you're not in the game. Seb Dunn there, I think, from Weybridge, has taken a quite a remarkable catch. Meanwhile, could be 6 and out. Should be. It's taken. So Wassam with the double strike. Clyde Reeves' fortune, 6 and out. And yeah, this game isn't a foregone conclusion. Some life in it yet. It's 93 for 4.
Yes, the 3rd wicket to fall in the space of 6 balls. And Clyde Reeves' fortune doesn't favour him on this occasion. This one goes straight up in the air. That's a comfortable grab for the keeper. Slight wobble here from East Molesey, given that they look like they were well on track. Still say that the ball is in their court, but if they keep on losing wickets at this rate, then certainly Banstead not out of it, as Harwar Wassam, the Centurion from yesterday, does the business with the ball. It's a comfortable grab.
There's pressure on that catch, wasn't there?
Yep.
Now Tarling's coming out. He's had a bit of a rough old day, actually, has Jake. Came out, okay, faced 3 balls, didn't really time any. He's had a few issues in the field, but, we saw yesterday, he's a good striker of the ball, comes out at number 6. We actually saw him opening the batting yesterday. And Luca Woods, the Serbian international, at the other end. Wassam, 2 wickets.
Cut away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. No one out there for the left-handed Tarling. It's a curious over so far. 4 wicket, 6 wicket, 4. Can he finish it off with another wicket? Harwar Wassam. They've got a lot of spin options, do Banstead, but so do East Molesey, so I think they're more than happy to face this spin. As that one's knocked away, it won't be a wicket. It will just be the single, though. So an eventful over comes to an end, 15 runs coming off it, plus the 2 wickets. So at the end of the 6th, East Molesey 98 for 4. So the Silver Ashes, apparently one of the seamers, Colin Cook for Australia, used to open the bowling for Queensland with Jeff Thompson.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Actually played with Jeff Thompson's son, and he had the same action, Matt. But he didn't play. He only played a handful of first grade games. I think maybe just didn't have the same, I suppose, the same drive to play at a very high level. And that, you do see that sometimes with the children of some famous players. That they might enjoy the game, but they might not necessarily have the drive to reach the highest level. Some do, of course. But we also in my club we had Kim Hughes's children. So we had some pretty interesting kind of old stages. And you just see these former Test cricketers hanging around a rubbish bin, just watching the game. And that one is going, and it's gone. Maximo, 6 runs, brings up the 100. Tarling, maybe he feels like it's his time to shine. Thorpe comes on. This ball never hits the ground from the moment it leaves the bowler's hand.
Well, you know there's such a thing as walking cricket now. I know there's walking football, and walking cricket seems to be taking off as well.
Some of the European cricket series, Matt, I've seen walking cricket.
I like to imagine that
I think
some
there
of
might be walking cricket. I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, there is. So some of the I think more sprightly walkers sometimes go into a slight jog, and they're like, no, penalty runs. You've got to.
What's that? I think the penalty should be you should be able to try and throw the ball at them, like, in table
dodgeball.
tennis. Yeah. You got to wear it.
I mean, I tend to do walking between the wicket when I can.
So you're saying there's hope for me still? I could have a second career: grey ashes, silver ashes, gold ashes, diamond ashes, over 90s, I guess.
Yeah, and walking cricket.
So what I was going to say is Dougie from Hornchurch, who works behind the bar there. He's been at the club for over 70 years, and he's stuck on 1,199 wickets, and he always plays 1 or 2 games a season. In the last 2 years, he's gone wicketless. I remember him from drop catch earlier on.
He went wicketless as well, didn't he?
Sure did. But yeah, Dougie, I'll have to check back in with him and see if he does have that 1,200 wicket. Yeah, you'd give it to him, wouldn't you?
Would an ECN wicket count, or is it?
I wouldn't. Yeah, of course.
There you go. Get him in. There's Sam Thorpe in here. And his first one is swept brutally away.
Watching that child's face when he saw the Grizzly coming at him, it was raw fear. But yeah, pretty good matchup, left-hander versus left-hander. It was an outside leg stump kind of delivery in the first place that caused that. Yeah, oldest cricketer we've had is 77, Alfonso Jayaraja, who is a former Italian captain.
That's a better line from Thorpe. And it should be stopped wise. Half stopped. We're going to have to check that one on replay, as it was the fielder there tumbling backwards. Ayush Patel, he definitely ends up over the boundary. The Grizzly doesn't, but it depends when he lets go of it.
I think it actually comes back and bounce. I thought it bounced on the rope. Let's have a look at this. I think he does kind of impact it okay. Nice and slow here, please. Nice and slow. But see, that's okay. But then look at the ball. The ball, for me, bang, bounces right on the rope. So then bounces back in. So I actually think that's 4 because it bounced on the rope. I wonder if they've spotted that. I mean, that's the way I saw it. We'll try and show where this ball bounces.
And I think it will be signalled for by the umpire here. Worth taking another look, though. I think you're exactly right, Vinny. But suspicion here, even that his left foot even hits the rope. In any case, though, it goes down, and you can see the jump of the ball here. It goes forward, and that's what gives away the fact that the ball does tickle that rope, so it will be 4 runs. Unfortunate, because it was an excellent piece of fielding from Ayush Patel. He knew exactly where the rope was, just didn't quite push it forward enough. So it'll be 4 runs, 6-6-4 from this Sam Thorpe over so far, and that's going to be another 6. Just don't think, and I like the matchup of left arm to left hand, but I just don't think going around the wicket is going to help him.
More coach fielding.
Yeah.
There's been plenty of that today. Thorpe's made his own bed of nails and he has to line it here. It's short outside the leg stump. And a couple of monster 6s. Hard to see a way back here now for Banstead. Walking cricket. Okay, there you go. Wide called here.
checking what happened here. It went straight over the head.
That's going to be a no ball. Well, I've got to admit I wasn't looking because I was in the chat.
It will be corrected to a no ball. So
maybe he's trying to call a double no ball because it was so high. And it looked like a wide signal. Anyway, free hit coming up. Tarling is going to try and hit into outer space. And he'll almost do it. That's out of here. Maximo into the 30s. Oh no, well, there's a level 1 breach over in the scorers table. That is Paolo Butchimatsa there. We've got Joe, we've got Simon. I think Dee's there as well. Where does this hit? We'll have to try and see.
It goes underneath the table, then bounces up. But rule 1 has been breached, and well, that one is going to certainly be a 6. No one's watching actually as it goes and almost into the Portaloos.
Oh, that's an awkward ball retrieval, isn't it? That'll be the end of the 7th over. Well, with so many, we've got Krista pressing the buttons, and Krista's still fairly new, but she's got a lot to unpack there. End of the 7th over, 133 for 4. And we had a couple of Rule 1 emergencies, didn't we? Earlier in the day, we averted disaster. But yeah, 35, a supersonic 7th, pretty much kills the contest. And it's 133 for 4. This is what's coming up. Spencer versus Weybridge. Spencer without a win, last year's finalists, and actually the best performers out of any of the teams here. And Weybridge will hope to go 2 for 2. We're back to live action here as we get ready for the 8th over, and it's going to be more of the same. Woods hits it into the woods. Another crowd interaction. Oh, come down at your own risk. In baseball, you bring your own glove when you go to the game. You might need to bring your own helmet here. It's 139, and now just 5 runs required to win this. They do keep their point at least, Banstead, because we do move into the 8th over.
I wonder if we've got time to fit in a quick, great comment in the chat, but might be all over on this one. Oh, it will be 6 runs, and that's exactly an action replay. This time, the 2 kids go after it, push each other out the way, and Aleph there, closest to it. But it will be a 6 to finish. We're going to have to come back to the grey and silver ashes because I think there's more to come from that.
We've got plenty of time. I've got at least 16 years, so that's fine. I'm happy with that. But hey, how about that? And we said this yesterday, didn't we? When we saw Banstead winning against both their games yesterday, you'd say, on another day, and maybe that another day comes the next day, you could be a very different result. And I think you do see here in the T10 format that just a couple of players firing or not firing can completely change things. And there's not one game that we'll see this week that you'd say one team can't beat the other. And that's, I think, what makes the tournament so exciting. So, yeah, go pretty close to a 4-point win there. They end up chasing it in 7.2. But East Molesey get over the line in match 7.
And it will be the first defeat for Banstead. Both of these sides then have a bit of time to watch. 2 more sides in action. Spencer ring the changes, 5 of them in total. They need their luck to change. As for Weybridge, they bring in Fazal Hussain. For them, it's a case of business as usual. They won the first one. Can they repeat the trick and go 2 for 2? That one's coming up in, it's a slightly longer delay now. 40 minutes time will be the first delivery there. Can be an intriguing one, I'm sure. Spencer will come out with a point to prove, and Weybridge, well, it was plain sailing for them this morning, but I'm sure there'll be a few bumps in the road for them as well as we take a look back at the highlights as Banstead taste defeat on the network for the first time at the hands of East Molesey, who continue their roller coaster series so far. Notched their 3rd win, having tasted defeat for the 2nd time this morning. They started off explosively from the batters with 23 runs coming off the first over, bowled by LPT, who wasn't able to repeat his heroics with the bat. When these 2 got going, Sheen and Southgate, we thought, this could even be a 7-pointer. 59 runs on the board as the opening partnership before Southgate did fall in the 4th over. Hit one straight into the breadbasket of Arjun Gill in covers. Archie Houghton, he featured with the ball in the first innings as well. Not quite able to fire. Just 2 fours before he picked out Ayush Patel. And this one picked out almost the Portaloos as Michael Sheen kept going and going. And Luca Woods, he came in at 4, and somehow it's not often you have a batter come in at 4 pretty early on in the piece and only faced 3 deliveries, but all 3 of his deliveries went for 6 runs. That was an outstanding caught and bowled by Ayush Patel, who managed to fall over, get back up and fall over again with the ball in hand.
It reminded me of some of those those painful fitness drills where they make you drop to your ground, then get up. There's even a fielding drill where I think you have to start lying on your belly. But, well, that's a one-time order paid off. But, you know, they kind of needed to double down after they got that little opening. And then Thorpe's over, went completely off the rails, went for 35. And Tarling, well, it just shows you when his day didn't start too well. But again, he's turned around this one, I think was correctly given for. It was fielded, but the ball just bounced on the rope on the way back. So, look, for both teams, again, they're very much in the mix. I mean, there's no obvious team that you'd say is going to be in 5th place at this stage. Could be actually any of the 5 teams. We're still pretty early, not even halfway through these qualifying matches. That one almost took out the scorers. Luckily, they survived. But this game wasn't too much longer for this world, was it? As we saw a flurry of boundaries. Hard to believe it, but the last 8 legal balls all disappeared for 6, except one that went for 4. So that meant that when the end came, it came quickly. And Banstead get the Type A reality check here in match 7. They fall to a 2-1 record, but we will see them a little bit later on in the day. But coming up next, Spencer, I'm looking forward to seeing them and seeing if they can get off to a win against Weybridge, who started very well. Now, Spencer, if they were to lose the next one, they'll be 0-3, and they'll probably be fighting for that survival more than pushing up to the top of the ladder. Having a look at the scorecard, Tarling comes in at the right time and ends up top scoring at number 6, 39 off just 9 balls. Apart from that, 37 Southgate back in the runs. Sheen with 31, including a huge 6. Luca Woods only faced 3 balls. They all went for 6. So really, when it all came down to it, even with Clyde going 6 and out, they end up doing it with plenty of time to spare. It wasn't without a wobble though. 2 for 15 was some in his over. Wickets also for Ayush Patel and Aslan Abbas, but just not able to stop the bleeding there. And Thorpe had a bit of an over to forget, going for 35 in his only over. So we'll take a break. And yeah, thanks again to everyone in the chat. Thanks to Rash for coming in. Really appreciate seeing you in there. Hello to Helix as well, to Ash, to Ian from the Premier League Cricket Club as well. Great to see you, Viking Bay, and Monty Luce. Anyone I might have missed. Wayne, of course. Hope you are going to enjoy this little break, but we're back in about half an hour as Spencer will hit the park, and Weybridge hoping to do the double to get their tournament underway. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff, and we'll see you after the lunch break for more European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where we're into game 3 of the day, match 8 of this ECS England, which sees Spencer take on Weybridge. Spencer didn't have the best of days yesterday. Remember, they were the losing finalist of last year. They didn't manage to pick up a single point in their 2 games that they played, losing out to Twickenham by 7 wickets in that game. They were bowled out for 80 runs, and then they lost out to East Molesey by 8 wickets in the final game of the day yesterday. So they're looking to make amends against a Weybridge side who have only played the 1 game so far. They had yesterday off, played the first game this morning, which was reduced to 7 overs because of the rain, and they brushed aside East Molesey. Well, it was a slow brush. It was the penultimate ball in the end that they managed to get over the line. They only lost the 1 wicket in that run chase, so they'll be looking to make it 2-2. Spencer, they've rung the changes, 5 of them in all, with a new skipper at the helm. Gus Grant, he takes the captain's armband, with Harshil Patel, Dan Smith, Ben Reffitt and Daniel Adams all coming in for their debuts in this series. Fazal Hussain, the only change for Weybridge, as Brent Kay looks to get his side off to a winning start on this day here, having won this morning, trying to do what Banstead did yesterday, which is win their first 2 games. Of course, in the game we saw just now, Banstead tasted defeat for the first time. Weybridge up at 78%. I think that's maybe overestimating or maybe underestimating Spencer, who are down at 22%, but they're a side that's got pedigree in this tournament, and certainly yesterday didn't exactly show us what they were made of. And the news from the toss then is that Weybridge, they won it. Brent Kay has decided to field. Unsurprising, given that Weybridge, of course, chased down the total this morning, looking to repeat the trick here as the men in purple make their way out into the middle. And the blue machine of Spencer are led here by Jack Scriven and Daniel Adams. 2 new additions to the side who will be looking to score the runs here. Spencer certainly need to up their game from yesterday. I suppose the beauty of the European Cricket Network is that another game is always around the corner, as is of course the case for Weybridge, who have the long stint today, playing games 1, 3 and 5 in the day. They'll come up against Banstead in the final game of the day, which will certainly be an interesting one, especially if Weybridge win this game. They'll go up against Banstead, who were the unbeaten side from yesterday, but suffered defeat in the game we just saw about an hour ago against East Molesey. So it really is an open group so far, isn't it? We've seen all 5 sides now, and yes, they already proved that everyone can beat everyone, as it's spin to start in the form of Nathan Tilley. Actually got a bit of a mixed kit situation for Weybridge. We've got some of them in the purple, which I know has got a lot of love in the chat. We've got also some in red, in black even. In red there in the background is our security man, Adam. He's been doing a stellar job. He had his glorious orange jacket on earlier today, but I wouldn't quite say the sun has come out, but it's certainly looking a bit brighter. The clouds that were up around our foreheads are now, well, out of touching distance, just about. The forecast is good enough, let's call it, for, well, the whole week really here in Wimbledon. Can't guarantee there might not be a couple of showers or 2 along the way, but it is a great British summer. And it wouldn't be cricket in England without a few raindrops here and there. This has been a nice start from Nathan Tilley, just the 3 singles. He follows that up with a dot ball. fielded there by Ansarullah Nuristani, who had a mixed opening game, went for a lot of runs, did pick up a wicket though. Direct hit here will be trouble, and in fact he gave up on it, did Adams. He knew he was a goner. The throw comes flashing in there from Joey Field. You can see he tries to put the afterburners on, realises he wouldn't even be in the frame, and just sends up a quick prayer to the cricket gods who answer. No ball called here. Must be another front foot misdemeanor. It's not the first time we've seen it from a spinner. And it's just that front foot pivot. In fact, his heel goes down, and you can see his heel is nowhere near that line. So an excellent call there by the umpire. Nathan Tilley, well, potentially ruining what would have been an exemplary first over with a free hit coming. And it does get swatted away as Daniel Adams gets a bit funky. And what would have been potentially a wide ball gets hit away for 4. Well, probably wouldn't have been a wide, in fact. In any case, Daniel Adams makes sure that it finds the rope. So 7 off that final, 6 off the final legal delivery. Spencer moved to 10 off the first. A circumspect start from them, unsurprising given that they may be a bit low on confidence from yesterday's antics. We take a look at the Challenger division for the ECC for men coming up towards the beginning of October. Of course, we have the Premier Division first, and then the Challenger division comprising groups 1 and 2, with the winner going through to finals day alongside the playoff winner from each group. And there's a lot of interesting teams there. Some that we see a lot of on the network, some maybe not so much. That promises to be, well, part of, must be about 5 or 6 weeks from Khartoum, if you include firstly the Meltle Shield, then the Western Shield, and then into the ECC, where we start with the Premier, go over to the Challenger, and then jump back to the Championship weekend in the Premier Division. As it will be Aidan Golding to bowl the second over here, and that's a lovely skip across the stumps by Daniel Adams. He went offside in the previous over. This time he hooks it away leg side. That will be the first Maximo of the innings. The ball chases him, but he still manages to get himself enough room to lift it away. Come into the side here, and immediately to the top of the order. Spencer just looking for someone from somewhere to give them a flash of inspiration after their performance yesterday. Anything but inspiring. Well, we did say last year here at Rains Park, prided ourselves on not losing too many Grizzlies. Well, I think this one is 1-0 to the Bushes as the new Grizzly is rolled on. Certainly a big hit down the ground. Well, maybe four-legged friend can sniff out the Grizzly in the bushes. I haven't seen too many dogs around the ground actually today. Maybe not enjoying the wetter weather, as Daniel Adams hopes that lightning strikes twice, but that one goes straight through him. Takes the pace off the ball there, does Aidan Golding. Time he goes more conventional, but that's a brilliant pickup, and it's a catch by Nathan Robinson, who starred with the bat in the previous game. That one was coming at a rate of knots, cracked right off the middle of the bat by Daniel Adams. He was probably waiting to see the ball fly over the rope, comes charging down the pitch. It's scraped up off the floor by Nathan Robinson right in front of the umpire, who leaves no doubt that that one was taken cleanly. An outstanding catch, made to look very straightforward by Robinson, but it is the first wicket to fall for Spencer. After a promising start, Daniel Adams falls for 12 off 7 deliveries. Worth taking another look at this one. It was just, again, a slightly slower delivery from Golding. And the batter there, Adams, has to wait and wait for the ball to come. When he does hit it, it gets cracked straight into the hands, and, well, the cat is on the prowl. It'll be 2-2 as Haller comes in. And this time he goes a bit more aerial. Of course, the right-hander looking for that leg side boundary. Well, we've got the cat in black doing the prowling in the bushes, and it's the man in black prowling the boundary who takes that one. Just doesn't quite get a hold of it. You can see the catch was taken comfortably inside the rope, just flicks at it. Does Freddie Haller, and he goes for a first baller. It's the captain out there in the deep, Brent Kay, who takes the catch. And Spencer's woes continue here, 17 for 2, still in the second over as Aidan Golding picks up his second wicket. He could consider himself unlucky in the game this morning, obviously reduced to 7 overs, that he only bowled the 1 over. He went for 17, picked up a wicket. It was Ansarullah Nuristani who got the nod instead to bowl the second over alongside Nathan Tilley. It didn't really work for Nuristani. He went for 41 off his 2 overs. But Aidan Golding, who bowled in the power play on that occasion, is doing the business again here in over number 2 with Ben Riffett, the new batter in for Spencer. Again, just slightly turns his hands over the ball. As that one jumps right over the stumps. How close was this one? Oh, I don't think Ben knew where that one was going, and luckily for him, it bounces on the front crease. He's able to watch it roll harmlessly by. But a brilliant over there from Aidan Golding comes to an end. 2 wickets, and after being hit for 6 on that second delivery, concedes no further runs and picks up 2 wickets. Going into the third then, Ansarullah Nuristani. Who bowls the third here. And the first ball is clubbed away for 6 runs. Here it is again on the replay. Jack Scriven just reaching for it a little as it nibbles away from him. He gets more than enough on that one. Slows up though, Nuristani. A good change of pace to deceive Scriven. Hi to everyone joining again in the chat. I know, of course, a lot of the Spanner Brigade are here in person, but it's good to see Ash and Julian there, and of course Ian from the Premier League Cricket Club. That one's going to go away for 4 runs, misdirected from Nuristani. I know Ian had some interesting facts about the over 60s and over 70s cricket in England against Australia, and the silver ashes and the grey ashes. Of course, Rash, who will be joining us in Gibraltar, covered that, so I'll maybe discuss that again with Vinny once he returns. But good to see you all in the chat enjoying the action. Certainly Weybridge enjoying their time on the network so far. Worth noting Ansarullah Nuristani, youngster himself as well. Weybridge have a very young outfit. Well, there's more wildlife, as we never let cricket get in the way of our nature documentary here. I wonder if that cat has found the grizzly yet. We can get some kind of food pyramid going on, as we've got the cat and the bird and the dogs maybe. That one's called a no ball. Gonna have to check that one on the replay again. Another confident call by the umpire. Looks like Nuristani just got his run up a touch wrong there. See by the fact that actually it came out of the hand very slowly. I don't know if it was an attempted slow ball or it just went wrong. In any case, it will be a free hit coming up for Ben Riffett. Another slower ball, this time Riffett reads it. In fact, it's Scriven on strike for the free hit, and that one goes away to the Portaloos. And well, we need the cap back because someone needs to go and chase that ball. Nuristani not had the best of days, to be honest, with the ball in hand. He's already brought up an unwanted 50. His 2.5 overs so far have gone for a combined 60 runs. Still got 1 ball left of his over. Can he launch a comeback? Better delivery. Direct hit would be trouble. Ben Riffett throws his head back in relief that the bails don't go flying off there. They scramble through for a 1, which was always going to be a dangerous one with that ball coming in. He wasn't even in frame was Refit, but he escapes. And Spencer escaped that over, making it, in fact, a magical 120 runs coming off it. 37 for 2 at the end of the power play. I suppose you can call that a comeback of sorts from the men in blue, given they were 17 for 2 at the end of the second. Much better third over between Scriven and Refit. Certainly their work is not done here. They need to somehow scramble their way up to something around 140, 150 would at least be a par score. Turning back to spin here, Weybridge as Nathan Robinson comes on. That one's just a bit of a loosener down the leg side, and it's going to go slipping and sliding over the covers. Hopefully the last that we see of the covers, at least on the main side of the pitch. Good piece of fielding out there in the deep to restrict Spencer to just the 2 runs. Interesting to see Nathan Robinson bowling here. Oh, he just about... Well, he throws the ball away. I think that's probably as a safety precaution. You can just see that right foot landing right on the tippy toes. He throws the ball away, but I think he knows he's safe, and he gets the nod of approval from the umpire. It will be a good fielding effort, but nothing any fielder can do about that, as that one goes flying away, and it's Bucci out there doing, well, a half stop, and he has to go and chase his own misfield. He was actually complaining the other day, was Paolo, that he hasn't had a game of cricket all summer. He was saying it's maybe the first ever year that he hasn't played cricket yet. Maybe that shows that he needs to get back in the training groove. Fumble there from Paolo. Cracked away this time. A bit flatter towards mid-wicket, and well, maybe we can keep our eye on the action. Oh, it's an action replay. We've had it cracked away to mid-wicket on our pitch, and then pretty much the same shot over there. Was it 4 runs? I think so. Just want to look where the ball is. I think we need a parallel European cricket coverage of that game over there, because it looks like quite an exciting one. Similar shot. Will it be a similar effect this time? Joey Field out there doing the fielding. And Nathan Robinson didn't actually bowl in that first game. Just the 5 bowlers used by Weybridge. I suppose it was a reduced overs game, so they didn't have too many opportunities to play around with their bowlers. Well, that one's going to fly away. And it will be the second magical over in a row. Nathan Robinson not able to affect the game too much with the 6 balls he bowled, 21 runs coming off it. He's certainly one to watch though with the bat. He registers 73 not out off just 27 deliveries in that nail-biting win against East Molesey. I'd imagine he'd open the batting again. It was the combination of him and Aidan Golding who did the majority of the damage in that run chase. Golding finishing 40 before he was out after 12 deliveries, and Joey Field came in and finished it off with Robinson. And it's Aidan Golding who will be bowling this 5th over, coming back for his 2nd. That one flies away straight into the belly of Seb Dunn, who we saw in the previous game do some fielding while lying on his back, and that one was fielded with his belly instead. I hope he hasn't just had his lunch, because he might be making a 2nd appearance. But he at least gets the definition of his whole body behind that one. And that's a beautiful shot. That's gone all the way for 6, and there's some back fielding once more. Straight from the Seb Dunn school of fielding, and there, Mr. Maximo. Well, you know you've done well when you get the Vinny round of applause. I'm not sure how much of this was self-preservation and how much of it was genuine fielding. Well, I'll say 50-50. Speaking of 50, the child with number 50 then goes running after the ball. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. It's a no-look scoop That's the best way to describe that one, as the youngsters tucking into their well-earned lunch. Worth taking another look at this. He knew as soon as he hit it, it was gone. All elegance. See you later. Ben Riffett, back-to-back sixes for him. And Spencer slowly showing signs of the side that we all know they are. This time he goes again and almost gets the fingers of the fielder, instead gets the fingers of the junior fielder, who does excellently to not drop his lunch. Half opportunity, maybe even a quarter opportunity, no more than that. As again, Riffett gets right inside it. Scoops that one away. This time he goes for a bit more of a conventional pummel down the ground. Ben Riffett. He's just 15 years old. Born January 12, 2010, which is slightly horrifying for anyone over the age of 15. Yeah, Ian asking if it's the same under 15 who plays for Surrey. Yep. It'd be a bit of a coincidence if there was two Ben Riffetts who are great batters playing in Surrey who are 15. Pretty sure it's the same one, and he's showing wisdom beyond his years now. There's that one again. Doesn't quite go magical. 19 runs coming off it. Mostly thanks to those triple boundaries. Two of them Ben Riffett didn't see. We certainly did, as we take a look at the calendar for 2025. Oh, it's not even an exhaustive list, because of course we've got the Jib 13 happening this weekend, and I'm sure there's going to be a few more events sneaked in here and there, but these are the main ones, and of course those in the darker purple are the flagship events that we're looking forward to bringing you from Cartama throughout the rest of the year. As Seb Dunn into the attack and straight out, as well, Vinny was about to join me in the commentary box, but you can see he didn't join me for long. He almost got smacked by his headset, such was his enthusiasm. I think he's been buoyed by the burger he had at lunch, and he's got some energy to burn off, and anyone who knows Vinny knows that he's not lacking in energy at the best of times, let alone when he's on a burger high. Full toss, cracked away. That came like a tracer bullet off the bat. Jack Scriven, he moves to his half century in 19 deliveries, gets there with a shot of pure brutality. I think maybe just gets away with it. It's the old pull up your trouser trick. And I think, yeah, it does go the way of the bowler, so it's not a 5 up, but it will be a half century for Jack Scriven. Slow ball, back of the hand, clubbed away to the leg side.
I'm back. Did you introduce me yet?
I introduced you as you threw the headset at me. I said,
well, I had a Corey vision there, because I wasn't technically on, which means I was allowed to go for it. But problem was, again, tent gate. I knew it was in the general area, and I just thought I'd give myself a chance. I was inspired by that fall down catch in the last game. Anyway, it's been a good counter-attack, hasn't it, from Scriven, who has gone to his half century and done. Liked his work today as well. I do like he's tall and he's got that back of the hander that if he gets it right, it creates some awkward bounce issues. But yeah, I was just spending the first few overs having a few chats to the spanner crew over there, and talking about all things ECN, some of the plans that we've got coming up. Full toss, this clean fielding. Oh, it just popped out last moment. Oh wow, almost manufacturing a run out of nothing. Have a look at this. Just a slight fumble, then comes up, double clutch, gives it back. Bowler's out of position because he's in his follow through. Don't think even if he'd gotten onto the stumps, it would have been run out, but it's a good stop, saves 4 in the end. Done pretty good over this, only going for 12 plus this. Uh-oh, that is monstrous. Heads up, kids. Well, it's the old double direction fielding. Scriven has knocked the cover off that ball. Great arm from the youngster, but it'll take 2 or 3 more throws like that to get it back to our field. So that over ends up going for 18 runs, and well, I think that the old London cab might have been in trouble there. That'll be the end of the over. Wait a minute, yeah, it's 95 for 2 after 6. What a hit, Tina.
That was absolutely clattered. Jack Scriven and Ben Reffitt doing the business here, given that they came in when their side was still rocking in the power play, 17 for 2 when they got together out in the middle. And Ben Reffitt, just 15 years old, he's already shown quite a bit of flair. 2 no-look hits over his shoulder, just waving the ball bye-bye. But Jack Scriven as well, the senior of the two, 58 off 22.
Huge 6. All right, this time it's the old lean across and look away, kind of paddle. It's going to go around the 45 and 4 more, takes them up to 99.
And that's the early Ben Reffitt trademark, I think. It's the 3rd time he's done this, Vinny. He just gets down on one knee and just levers the ball away. I think he's got the measure of this AstroTurf pitch. If you get down low, pretty much everything can just be sent over your shoulder. Is it throwing salt over your shoulder for good luck?
He's throwing. Right. Isn't it if you spill salt, you throw it over your left shoulder?
Well, he's throwing the Grizzlies over his shoulder at the moment.
That's going to be 6 as well. Maybe not quite as clean as the contact as some of the others, but yeah, Reffitt kind of boning beyond his years, isn't he, here, as he puts another one out of the park.
Jack Scriven is actually 30 years old, a youngster in anyone's book, twice as old as his batting partner.
It's a youngster when you're older than that. All right. This one was an interesting one, actually. He does charge and miss, and I just had a feeling that back foot was probably out. Now, it would have been a tough stumping for the keeper if he takes it. He's still got to get back to the stumps, and I think Reffitt knew pretty quickly he had to turn around and get back. Swing and a miss from Scriven. The close games have come today. I just feel it. And yesterday we had 5 big blowouts. So far we've had some really tight contests. Cunningham goes to Scriven on the walk. And we're happy with just the single. 50-50 game right now, Tina.
Super Goldilocks. Porridge, still waiting for it. I mean,
I love Three Bears. Great story. Enjoyed it as a kid. Enjoy it on so many levels as an adult. Bears aren't just to be feared, but a natural amount of healthy curiosity never goes astray. Yeah, it was fun over there in the crowd. Felt a bit dangerous over there, though. All right, this time he wants to go with it. Field it back with the flight. Can he get there? The answer is no, and he can't kind of bash it back in either. It was a good effort from Fazal Hussain, but it will be the end of the over. Another 18-run over, in fact, and Spencer after 7 overs, 113 for 2.
Do the Three Bears have names beyond Papa, Mama, and Baby Bear?
I don't believe so.
Is Bear their surname? They could hyphenate it.
True. That's something to think about while we look at the upcoming events. The Gibraltar 13. It'll be on the back pages, maybe even the front pages in Gibraltar, which doesn't have a lot to fill the papers sometimes. But that one is going to be up and over the top of the leg side. Maximal Reffitt. Well, he certainly knows how to open the shoulders, doesn't he? He moves to 40 in just 12 balls. Gibraltar coming up. Croatia's going to have a healthy mix of events as well, with T20s and T10 internationals, then the European Cricket Series for men, and then the Women's Series. Women's Series should be a banger. It's gone from best of 3 to best of 9, and let's just say I think it could be a few tired bodies at the end of that weekend. It'll be just be a two-team series, best of 9. Jinx Zagreb and Lavender Lionesses. 6 more. Thanks for coming, Reffitt, to 46, and Tilly getting a bit of heat here in the 8th over. Spencer go back into the lead.
These two are such a dangerous pairing, aren't they? Hitting it to all parts. And Reffitt, well, I think he plays more shots on one knee than he does actually on 2 feet, but it works for him, and he goes for the reverse, and this time finds the hands of Ansarullah Nuristari. They still managed to scamper through for a single. He middled that one. Just unfortunate it went straight to the fielder.
Got some important personnel news.
Uh-oh.
The security. It's a bit like the changing of the guard. It's very famous. But Adam, he's knocking off his security shift, and Chris is now guarding us. So Chris, thank you for your work, and you take your job seriously. Can't we get them the hats? Anyway, it's going to be Scriven who's going to belt this down to long off, but only a single.
I'd go for the horses ahead of the hats.
Oh, yeah.
Get the King's Guard. Yeah, it is King's Guard now, isn't it, on the horses?
I would like some sort of ceremony. Maybe, I don't know if it's probably too late to choreograph it now. Won't be able to get
Freestyle.
under this either. Good fielding. Ref at 48. You can't, isn't it true you can't make them smile? Is that the thing? They're not allowed to smile?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Because the royal family, they're like, oh, we're not a tourist attraction. But
Yeah,
it's
true.
literally the biggest tourist attraction in the UK. And these are they are on-duty soldiers, so they're not just there for show.
Yeah, sure.
They kind of are, though. And that's why you're not supposed to interfere with them in their duties.
Yeah.
But they're standing
But
there
they're
with
not
big
smiling. I mean, controversial. It's a very German thing, isn't it?
Oh.
Anyway, into the 8th over, 128 for 2. But yeah, I'm looking forward to. I guess my days off aren't the weekend; they're around the weekend, actually, around my travel to Gibraltar. So yeah, might see some of those things. Might take a visit to Buckingham Palace, take a peek at the Crown Jewels, a few other little things around, of course, and some big things. Anyway, the old no-look shot's back in vogue, although it's been called a no ball. I wonder if that's for 6 out of the circle. Might have been. So I think they only had 3 in the circle, which meant there were 6 outfielders, and so a no ball was going to result in a free hit. Illegal field.
I'm going to have to come back to the King's Guard because it is beautiful nonsense, as is expected.
Oh, yeah. A beautiful nonsense, actually. It's our new ECN slogan. Slow ball on the free hit, gets out of jail. And good work by Tilly keeping it to just a single. Tell me more then, Tina.
Oh,
Deep dive. That's Chris. He's sitting down. Don't be fooled. Oh, what's happened here? It's not another illegal field, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 in the circle. That seems all right. But yeah, some discussions going on. I think it's okay.
So I'm not saying that we're more durable than the King's Guard, but they were only at their post for 2 hours.
But aren't they not allowed to move or smile for 2 hours?
Well,
Ref, it's going to go to 50 here, and he's going to do it off 17 balls. What a start to his ECN journey. Nuristani just attempting a Yorker. Came out as a kind of ankle-high full toss, and beautiful whippage from Reffett. A half century.
every 10 minutes he comes to attention, slopes arms and does a march of 15 paces across the area of the post. He does this 4 or 5 times before halting, and then he stands at ease.
Goes for it again, middle length this time, Reffett. Hey, he might go past Scriven the way he's going. With an over and a half to go, Spencer found another gear. Team that made it to the final last year. They were without a win so far. Reffett trying to do something about it. He's got an interesting grip. His hands are actually quite a bit apart, which isn't necessarily optimum, but it works for him. You can see a bit of the bat handled between his hands. Good power. Slow ball this time from Nuristani. Okay, so 15 paces exactly, right?
Yeah, and they receive instruction on how to eliminate nuisance or any suggestion of threat from members of the public. There's a protocol which they follow which begins with stamping, like a horse. And then they will shout, "Stand back from the King's Guard," or similar.
So they,
I don't know what
they
similar
do
means.
talk, but only in
Nuisance.
Kind of, yeah. I'm going to bring Coy next time to the European Cricket Series. Anyway, Scriven is going to take back the lead or extend his lead with another 4 runs, finds the hole at mid-wicket. He moves to 69. So hold on. So I've never heard one talk.
Oh, you need to watch videos of when, because sometimes the tourists
Get too close.
Yeah, and they get too close to the horse.
Oh.
And then obviously that's not good if the guy's on the horse and the horse
has
freaks
the same
out.
rights as the soldier.
So then the horse says...
The horse says... Hold on a second. Look, tell me your source for the horse.
No, but then...
Took a bit of the leg there, so it won't be a wide. Into the over. 146 for 2.
If the first stamping and shouting doesn't work, he has to do it again. And then if that doesn't work, he has to cease his kind of chill position and go to port arms, where he points his rifle at the source of the interference. If these warnings are not heeded, you're clearly an idiot. And then he either has the choice of detaining the person himself or pressing the button in his sentry box, just the alarm button
It's
to summon assistance.
It's very different to the American equivalent, which goes kind of straight to level 4 with a slightly more violent ending. Hello to all our US-based viewers, by the way. Anyway, here's the 10th over. And it's going to start with a clip away, and it'll bring up the 150 for Spencer Maximo. Spencer on for 160s here, maybe more. And well, some excitement on the other field. Multi-ball is activated on field 3. And Spencer building a fairly healthy total. That's so interesting. Oh, it's a run out the background. We need a review for the other field, Alex. Yeah, it was given out.
We'll send them our footage.
It was a good decision. All right, high, really high, and caught. Nicely done. Reffett finally going to fall for 66, but what a good innings at pace from him. 66 off 21. Kay comes on and grabs a late wicket. Good work by the Weybridge skipper. And the score is going to remain, at least for now, in the 150s. Yeah, actually it happened in Prague when we had quite a serious injury, which luckily didn't turn out to be too bad. But we had the ambulance on the field and the player couldn't be moved, so we were watching the kids game on field 2, and we actually had a bit of action. We had a clean bowled. We shot it for a good 10 minutes actually. Slow-mo replay. We had a brilliant catch. That was a good catch though, not as easy as it looked there. Nuristani holds on to it. So Landray comes out, starts with 1. Probably smart, gives it back to Scriven. Probably is still time for that. This is interesting. At this point, do you even take a single? I probably wouldn't. I'd say like 3 balls. How many can you get? Well, there's 6. That's a good start. Why even think about singles when you can hit them like this? Scriven goes Maximo to 75. Butchie, computer in one hand and ball in the other. Butchie's been a bit of a ball magnet. He actually fielded a Maximo earlier when he was so deep. Not surprisingly, he was at the food truck and the Grizzly came to meet him. We're going to spend a lot of time in the break, Tina, looking up these videos. Beautiful timing this time off the hip, Scriven. Well, we talked about what happens when the guards get a bit aggressive. Well, Scriven's had a streak of aggression in this innings. Moves to 81 now. Batted really well.
He got a few runs yesterday in game 3, 29 off 13, but he's gone the distance here. Just the 1 ball left.
Very close to 50-50, despite it being a 165 score. Shows you the power we've got here in England. Last ball, and a rare miss hit. Goes onto the body, and they'll come through for a single. So clickety-click, 166 for Spencer. Now, I feel that might just put the percentages very close to the Super Goldilocks zone. Scriven with 82 not out. A very, very good innings. But, yeah, for me, the story had to be Reffett. He came out, of course, Hawler going for a golden dark, and Reffett under immense pressure to perform, but the teenager answered the call with 66 not out of just 21 balls. And in the end, Spencer, a team that risks going 0-3 if they can't defend this, I think they will be happy with what they've done with the bat, but the job's only half done. 166 in the first innings of match 8.
Yeah, certainly a good comeback from Spencer after yesterday's pretty miserable performances. Still though, they were rocking at the start of this innings, 17 for 2 after the early wickets of both Daniel Adams and Freddie Hawler. Adams, well, he hit a few into the bushes as the Panther was on the prowl there. Adams though went for 1 big hit too many, and that was a brilliant catch right on the fingertips of Nathan Robinson. Aidan Golding picked up his first of 2, and he picked up 2 in 2 as Freddie Hawler holed out to the captain Brent Kay in the deep. For a golden Derek, but then it was Jack Scriven and Ben Reffett who got to the crease together and put on a blistering partnership. Despite a misfield there by Bucci, he came back later in the day with a bit of a better effort, but their partnership was worth 135. Some fielding there which got Vinny blowing in a round of applause. He then came into the box.
There's been some good sit-down fielding. I was in, I was out.
Fire alarm.
Yeah. Not quite the opportunity I was hoping for. Everyone else is doing it. And so many balls playing into the crowd. Scriven was one of the reasons for that. And it was that key partnership, wasn't it? They put on 135. And that really formed the the nucleus of this 166 score. But yeah, always fun to get out in amongst the fans here as well. Not something we get to do in too many venues around. Yeah, late in the piece, we saw that last wicket ref going for 66. They weren't quite done yet. K's last over did contain a wicket, but it also went magical. 20 coming off the 10th, and Spencer rise to the challenge, 166. But something tells me, Tina, that 167 is certainly not beyond Weybridge, who started their European cricket journey with a win earlier on in the day, as we look at the scorecard.
Yeah, just the 5 extras bowled by Weybridge, who are certainly looking like a pretty tight outfit, but it was Jack Scriven and then Ben Reffitt who did the damage for Spencer, their partnership worth triple figures. And Scriven, he remained unbeaten, but a word for Ben Reffitt, just 15 years old and playing almost like someone, well, twice his age as Jack Scriven is, and some of those beautiful no-look paddles over his shoulder or just a shot that you don't see too often, but it's style and substance all rolled into one.
You know, they say everything comes into fashion sooner or later, and who knew that close your eyes and swinging would soon become a legitimate tactic. 2 for 26 for Aidan Golding. He opened the bowling and was probably the best of the bunch. Kay did take a late wicket, but also went for 20 in the last. We'll take a break then. 167 for Weybridge. Well, sit back and relax and enjoy, because this should be another great spectacle. Spencer hoping to break their duck in the 2025 ECS. Weybridge hoping to keep it perfect with a 2-0 record if they can pull off a big chase here. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and see you after it. Live from London, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where we're halfway through match 8, and Weybridge have a tough chase on their hands here. Spencer move their way to 166 for 3 thanks to a partnership worth 135 runs between Jack Scriven and young Ben Reffitt. Scriven top scoring with 82 not out. Reffitt no looking his way to 66 off 21, including 7 Maximos. Spencer really dug themselves out of trouble, having found themselves at 17 for 2. They've got runs on the board, probably just about above average. We saw at the start of today that the average score from yesterday was about 150, 155. So they've got runs on the board, do Spencer, but Weybridge have the opportunity here to get their second win at the second time of asking, having won that rain-affected first game this morning. Bonus point, of course, is on offer as well. It would be a big old chase for Weybridge if they manage to chase down the 167. So if they manage to chase this down in 7 overs, the bonus point would be theirs. We had bonus points all over the shop yesterday. All 5 wins were with a bonus point. Weybridge, I think they'll probably be happy at this point just getting the win over the line. With the bonus point equation then, as for Spencer, they of course have the opportunity to get all 4 points as well if they manage to restrict this chasing side to 116 runs or fewer. It looks like Spencer will be opening up with a bit of spin in the form of the gangly figure of Gus Grant, who's about 90% arm, and he might have a wicket straight up, and he absolutely will, as it's Jack Scriven who did all the damage with the bat, who throws up his arms and gets the first wicket on the very first ball of the run chase, and it's a big wicket as well as Nathan Robinson departs. Very first ball of the innings after he was the one that scored 73 not out in that match-winning run chase in the previous game against East Molesey. Well, his innings comes to a very premature end. It was Robinson and Golding out there to open up. He will be replaced by Joey Field. So it'll be the same top 3 for Weybridge, and in fact they only lost 1 wicket in that whole run chase. So these are the only 3 batters that have had an opportunity for Weybridge. If the first wicket and the first ball is anything to go by, then maybe we'll see a few more Weybridge batters out there. Regulation catch there in the back of the ring by Jack Scriven. Nathan Robinson goes very first ball of the innings. As Vinny comes back into the commentary box to join me for this run chase.
Good to be back, and royal duck time. How about that? The save Derek movement. There was certainly a discussion point when I was over there with the crowd. I did say, stay tuned. Might have something new for you. How about that from Grant though? Nice work from him, sliding it across and getting Robinson, who was so destructive in the previous game. Good catch too. Golding though, he was also very good. That's also very good. He's picked up, and watch out, straight over the spanner front row. And Golding, the first maximum of the innings.
Got hold of all of that, did Aiden. Himself only 18 years old. He scored 40 off just 12 deliveries in that win this morning. Got to maybe double down, get a few more if he wants to see his side home, and he gets funky. And it's a mark of the new batters of this generation, isn't it? They are absolutely fearless. We saw Ben Reffick going for the scoop, and here, second ball, Aiden Golding goes for the reverse and gets all of it.
I think Monty was right. He's talking about what we saw in the first innings, and just the modern player. They grow up practicing these shots just when they learn all the other shots. Where I think it's probably maybe I'll class this as our generation. You kind of learned certain shots, and then you were adding on when you grew up as the game was changing around you. But they're very comfortable, kind of switching to that reverse and whipping through the ball.
I'm still waiting for my lesson on the reverse.
Most people just see it on TV and just think they can do it. That one is up in the air. It's just going to creep away from Scriven, who was backing back from outside the circle. And that'll be 4 runs. So Weybridge, despite that early wicket, trying to get back in the contest. That was a good straight hit from Golding. Maybe not quite out of the middle, but this is power play batting. Just the 2 outfielders in play. Now he's going to take on the leg side. More catching practice for the crowd. Maximo. Golding takes the first magical. It's very, very ECN. It's going to be 21 off the first over, but 1 wicket is lost. Weybridge, a couple of percentage points ahead than their opposition. But yeah, just the ball strike has been so clean so far.
Another one to add to the collection there for Aiden Golding. And well, despite going for 21, maybe still not too unhappy with that over, having got the big wicket of Nathan Robinson. And just from a neutral point of view, I'd quite like to see Weybridge lose a couple of wickets to see what their batting order's like.
Yeah,
we've only seen the 3 batters so far.
A bit like we saw from Banstead.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw them lose all 10 wickets the other day, and I didn't look at the team we saw yesterday. Joey Fields come to the crease at number 3. He's another guy with New Zealand domestic experience for Central Districts, also a former New Zealand under-19s representative. So I'm sure he'll be keen to stick his teeth into this European Cricket Series. Facing up now to Oracle. And the first one is going to get through him. Good pace. And there's something fun to watch about Oracle. He's got kind of a steady run up and really kind of puts everything into it. He's very rhythmic. He's got the old school headband. That one really flew through to the keeper.
He's not the tallest, is he? But he just gets a bit of zip off the pitch. You can see how far back the keeper's standing, Cameron Kerr.
And they're still going up. It's a good take, actually, by Kerr. I mean, Kerr looks like a little Lego man back there. It's so far away. Have a look at it here. That was an awkward take. Sometimes you can switch your hands around there, but he wasn't able to do it in time. It was a nice bit of work. Probably a run there. I know you wouldn't think of it right now, but we actually saw at the Carter Oval sometimes batters taking this on. So the keeper's got a lot to do. Now he's expecting something similar. That one bounces straight over the stumps. He'll do a good job. This game is right in the balance. Sometimes they say bat for show, bowl for dough. If you can get a bowler that can bowl you a cheap over, a single figure over, it's like a tragical over for the batters, then that can put you a long way to winning these kind of games. And Reichel, so far so good. But I think he probably does go to the boundary here. Again, the pace on, flies past the fielder and the spectator. Field with his first boundary.
You think if we put every single ECM player in alphabetical order, Aiden Golding must be very near the front, and Zacharilla must be very near the back.
A to Z.
We must have an Aaron, a double A.
Oh, yeah. Several.
We must have Zacharillas. We've had Zachary's.
Wonder if it's, yeah.
We've had
First ever
Zoe.
ECN hat-trick, Zach Van Baren from VOC Rotterdam, ECL 19.
We must have had a Zoe. That would
Yeah.
be beyond Zach in the alphabet.
It's a very good question, and it's very niche. It's not going to be easy to find. Super Goldilocks zone alert. Well, momentarily. Maybe we've just fallen behind now.
Well, we had Zoe Quested for Upminster, and that's a ZQ. So I think
I like
on
this.
average, that's quite a
All
low
right.
alphabet.
This is catchable. Scriven to his right, needs to back, and he'll take it. Excellent bit of work. Field never quite hits his straps during his stay at the crease. He'll go for 5. Arakel, he deserves that. Built up the pressure, and then he gets another key component of this Weybridge batting order. It's 26 for 2.
That was a good catch, tumbling away to his right, takes it over his right shoulder, does Zach Scriven. He's taken both catches so far and contributed 82 runs with the bat. As Weybridge lose their second, 26 for 2, still a ball left in the second over.
This is going to be a hard search, but I'm going to try. I was watching, there's a show on Australia that's very big right now called Spelling Bee. And they do, it's not just spelling, but they do funny things like, I think the clip that I saw, someone sent to me was someone you think that is no longer with us, that isn't in heaven, put it that way. And you have to be able to spell their name, and whoever had the highest Scrabble score of that name wins. And there are all kinds of, I think it was viral because someone suggested Hans Zimmer, and he's not actually dead.
He's not actually dead.
And
No.
he's a composer.
He seems like
Oh, that would have been bold if it had knocked the bails off and hit the stumps. We had a really weird one like this in Prague. Because it hits the grass. It hasn't touched anything else. It comes back, but it comes back away from the stumps.
I think that's a bit harsh on Hans Zimmer. It seems like a
Yeah,
okay
exactly.
bloke.
So
He's only 67.
exactly. And also, whoever suggested him, the contestant suggested him, misspelt his name as well. Someone tried to put Queen Elizabeth just because they said I really wanted the Q and the Z.
I don't think Queen is officially her first name.
Someone tried King Henry VIII. Anyway, 2 overs down, 26 for 2. Slightly underwhelming start from Weybridge, and 2 of the top 3 back in the shed, but it gives us a chance to have a look at a bit more of their order. Tilly coming out at number 4. Harsha Patel to bowl the last over the power play. Gets this one to take off a bit. It's too spicy for Cam Kerr behind the stumps. Let's get through for a bye.
Well, he's ostensibly a spinner here, Harshal Patel, but he does zip it through. Feels like the pitch is maybe just getting a bit quicker, if that's possible. Well, this one's, he's just going kind of military medium. That'll be cut off nicely on the boundary, sliding away.
It's quite an interesting tactic. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but pace off, and you know if you bowl here, you know they're going to have to make the pace. They put the fine leg back. It worked that time. It'll work going forward. Anyway, this could be trouble. Up in the air, has to get around the umpire first, has to find it. No one is going to touch it in the end. Well, Adams had a bit of an identity crisis. He got the screen that Shaquille O'Neal would have been proud to benefit from the square leg umpire. But in the end, I mean, he's not able to find it, let alone catch it. Whoa. It's a perfect bit of theatre there. To be fair, the umpire didn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, we'll come back to live action because the fine leg might be back, but he's not back far enough. That's out of here. Maximo says mas.
It looked like a really slow foot chase between the umpire and the fielder.
In slow motion, it definitely seemed that way. But, yeah, another 6 runs. This game's still very much in the balance. Yeah, there it is. It was beautiful. I mean, Strictly Come Dancing's a big show here. I know that. And that was perfectly executed. You know, cha-cha-cha. Ball search alert. That's gone all the way to the bushes. Grant has time for a chat with Patel.
Well, we did lose a grizzly earlier. I don't think you were back in the tent. And I know we prided ourselves on not losing any, barely any last year. And that one went straight over there. And the cat went on the look for it. And even the cat couldn't find it.
Nice effort. All right. That's going to hit square. It's going to get through the fielder. He's having a rough old time there at square leg. Golding is going to move into the 30s. I don't even go to camera 4, but remember the changing of the guard? We said Adam is out. I think it's Chris is in. And right now, in the background, is it common for the changing of the guard for them to sit and have a bit of have a chin wag with each other after they exchange shifts?
It's the world's slowest changing of the guard.
Is there security threats they could get past because our 2 security guards are chatting to each other? End of the 3rd over. Weybridge 40 for 2. Slightly behind at the moment.
They do both have cups of tea in hand, so I suppose that's a dangerous weapon depending on how long ago the tea was brewed. Yeah, 2 early wickets then in the power play for Weybridge. Aidan Golding's still there, 32 off 9. Nathan Tilley has joined him. See there, the umpire signalling the end of the power play, so now fielding restrictions lifted and immediately more boundary riders are sent out, including a very wide long off for the bowling of Freddie Haller. He's going to go around the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, beats him with the angle there. He's too much of a threat of actually turning one, but it's an awkward angle. He is quite tall. Freddie as well gets good bounce out of this pitch. Now glance away, beats the man in the circle, and that's going to be for more crowd fielding. As Weybridge hope to make a move here in the middle overs. That rate required has quietly crept out to around about 18.5 and over. This is where, as a fielding team, if you can pull off one over that you keep to say 12 or 10, something like that, suddenly that rate required goes magical. Again, beautifully bowled by Haller. And he's just using that angle, using that line. A lot of batters trying to slog sweep the finger spinners. So you make it tough if you bowl that line. And that's going to be gone. Excellent work by Haller. Heard a little bit of a noise as it went past, but I think it was given as stumped. And Tilley again goes searching. Another frustrating innings. You look at Field and Tilley, they both end up going for 5 off 6, and it's really tough because someone else has to pick up the slack. Check it here on the replay. I think it's just a swing and a miss. And a good take by Kurt. Lost the hat, but luckily kept the ball. Regulation stumping in the end, as it'll be 44 for 3 in the 4th.
This is where a target like 167 becomes quite a challenging one, losing 3 wickets early doors. They just need to make sure to keep up with this run rate. It's still not guaranteed. They even get a bonus point or consolation point at this rate. Again, just the angle does it. Not much danger of it turning, but it just goes right across, almost diagonally across the pitch.
Thing is, to try and hit that offside isn't going to be easy either because of the bounce that Hall is getting. So it's not that comfortable to drive. So then, in the end, you're kind of hoping for a slog sweep bottom hand to take over. Nuristani gets a hit at number 5. And Haller fields this one with his face. Good enough. Dot ball. Have a look at this. Nyom, 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 says Freddie. The thing is, getting hit in your face isn't fun. And I think he was happy to save a run. But also, I reckon it's got him right in the schnozzer. Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, he took a lot of sting out of it with his hands. But then as he's falling, yeah, he's all right. I mean, maybe he'll get the concussion test light. Bridge of the nose and maybe around the eyes. But yeah. I mean, we've seen some interesting rebound misfields today, haven't we? I mean, Sheen earlier fielded one brilliantly, only to knock it over the boundary from in front of him. Anyway, Nuristani will have to deal with that. There's Adam in the background, our security guard, just having a cup of coffee.
I don't think he's moved in the last 2 hours after he signed off.
Why would you leave when you've got such great entertainment?
100%.
Anyway, Freddie, we're seeing double now. Last ball of the over. What an over. 1 for 4 come off it, and there were 5 dot balls if you include the wicket. So that's just the over we were talking about. The rate balloons to over 20 and over required, and after 4 overs, the score 44 for 3.
Pressure just mounts here on the chasing side. Weybridge Still 123 runs needed with that run rate now, over 20. You can see just with that one tight over from Hawler, the worm takes a dive back underground, back actually under the consolation point. They just need to keep an eye on that one. They certainly want to get a point from this one. Of course, they weren't able to get the bonus point win this morning in the victory because of the rain and delay and the 7-over game as a result. They did win that one, of course, Weybridge. And they certainly still wanting to make it 2-2. But Spencer here just turning the screw. Seems like they think spin is the way to success here, and it's Dan Smith to bowl the 5th.
Interesting. He's going to go over the wicket, and he's going to go for 6 first ball. Considering Hawler had so much success from around the wicket, I thought maybe he would have tried that. He's a different kind of bowler, doesn't quite have the same height that Freddie's got. But Smith, first ball is hit just over the boundary. Golding steps across, probably wide. Oh, now, geez, hits the stumps. Wasn't wide, remember, anything down the leg side, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, is a wide, and it's correctly called. I think he's home here. I thought probably bowler's end might have been a better chance. Well, again, we'll check it out. Misses by a stump. Let's have a look. I think he's home. Bat just down, you can see there. Once the bat's down, even if it bounces up these days, won't be out. Nice work. Good recovery by Cameron Kerr.
Are they mint?
Umpire does the right thing, sends it upstairs. Smith. Tossed up, but this one isn't elevated by Nuristani. Well, handled out there by Gus Grant, the captain of Spencer.
Aidan Golding again, similar to what we saw in the previous game. He's just been starved of the strike here. He opened up the batting, and this is just the 11th delivery he's faced. And well, it might be his last. As
well, keeper wants it, keeper gets it. Well, you know, they had a bit of bowler-keeper discussion there for a second. And Golding, you mentioned, was starved of the strike. But I think, you know, Kerr does the right thing. He's got the gloves. He can reach it comfortably. Sometimes these are awkward because it's going away from you and towards the bowler. So at some point, you know, it probably does become the bowler's catch. But I think here he does get there, gets 2 gloves to it, feels a bit of relief. And, you know, credit to Smith, he respects the call. And so Golding goes now. Weybridge fall further behind at 53 for 4. Well bowled by Smith. Just kind of dangled the carrot there. It was outside off. Got the false shot out of Aidan Golding.
Certainly trouble now for Weybridge. They're kind of victims of their own success this morning. Having only lost that 1 wicket, it means every batter coming to the crease now. It's their first go on the network, and it's Brent Kay, the captain, trying to steer the Weybridge ship here. But they're still some way off not only the target, but the 117 needed for the point.
The other thing is, they're probably, if anyone's allowed to overrule the keeper, it's probably the bowler, because it's his wicket. Just a little exception to the rule. I think Smith was right to leave that one for the Gloveman. Oh, that one is going to spin. And that's what I mean, gets a bit more side spin. That's why I think he's backing himself over the wicket, but that bounces straight over the stumps for 4 byes. So, an unhit for Weybridge, a long way behind. Need all the help they can get. What's the turn here?
You can see that the keeper was very much outside off stump there, Cameron Kerr. I think unsighted by the time the ball was visible again. It was already halfway to the boundary. This one, though, goes up in the air. It's a chase for the fielder, and it goes into his hands and then straight back out of them. This time, doesn't have the umpire to blame. A rueful look on his face as he throws up the hand of apology, does Daniel Adams. There's another opportunity. It was a tough one. He had to race in off the boundary as it was a massive top edge, and you can see the batter was almost halfway back to the dugout before Brent Kay gets given another life. And it might be another chance here. This one should be more regulation, and oh, it's been dropped again. This time Ben Reffitt, who could do absolutely nothing wrong in that first innings. This one, oh, it kind of squirts off the side of the bat, but he set himself, and it should have been straight into the hands, and it was straight into the hands, and then straight back out the other side. 2 drops in 2 balls for Spencer. You'd say they're certainly still on top here, but they don't want to start getting sloppy and just opening the door up for Weybridge. as they get to the halfway stage. 60 for 4. So they certainly need to up the run rate if they want to chase down the win. And that target up at 167, the run rate actually is 21, north of 21.
I mean, anytime you need 100 off the last 5, it's an uphill climb, put it that way. And that should be another one. It's probably a keeper's catch, but this time he's going to balk and he's going to leave it for the field. It doesn't matter, gets caught anyway. So Hauler, well, change of name, change of luck for Freddie. And yeah, Rufus might not have survived today too, but Freddie has. Freddie Hauler with another wicket. He's got 2 for 4 now. It's the end of Nuristani for just 2, and it's 60 for 5.
We're talking about double barrel names. Maybe Freddie wants to consider Freddie Rufus.
You know what's funny is this, I think on the team sheet, Rufus was above him. There is a Rufus in their squad. It's just a bit of a peculiar one. That's the reason that someone just misread the lines. There's Rufus Buller, who hasn't played on the network before. But hey, Rufus is Freddie's lucky charm. But Nuristani, he does hit Hauler in the face. But it's about the highlight of his innings as he'll go. Nice catch as well by Oracle, who's in the circle. Now, actually, I think you're looking at 4-point territory here, honestly. Still need about, what is that? 50 odd for the point. 5 wickets down. So yeah, the point's 117, so they need 56 now of 28. So they need 2 a ball, and they're 5 down. Meanwhile, Kay, he needs to counter punch, and that is exactly what he does. Maximal straight in the European cricket banner. And yeah, a good opportunity, I suppose. We didn't see too much of the Weybridge batting order earlier. And Kay deals with that shortish ball pretty well.
Needs a few more where that came from, does the Weybridge skipper. And he goes big and he gets hold of it again, pretty much in the same area. And this time, fielding is done by, I think that's a junior member of the Rains Park 11, as Adam continues to watch on. And I don't know how long that cup of tea has lasted. It must be cold by now. Well-earned cup of tea, though, after his sentry duties this morning. Good comeback, though, from Hauler, who, of course, picked up a wicket on his first delivery and gets pummeled for 2 6s. Henry Francis back on strike for the last ball of the 6th. Just faced the 1 delivery so far. And he tries to hoik that one away into the leg side. Will retain the strike. Well, it was a fumble, which actually let him go through for 2. Chase is on, and in fact, the bail's not taken off in the end by Cameron Kerr. So again, slightly sloppy in the field there from the Spencer outfit. A couple of dropped catches, 3rd time lucky when it did go in the direction of Ansarullah Nuristani. And they just, if they've got the opportunity to take 4 points here, they have to take it. Remember, they didn't pick up a single point in their 2 games yesterday. This would be the perfect start for day 2 for them. So it's end of the 6th. Weybridge 5 down. 76 on the board. They'll continue with the spin here as Dan Smith comes back on to bowl his 2nd.
Probably wide. I don't think got any of the pad down the leg side. Plus they get through. Well, maybe it does get a bit of the leg, so it will just be a leg by. So that not really going to Weybridge. Yeah, got to be brave no matter what you're bowling in this format. Now this edge is going to just get over the top of Raikil. Has been busy, but it will be 4 runs. Francis with his first boundary. But yeah, if you're not sure what that little 117 is in the bottom left-hand corner, that is the target for the batting team to at least hold on to their point. Remember, you get a point for like an honourable loss, if you want to call it that way. If you exceed 70% of the first innings total, and I suppose that can be the difference as well when we get to qualification and table position. A bit like, you know, if you've played weekend cricket, various levels, you might have a first inning result or you might have an outright result, for example. That's well struck. Kay certainly has some power, and he's got it on show. This time goes well over the crowd. Maximal, 6 runs.
Good one-handed stop by the extra fielder there, out there on the bench. Leaps up off the bench to take the grab.
Do you think in the ECS England we should have not just the MVP but the crowd MVP? at the end of the tournament.
MVC.
Best crowd fielder. Ties him up. Another one that hits the pad. Okay, probably wants 2 here. Might get 4. Foot fielding. Not something you see very often in the ECS England, but it's effective. And they will get back for a couple.
Oh, Zaccarella just didn't want to break stride here. And he put his foot down at just the right moment. Almost an ankle breaker.
Makes me nervous when he looks like he might step on the ball, but he's all right. Okay, with a big swing and a miss. And tough take for Kerr, but deals with the bounce well.
Yeah, I think we can have a junior award and a senior award for
I like that.
the fielders.
End of the over. So 90 for 5 after 7. And Smith, you know, despite getting whacked for a big 6 first ball, that was a pretty good set, doesn't he? 1 for 23. This is what's coming up. Banstead actually looked untouchable yesterday, but they fell to their first loss in the earlier match. So they'll take on Spencer in match 9. Spencer now looking like they'll pick up a win here at least. And yeah, before you know it, you know, they could be, if they win the next game, then they'll be level with Banstead, 2-2. So that's how quickly things can turn around as Francis is going to start the boundary with 4. There's some of our Spanish squad. It's good to have a bit of... Oh, Dave's after it. Let's follow him. Oh, no. Well, I don't know if we've got this bit of fielding. Dave, I like that he made himself an option where he said, you know what? If you want me to field it, I will. By then, the ball was back with the bowler. Anyway, we'll go back to the action, and it's going to be another 4 runs this time. Francis with the pull. Asks the question of the fielder out there, but it's going to be 4 more. They edge towards that 117.
Yeah, Daniel Adams tries to kind of reverse hook this one back into play. Only hits him on the way to the boundary. Well, certainly looking possible now to get the bonus point, 117.
Up in the air, and Scriven, he's caught really well, hasn't he? He's had different types of catches as well. And Patel will have a wicket. And Weybridge, just as they look to be at least getting to that minimum 1 point total, they lose a wicket. It's a 6-1 down. Francis out for 16, 98 for 6.
Scriven's 3rd catch of the innings, each one as safe as the next. And that will be the next wicket to fall. The skipper's still there. Okay, on 20 off 9. Henry Francis has to depart. Weybridge, well, you'd imagine here that the win is off the cards, but they want to make sure they at least get to that 117 mark to come away from this game with something. Take a look at this one again. He just doesn't quite get a hold of it, targeting that area. I think he wanted to see Dave doing some fielding again.
Yeah.
When he manages to see Jack Scriven take his 3rd grab of the innings, and it finally looks like Adam. He's taking his bow.
Finally. A comfort break. That's up. It's in the edge. That could almost go all the way. And I think it has. It's not just accidental. It's a Maximo. It's an Aximo or a Baximo, whatever you want to call it, but Hussain off the mark.
Well, it gets them up into the hundreds as well. 104 now. Into the attack here. First game for Fazal Hussain, and well, you can at least say he starts his innings with a 6. Not exactly where he wanted it to go, but not only has it gone into the bushes, I think it's gone for good, as I think they've even got a stick out there to try and retrieve that one.
You know, when the stick comes out, the search is getting desperate. And when they're saying, we don't trust a human arm to do the job, this is great work.
This is why you get the Spencer youth in, because if your senior bowlers can't do it,
And that's
the
why
kids have got to go.
You know, it wouldn't be unusual to have 15 in a junior team, because you may lose 3 or 4 kids in the course of the
There's
day.
still someone in there.
There's a rumbling in the bushes. I think they might have gone home. Wow, hold on.
I saw 4 go in.
Here we go. It's a boy. And the sticks come out as well. Best retrieval of the year. And you know, don't send a boy to do a man's job. I mean, the other youngsters were around about, but that's, yeah, I mean, one of the best pieces of fielding out of a bush I think we've ever seen on ECN. Anyway, the Aximo activated. Hussain to 6. Misses out on the next one.
Sort of half appeal there from Patel. It was right in front of middle stump. Maybe just the height there. Don't know if that caught a bit of the backside.
If the stick that Arakil brought out of the bushes was the middle stump, then it probably was out. But that was a lot taller. So was the stick to get the ball, or was the stick for his own protection from what might have been in the bushes?
What a man does with a stick in a bush.
That's only the first half of a sentence, Tina, if you'd want to just clarify. End of the over, 105 for 6. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo going solo for the next 40 or 50 seconds. 12 off 12 for a point. They should get there, but if you can, if you can pull out a good one here in the ninth, then maybe you can salvage something. Hussain at the crease with Kay. Oh, what an interesting over that was. Certainly one I might watch back earlier, later on in the night.
Was it Zakarilla in the bushes who's now bowling?
Yeah, and look, his number's falling off, and I think I know why. I think he was attacked by something in there. Anyway, it's going to be no rest for the wicket as his first one is going to go up and out of the ground. Another field invasion, field 3. Oh, is it foot fielding? Oh, it could be out. It's gone on the other field. It's a classic 6 and out, but the 6 was from our ground, and then
It's got to be a dead ball, surely.
no. Oh, okay. What do you want to see first? Let's see the 6, but then let's see the wicket over here. I'll call this one in. A little bit short, top edge, up in the air. Keeper comes around and taken.
On the second attempt.
Multi-ball. That's a wild delivery, and it's going to be glanced. More fielding to be done. I mean, you know, we're going to give the ECNHQ bigwigs some ideas that if we can start actually having multiple fields at once, just imagine how many games we could do in a day.
I think they'll just get us commentating simultaneously.
Yeah. I think
One
so.
ball here, one ball
I've
there.
heard of, big overlapping fields, and they have to alternate the deliveries. Have you heard of this before? Kind of more defensive push than anything else. 5 off 10 required for a point. 5 off 9 now. Yeah, I've heard of that. Even in Australia, I've heard. I mean, in India, it gets crazy because you have 11 fields in one spot. Okay. Thinking of more organised cricket, I've heard of overlapping fields where, yeah, you have to stop your game, watch, and they go 1 for 1. Just so no one's in danger. Raikil out of the wilderness. Solid strike, beats mid off. Grant was up in the circle. And tried to push the deep fine leg back. Probably not a bad tactic, because some of these shots might even be stopped and be nothing at all. But Grant not able to get down. So just 1 run required to at least guarantee their point here, Weybridge. And that will be it. So really now just playing for a bit of net run rate because they need over 6 a ball.
But you never know net run rate. I mean, the teams are so equally matched at the moment. Could be that net run rate comes into it. At the moment, you can't pick who's going to be number 5, can you?
Slower ball. Foot fielding from the keeper. You don't see that very often. See there, Weybridge have achieved a point, as confirmed on the screen. Hello to Steve Cook as well. Likes the name Spanner Squad. Yeah, Spanner Squad have been summoned. Those that can make it. 117 for 6 after 9.
I know the Spanner Squad is a little depleted today because Jules and Sarah, who were here yesterday, will be back tomorrow. Today they're going to the Lionesses Parade in central London, which I think is fair enough. It's not too... Well,
that sounds fun.
I was going to say it's not often that England win the Euros, but the women seem to win it quite a lot.
They deserved it too. And watched the final 2 minutes in the penalty shootout after the Stockholm final. Grant looks like he's going to come back for the last over. I might have seen Jules and Sarah last night. When I think London, I think paparazzi. And let's admit, we went with Jar for something. He had to leave early, so it was you and me leaving the establishment together. We ran into Jules and Sarah. But I was half expecting a few photographers in the hotel this morning as we were trying to fight our way to the car, asking, was it true you were seen leaving together?
Can happen. They were outside enjoying the patio.
Jules and Sarah
there.
had more press attention than us. Anyway, that's going to be up and that's going to be caught. So Hussain is going to go for 13. Grant with the second wicket, and Spencer are going to get the win that they will feel they deserve. Last year's finalists heading into a big double header against Banstead. They'll finish with their game against Banstead in the next game. So 118 for 7. Weybridge looks like they'll fall to a 1-1 record. Looking forward to this highlights package. Alex is a bit of a savant. You know, amongst our directors, you know, we got the James Cameron School, the Steven Spielberg School, and they take a lot of effort in telling a story. Adam in the background has just come back to have a chat.
I think we can have an Adam director's cut at this rate.
Mountain of coffee cups as well, where he's just wading through at the moment. Pretty well bowled by Grant. It's been pretty effective. Just be one. Cunningham at the crease for Weybridge. So I suppose, you know, we're almost at the stage in this competition where we've seen each team just look unbeatable and each team look under par. Short and outside the leg stump. Grant gets it wrong and Kay puts him away. A little bit of the old captain on captain action here. The result in 6 runs. But I mean, that's a great sign for the competition, isn't it? You've seen each team look unbelievable, and then each team also can get wiped off the park.
Yeah, that one goes into the bush again, and yeah, that's what we were saying at the moment. Can't call who's going to finish in 5th. Just, of course, the one team exiting at the group stages, top 4 going through to quarterfinals next Thursday.
I have more stick questions. Where did he get the stick? Where's the stick now?
What's the 6 sticks story?
Yeah, I'm just realising he came out with basically what looked like half a pole vault, and he just kind of tossed it away. I mean,
we didn't ask enough questions at the
It was a
time.
perfectly straight stick. It wasn't like a branch either. I thought it was kind of a man-made or manicured stick.
Well, you know it's going to make the highlights.
Oh yeah, looking forward to another look at it. Anyway, last ball. Any bat on that?
Nope.
Sometimes he stops him, sometimes he doesn't. But one thing for sure is Cam Kerr and his side will walk away with the win here. 166 to 129. Spencer with their first win. And it's a 37-run margin over Weybridge. And Spencer, big game coming up for them as well. So, yeah, Spencer, certainly, I think they would have been a little bit irritated after yesterday and back to the drawing board. I think one thing that will actually be a good experience for them that they carry into this series is they know don't take one result too much to heart. So they had a couple of off games yesterday, didn't grab a point, but they do start with a win today over Weybridge, who were pretty impressive earlier on in their first game. So yeah, the unpredictability score is off the chart here in this ECS. And that's the end of match 8. Going into match 9, which will start after a bit of an extended break, by the way. So we're about 40 minutes away from the first ball. Banstead versus Spencer, as Banstead will hope to recapture the results of yesterday, where they took all 8 points, but they did go down in their first match today. Spencer will hope to go back-to-back. Max Bell coming in for his first taste of the action. Got to say, I was really impressed with Scriven and Ben Reffett, the teenager, in setting up that win. And look, even though it's a high-scoring series, Tina, I think, you know, I'd rather be the team with 166 than the team that has to try and chase it down. And that's kind of how it works out. Weybridge come back to earth with a thud in their second match.
Yeah, it's still it's above par score, isn't it? And with 166 on the board against the Weybridge side, who actually hadn't had any of their batters apart from the top 3 tested, we knew it was going to be a difficult chase, but they didn't lack in the flair, especially early on. Aidan Golding, he was starting the strike really. He got to 38 off 11, but never really had anyone else in the top order to go with him. Nathan Robinson going very first ball of the innings. Then there was a 1-2 step between the umpire and the fielder. That one dropped safe. It was just too many wickets falling at regular intervals for Weybridge, which meant that they were really always going to fall short. There was a few rustles in the bushes as that one went past the diving Daniel Adams. And that one was a brilliant take by Cameron Kerr, who, he's a bit of a frog in the box, isn't he, behind the stumps, but when he gets it right, he's spectacular. That one was a crunch in the face for Freddie Haller.
A lot of things are said about foot fielding, but it's preferable to face fielding. That's a nice catch. He certainly had a lot of action, didn't he, Cam Kerr, behind the stumps? And look, not everything went their way, Spencer, but both had the runs on the board. I think that early wicket of Robinson, it's almost before we had time to think, but I think it cast a big shadow over the rest of the Weybridge innings because he was outstanding before. And just a couple of innings that just were a bit underwhelming. Obviously, Field going for 5 or 6, Tilly 5 or 6, two very good players, but just not able to get going. I thought Scriven caught really well. He had a good game, didn't he? And then this is where things started to get a bit interesting. We had the Aximo into the bushes, and then several people went into the bushes, then one man emerged and we were wondering, is he ever going to make it out? And then he came out with stick and came back. And then we saw a wicket on the other ground after a six. So very, very well done. Again, great to see so much cricket going on, but really the game was done. It was a question if they get the point. Then we knew they did, and it was pretty much a foregone conclusion after that. I think Gus Grant, he's quite experienced now in the format. He led the side well, led with that first big wicket as well of Nathan Robinson, and they never looked back. Spencer run out winners by 37 runs. 38 for Aidan Golding, another decent outing for him, but he didn't have a lot of help. Kay with 32 runs, but they were kind of consolation runs, weren't they, with the skipper batting at number 6. Apart from that, really only Francis and Hussain making double figures. So a bit of a failure from the top 5 to make too much of an impact outside Aidan Golding. Bowling-wise, well, obviously they had the runs on the board, they had to defend it, and it was a pretty good team bowling effort. If you look at all of the figures, no one even going at 15 and over, which is about a par rate, and all 5 bowlers get wickets. Haller, for me, probably the best of the bunch with 2 for 20, but honourable mention to Grant with his 2 wickets, and Araikal, I thought, bowled with a bit of zip. He was the most economical, actually, with his 1 for 17. So slightly extended break, an extra 15 minutes in this gap between the 3rd and 4th match. So we'll be back in around about 45 minutes to take you into a big clash between Banstead and Spencer in match 9. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff, and we'll see you after the break with more European Cricket Series.
ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Well, plenty of action around the grounds here at Rains Park today. 3 fields in action, but centre stage, of course, is the European Cricket Series. Our second series here at Rains Park and our second series in England this year as well on ECN. So coming up now, we have match number 9 and Banstead will return to take on Spencer in this one. Banstead had such a great day yesterday, but did fall to their first loss earlier today. Spencer, well, again, they're only just kind of getting into the stride of things, but let's see if they can continue in the right direction here. Let's see what happens at the coin toss now with Ian Ramage and the 2 captains.
Banstead, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Spencer, the away team, you'll call.
That's heads, that's tails.
Correct.
Heads.
Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you won the toss.
We're going to bowl first.
Okay, toss won by Spencer, who will bowl first.
Spencer have a win at the toss and elect to bowl. So we did see them build a pretty healthy score in that last game, but I suppose they just want to know exactly what they need to chase and maybe they can bat accordingly. And I suppose when you are batting, you've got a little bit more discretion, I suppose, about how much you want to turn up that dial and how aggressive you want to be and the kind of risks that you want to take. The ball really has been flying here today. I know we had an early morning shower, but does seem to have dried out quite nicely now. The field is lightning fast. A lot of the balls, though, they're not touching the field. They're just going out of here on the full. Great to see some young talent coming through as well for Spencer. I mean, a team we saw make the final last year. They haven't had the best start to this competition, but they're going to try and work their way back in here, I'm sure. Let's get ready for the first ball. And in match number 9, I can tell you that Spencer have sent in Banstead. Can they get their mojo back? Well, someone that always has their mojo is Tina Goff, and she's going to take us to the start of play. Over to you, Tina. Let's get ready for the start of match 9.
Thanks very much, Vinny. It's a tale of reversing fortunes for these 2 sides going out there in the middle. Banstead, they had a blistering first day, winning both of their games with a bonus point. Lost, though, this morning to East Molesey in a return of that game that they won by 10 wickets yesterday. As for Spencer, they didn't pick up a solitary point yesterday, but they came back roaring into the competition this morning with a win against Weybridge, a good one as well, by 37 runs. This time, though, they want to chase again, so they have put themselves into the field, and Banstead will have the chance to get some runs on the board. Just the one change for either side here as Max Bell comes in for his first viewing of this tournament for Spencer. As for Banstead, remain unchanged. Arslan Abbas, remember, he got 4 wickets in 4 deliveries yesterday, and it was the Centurion Harrow Al-Wassam that got his side off to such an outstanding start in the series. Neither of them really have fired so far today. Maybe that is why Banstead did fall to that defeat by 6 wickets to East Molesey, looking to make amends here, and certainly the win predictor firmly in their camp. But I certainly also wouldn't write Spencer off. All changed from yesterday. They made 5 changes to the side then this morning. Some of those changes did pay dividends, as it was Jack Scriven who got some runs. He of course did play yesterday, but was in the big runs this morning. 82 not out off 33, and the likes of Gus Grant, the captain, leading the way with the ball as well. And Freddie Horler, the name change seemed to have done him some good as well, as he picked up 2 for 20 in the win against Weybridge. Spencer certainly like to turn to their spin options, and it looks like Harshal Patel will be starting up for Spencer. Not quite a spinner, but he does take pace off the ball. Gets ones to zip through as well. Bit of a mystery bag is Patel. He has the ball in hand, has conversations at the top of his mark with Gus Grant, who of course opened the bowling in the previous game, did the skipper for Spencer. Looks like he's given the duties away to the man with the 18 on this shirt. It's the reversal 81 who's opening the batting for Banstead. 81 is Ayush Patel at the non-strikers. And that looks like the figure of Harrow Al-Wassam at the striker's end, limbering up, looking to repeat the heroics of the very first game yesterday morning. 125 he scored. Not able to repeat those heroics just yet, but he gets off to a perfect start. As well, it's a bit of a floor clearer there, as a man next to his frog and next to the child goes for the earthquake tactic of going under the chair. The frog was in danger as well, and the man who was just having a nice lie down on this now balmy Tuesday evening had to take cover, as that one should have been taken. And it's Freddie Horler who has been outstanding so far today. He's dropped that opportunity, and what a big drop that could still prove to be. Harrow Al-Wassam, not a man you want to give too many opportunities to, but he's been let off on the second delivery of the game here. Gets Ayush Patel on strike, who's had a bit of an up and down series so far. Got just the 4 in the first game before he was out the very next ball. Got runs in that second game for Banstead, where the 2 out there in the middle eased their way past East Molesey by 10 wickets. Well, we don't have another opportunity here. Where's Freddie Horler? He's under it this time, and well, just about every nail was bitten to the nub there. I think by his reaction, it probably wasn't as safe as he maybe made out. Sheepish grin on his face. The main thing is the Harrow Al-Wassam did in fact give him a second chance, and this time, well, I wouldn't say he makes no mistake. Let's take a look at what happens here. I think maybe because he almost did a little kiss on the ball towards the end, and either ended up with a new face and a new wicket. And well, Freddie Horler hasn't been best friends with the Grizzly today. Remember that fielding effort off his own bowling where it popped up into his face. That was almost face fielding round 2, as he manages to hold on. And it is a big wicket to fall, so Wassam once more not able to repeat the century trick of yesterday. He goes for 7. Banstead lose their first wicket, still in the first over. Harshal Patel gets his first. That brings Luke Pearson-Taylor to the crease, and he clubs this one down the ground. It's going to go all the way for 6. He's someone who's had a brilliant day too so far. He's kind of picked up where Harrow Al-Wassam left off yesterday. Scored some quick runs in the game this morning, of course. In the end, it was to no avail as they went down in game number 6. Starts off perfectly here, does the tall right-hander. Already a delicately poised game, 65% Banstead. Feels like one of these games where there'll be a few swings of momentum in each direction. That one is swung hard all the way. 6 runs, and I think it's been called a no ball. It has been called up. The man with the Surrey jacket on, clearly pleased with his effort in the field there, where it's a magical oval already. But we're going to have to take a look at this because it was called by the umpire, and you can see there, so many times actually in this series, we've seen the slower bowlers fall foul of the front line, and it's going to be double trouble here for Harshil Patel. Doesn't get out of the over without damage being inflicted. It was a 7-up followed by a 6. So what was looking like a promising over, going for just 8 runs before picking up the wicket, ends up going for 27 thanks to the no ball, and then Luke Pearson-Taylor cashing in. So 27 for 1 at the end of the first. Banstead, despite losing an early wicket, getting off to a perfect start in terms of the run rate as we take a quick look at the setup for this ECC coming your way, the men's tournament, September, October. We've got the Premier Division before we skip over to the Challenger Division, and then back for the Championship group of the Premier Division coming to you midway through October as we go into the second over here. And this might be an opportunity. It will be a catch taken as Gus Grant brings himself into the attack and gets a wicket off his very first ball. It's flashed off the side of the bat of Ayush Patel. And it's a sharp grab, but a relatively comfortable one there on the 45. And the skipper does the damage here, just darting across the right-hander. And there's always a good position there to have on the ring, just lurking for that miscued shot. That's exactly what happened here as Banstead lose their second at the start of the second over, 27 for 2, as Vinny rejoins me in the commentary tent.
Yeah, another big wicket. What a difference today makes. Cricket is one of those days. I mean, talk about other sports. Golf's one. I think people talk about. They play amazing one day and can't hit a shot right the next day. And to think that both those openers, think about 24 hours ago, and they were chasing kind of one. What was it? They chased 134 down in 5.5 overs. Those two, but today they combined for 8 or 5, and they're both gone in the first 7 balls. So again, the depth will be tested. This isn't a good ball though to Arjun Gill, who will come to the party with his first ball, and he is someone that I'm sure is keen to score some big runs here, because yeah, Banstead, despite taking all 8 points out of yesterday, they've struggled today so far, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries for Gill to get him going. Went for a duck earlier on. In fact, he was one of the Silver Duck Club. I think there were 3 members from Banstead back in match number 7, but a much better start from here. 2 boundaries.
Interesting that Cameron Kerr took that catch. Of course, he was keeping for Spencer in the previous game, and now he's kind of in the position that is closest to the wicketkeeper without being wicketkeeper.
That's true. Well, they got Jens back, and he was actually probably one of the better players for Spencer yesterday in their really tough run. Their 2 losses yesterday.
No one will be called a wide, but Gus Grant is such a dangerous bowler, I think especially on AstroTurf, because he's got that height.
Remember, the line belongs to the bowler. I just don't think this is wide when it passes the line. I think it's at least at worst against some of the line, maybe even potentially some of the ball inside. So remember, even though they have experimented again now with kind of being a little bit kinder to the bowlers, if the batters make a big movement across to off, they might kind of move that line a bit in their head. But remember, the line belongs to the bowler, so I think maybe a bit of a harsh one against Gus Grant there.
This one gets clubbed down the ground, and nothing harsh about that. It's a straight 6. Pearson-Taylor looking in imperious form here. And that's the trouble if you go across the batter. And if you don't quite get the angle right, it's just a free club down the ground. You could see Jens Wagstaff tumbling away basically off the pitch to stop that. In the end, no stopping that one. Yeah, it's something you see quite often, isn't it? Either with the right arm around action or the left arm over, that the ball sometimes goes across the wide line on the diagonal. And sometimes maybe the perspective we see is different to the umpires, and it's always called as a wide. And we think, well, if you take the wide as an imaginary line that goes all the way up, then it's going to be crossing some of it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You got to imagine that you can bang a stump in at the junction of the tram line and the popping crease. Any ball that hits any of that stump actually should be fine. But I know it's a tough call to make from front on. You're not in a great position as the standing umpire to judge that. And normally the benefit of the doubt goes against the bowler because, hey, batters own the game. 44 for 2 after 2.
I've been looking at the Banstead logo all week, and for some reason to me all I see is like a a cartoon mouse or something. I think it's
It's not one of those ink blot
It's yeah.
things. Hey, good news. Now that Spencer got a win, every team's got a win.
Yeah. All's fair in love and cricket as that one gets lifted away. It's Freddie Horler into the attack after a roller coaster first over for him. Drops a catch, takes one, and his first ball gets pumped away for 6 runs. Yeah, the Banstead logo.
I want to see it now on the screen because they haven't really taken a huge look. There's the Banstead. Yeah, you can see it on the bottom left of the screen.
I can't make out. I think it's maybe a plume of feathers.
Looks like a mouse wearing a sombrero to me.
I think the results are in Vinny and you're clinically insane. I don't know what...
Is it because I like nachos that's the first thing I thought of? Now we're gonna have to blow it up for me.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get Alex on the case because I don't know. I just see limbs. I see these two, the little ribbons at the bottom as some kind of limbs.
Yeah, I can blow it up for us here.
Pearson Taylor going well here, 29 off 6.
You see a mouse.
Quick run, direct hit will be trouble. Even if you manage to scoop that one back onto the stumps, I think Arjun Gill would have been stranded. Good comeback though from Freddie Horler, having gone for a boundary off the first delivery.
I've blown it up and I've got more questions than answers.
I mean, I didn't want to say, but my eyes feel like they're playing tricks on me when I'm looking at that logo. Great over from Horler. Can he get out of it without another boundary? Well, the answer is no, because that's an audacious reverse scoop on dog watch as well. As that one rolls away into the bushes, we need to get the metal pole back out. As it's still a good over from Horler, but he has it bookended by a 4 and a 6. That one straight out of, well, the final page of the batting manual. Unconventional from Luke Pearson Taylor, but he just uses the lift of the bowling and works its way into the bushes. And I think we have got someone on all fours getting in there. And he's already come back victorious with the Grizzly, and there we are. Someone wants the Grizzly.
Yeah, I've got to say the dog count's been slightly under, I think, compared to the Hornchurch series. It's interesting, Oracle, I don't know if it was affected. He's getting the trauma counselling after going to the deep dark woods, but he's been left down to the side. He's now, maybe he's going to be a specialist ball searcher as the 12th man. Slides across, this one will be called as well.
Again, it's one of those that just slides across, maybe on the diagonal. See where this one goes past the, yeah, that one maybe that just a bit wider. Yeah.
Back to live action.
Final ball part 2, and it's clubbed down the ground, and the wide will be costly as the next one goes for 6 runs. So what was a decent enough over from Freddie Horler ends up going for 19 runs. Luke Pearson Taylor once more inflicting the damage. Have you learnt what the logo symbolises?
I've done some research, and okay, I think it looks to me like a ram's head. I've only got a. If you look close enough, can you see the ram with the horns?
Oh, that's what those grey things are.
This is what it looks like, and then I don't know, in the background, what I thought looks like a sombrero.
They're 3 feathers, surely. That's a plume of feathers as we go into the 4th here, and it'll be Gus Grant.
More questions and answers in the air, and well dropped. Does stop the boundary, I think. They'll have to have a look at it. So save 6, but yeah, I don't know if it was a perfect bit of fielding, might have been caught.
It was going at some speed. I'm not sure if the cameras were able to pivot back quickly enough, because I think they thought, like we did, that it was a 6, but he throws his hands up in the air. And then the camera continues to go. The ball stops somewhere on the boundary.
I mean, it did seem clean, and he'll get the benefit of the doubt. Definitely when he picks it up, he's not touching the rope, so I think it'll be a clean stop. But yeah, tough chance, but probably a chance for someone like Scriven, who's fielded really well today.
Gus Grant has kind of taken the ram by the horns here, the Banstead ram, because he's bowling himself out here, trying to nick another wicket. The run rate is decent enough, as that one was risky business, manages to get through for what I assume to be a bye. I don't think there was anything on it apart from some of the wicket-keeper Jens Wagstaff.
Hey, any of the Banstead faithful that are watching, please jump into the European Cricket Network YouTube chat and tell us what's going on with the logo. I still see the ram's head.
Yeah, I think that's what the whirly grey bit is.
Ram's head and feather. It do look like feathers. I'm with you there.
What's the little beige bit in the middle? Is that the snout?
In the middle. I think that's the head.
Ah.
And I see the horns are around it. I mean, it depends how you look at it. Like I said, it'd be an interesting one in an ink blot test. This is when you try to ram but you get hit in the face. And that's the risk, I suppose. Concussion test time. Hopefully it's not too serious.
It's a metaphor for life, I think. Go for something audacious, you get socked in the face.
Actually always gone up under his grill. Oh, that could be a nasty one. He's actually, because it's come off his, I think his bat or something, it's come up and almost got under his grill. I actually hope he's all right there.
He's got the helmet off and he's got both umpires around him. But it does look like it maybe rolls up his chin.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It went up and under the grill. So, yeah, Pearson Taylor made a clatter, didn't it? I mean, definitely he's better for having the helmet on than not having it on. And let's have a look at it here. Goes to Ram. There's a little top edge, is that? Yeah, top edge. And nasty one. Anyway, shakes it off. They made a pretty tough cricketers, aren't they?
So I found an enlarged logo. We'll come back to that at the end of this over.
It?
Well, that one.
I've got a good one here, look.
Yeah, well, that one, the problem with that is that it's two different colours. On this one, you definitely see more of the ram. The three feathers in the background almost look like three darts as well. You know, you have a trio of darts. I don't think it is unless it's a dart gun that the
and
ram
in
has.
1842, actually, it shows you how old some of these clubs are that we've seen in the European Cricket Series. I know, I mean, Hornchurch, they go right back to the 1700s. And yeah, a lot of these clubs are from the 19th, 18th centuries. End of the over, 67 for 2. So, what have we got? So the three white feathers at the top could be the Prince of Wales feathers, which is an heraldic device historically used in association with Surrey cricket since 1915.
Yeah, Banstead is in Surrey, isn't it? So that would make sense.
Because it is in Surrey. So that, I think that's probably a good bet.
Into the fifth over here. Sticking with spin. Well, they're going to get pumped out of the ground, this time towards the Spanner Army. And even they don't try and stop that one, as it's Dan Smith into the attack, and Luke Pearson-Taylor takes no time at all to eye him up. He's on a run spree today, having got some runs in the previous game. And when Harrow Wassam doesn't fire, Ayush Patel neither. Luke Pearson-Taylor next taxi off the rank, and now he's just one shy of his half century, and he'll get there with a clubbed 6. That was just brute force. Chris, well, I'm not going to cast judgment because I did exactly that yesterday.
It's going to be 50, and it's a very good 50. Back-to-back for LPT. Brings it up off 16 balls. But, I mean, Chris, he's wearing the sleeveless sweater, and I feel it gives him a moral obligation to attempt the crowd catch. I think if you're going to come in, Chris, he probably knows his fielding ability better than anyone, and he steps aside casually and says, I'll get it on the bounce. Now, if Adam was still there, I think it would have been a bit of bravado taking over. I feel somebody would have attempted the catch.
The teacups would have gone flying, both of them, as they, you know, like the kids were competing for the ball yesterday. It would have been a scrap between Adam and Chris.
I love about this Banstead logo research is everyone's put it into AI and everyone's got a different answer.
You mean AI is not reliable? Who'd have thought it? A few tweaks and adjustments here. Gus Grant wants to send someone straight back down the ground. Well, the way LPT's hitting them, I don't think it matters where you put your fielders. Already 8 sixes to his name. 16 ball, half century. And well, it's Gus Grant who's now blocking my view. So if he could move kindly to the side. So that one goes into the leg side, and it will be stopped on the rope by Freddie Haller.
Only the 5th over. We've got to be on century watch, don't we? For Luke Pearson-Taylor. Not trying to jinx him, but I'm just saying he's got a lot of time. Not often you see a century outside the opening position, but we do see it from time to time.
Oh, it's hit firmly, and it's going to be a chase on. It's an excellent piece of fielding Gus Grant, he's got long limbs and he used all of his left one there to stick out a hand, almost behind him by the time he takes it into the dusty area of the field as well.
Grant goes back to childhood here and he plays in the sand, doesn't he? Straight in the sand pit. Great effort from the skipper, leading from the front.
LPT scored 61 off 17 earlier. He's now at 56 off 17 as he scoops that one. Won't have the legs on it. I think it's a bit of glove in the end. So one short of the halfway mark. 82 on the board for Spencer. Arjun Gill hasn't seen too much of it so far. 13 off 7 for him. Well, he clubs it down the ground. Will probably retain the strike with that one, getting to halfway. 83 for 2. Pearson Taylor, he's the chief architect so far. 57 off 18.
Yeah, well, let's bring you into the cube. Vinny sounding here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. And great to have your company. Day 2 is up and running. In fact, we just have this game and one more. And of course, Tina, you've got tomorrow off. So actually, we'll have a bit of a break from each other. Not just because we got spotted by the paparazzi last night, but we will be back, though, together next week because I'll be off to Gibraltar. Rico is in with me tomorrow, and then, of course, you'll take over with Rico for Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday. So, yeah, Rico Full will be in the house. I know Rico's had a little bit of a break. He can't wait to get back into it. Of course, he grew up in the UK.
Yeah, looking forward to having the UK team in the UK. I mean, sending you off to Gibraltar, I know you're going to have a...
That's true. Get rid of the colonial.
It's got to happen,
Send me to Gibraltar.
Might have happened in the past, you know.
Now, I'll be doing the Gibraltar 13 with Rash on the weekend, and Rash was in the chat a little bit earlier introducing himself, and I know that I think our community will really enjoy his commentary, and let's see how he can handle the pace of the T10, because I don't think he would have commentated T10 before. But yeah, Spencer having a much better day here. Now we'll have a little bit of a ramp, maybe not the cleanest contact, but does get the elevation to get over Wagstaff, and that'll be 4 runs to start the new over.
We'll talk about baptism of fire for Rash. It goes straight to Gibraltar where it might be quite fiery temperatures and straight into 13 games in 2 days. How's your stamina? Great little ramp there from Arjun Gill.
I was just looking, and you know how people sometimes Google themselves? I try not to. But you can now, obviously, you can AI yourself. And I'm just looking at, and so instead of doing me, because I'm boring, I thought I'd do you.
Oh, no.
So, your middle name's Maria?
Correct.
So I wonder if there's any fake news in this.
Does it have net worth? Because, you know, sometimes
yeah, okay, that's a good question. Here's Max Bell, by the way, coming in. Haven't seen him so far in the series. One's called wide. My figures will definitely come up in the red if I do myself my net worth. Okay. And it knows he was a freelance, because you're involved in sports, including as a freelance commentator.
Yeah.
And it's common that earnings from sports like this aren't widely disclosed, especially for associate level players and content contributors.
A content
Are you
contributor?
playing in the Content Creators Cup soon?
Yeah, I am.
Week?
That's why I'm not doing Monday, actually. Rico's flying solo on Monday for
And
1 day only. We're playing up at Derbyshire.
It won't give me an answer, so I've just said, have a guess.
That's what I do every time I go into my bank balance. I just say, have a guess.
Yeah, being a bit conservative here. I've seen your lifestyle. Anyway, this is a slow ball. Clever variation from Bell. Looked like a good addition. It's also good he's coming into a team that's feeling a bit more confident, I suppose, after copying a couple of losses yesterday.
Well, he does have Freddie Haller's shot on his back as well. Maybe he's the elusive Rufus Haller that we've been looking for. Well, that's a wide second one of the over from Max Bell.
Cricket match fees and bonuses, minimal, likely under 10,000 annually euros. You think it is under 10?
Couldn't possibly comment. Match fees and...
match fees and bonuses.
Oh, I'll have to negotiate with my agent, I think.
Oh, it says under.
Yeah. I feel like going under is pretty conservative, you know? Under $1 million, probably.
Yeah. I'll say I'm under $1 million. I'm under $1 million a year.
By all metrics.
Yeah, doesn't matter what currency either. I'm under $1 million.
Final ball of the 6th. decent over from Max Bell despite a couple of wides.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one-handed effort there. Jack Scriven, he took 3 catches in the previous game.
Scriven throws in a bouncer. Yeah, it's not easy to have an impact on the game from deep mid-wicket. Man, he's whacked Gill. One hand, one bounce. It's out in the backyard. I don't know if you got this at the end, but yeah, non-striker wears it. End of the 6th over. And Banstead 92 for 2. 162 expected. So yeah, actually still on for a decent score. Spencer, they looked very good. They looked a different team, didn't they? And Luke Pearson-Taylor's been carrying this inning so far with his 58. Gill with 20 runs of his own. And they're going to go back to the finger spin of Dan Smith. Smith, different kind of spinner than Hauler. A bit shorter. Actually tries to spin the ball. But this first one is going to be lifted up and out of the ground. A Maximo for Arjun Gill.
That was a brutal strike as well. Pretty safely outside the off stump, but he just smashes it across to the leg side. Not really turning, maybe just over pitch there from Dan Smith, and Arjun Gill trying to catch up with Luke Pearson-Taylor here. Gill moves to 26 off 13. He tries to go again. This time doesn't quite get a hold of it. Does he find the gap? No, he finds the familiar figure of Jack Scriven out there in the deep. That gets LPT back on strike. I mean, we can certainly still be on century watch. He's been kept a little quiet the last over or two, but he's got more than enough time. Best part of 3.5 overs here. And when he hits it as cleanly as that, then you certainly wouldn't bet against him. That moves him into the 60s, and it moves Banstead into 3 figures. They go to 105 for 2. Looking at an expected score, well, certainly looking at 160 plus, especially if LPT still stays in. They've got Gabriel Gorman-Finley carded next. Josh Stainer, he put on a little burst at the latter stage of the previous game as well. So they've still got options to come in.
I've had a bit of fun. I've asked a few more questions.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this should be out. Anyone? Well, keeper never saw it, so now fielders gonna have to try. It's tough when you're under the helmet because if it goes straight up, you don't really have a frame of reference. And I think, to be honest, Wagstaff had no idea where that had gone. I think if he knew, he would have been able to chase it down. So I asked. Obviously, in the women's game, you're a bit of a tour de force in associate cricket. But I've asked, if you were to compare Tina with a male cricketer, who would be a good comparison? I just left it completely open. And it's given you've got a match.
Okay.
It's given you a match.
This is like cricket Tinder.
It's not someone I was aware of. Again.
That doesn't bode well.
That's not bad.
And this is not bad. It's very good if you're Spencer, because it's a 3rd wicket. Arjun Gill comes dancing down the wicket, and he can dance all the way back to the dugout as Dan Smith picks up a wicket. It's quick and safe hands there from Jens Wagstaff. Had all the time in the world. Just got a little bit big there on Arjun Gill. And Banstead lose their 3rd, 106 for 3.
Yeah. And again, you got to say it takes a lot of courage to bowl in this format, particularly as a finger spinner, but he's brave enough to kind of take a bit of pace off. Kind of beats him in flight there, doesn't he? Gill runs straight past one. Wagstaff does the rest. So a wicket for Dan Smith, 106 for 3. So it has said that it looked for a match that plays for an associate nation, so not a full ICC member.
Okay.
Is an all-rounder, has a leadership or pioneering role in developing the sport in their country, and bounces cricket with a non-sporting career, given limited professional contracts. This is not me, this is the computer.
Throwing shade at me? We'll take it.
We've got a match for you, Tina.
Okay, end of the over, we'll find out who my destiny is as Josh Stainer. Well, it'll be a scramble down to the other end, and I think he's out here. He's the victim of middling that ball straight down to point. The throw comes in, and even without a direct hit, Stainer was gone. It's 2-2. Banstead lose their 4th.
Well, there was a moment that Stainer gives a, sorry, what? When basically his batting partner takes off. And yeah, Pearson-Taylor, probably smart if he just not run there, because he would have had the strike. It was the end of the over. But Stainer does the right thing. I mean, he goes through with the run. I don't think it was a good call from Luke Pearson-Taylor. Stainer looked like he was running up a steep incline there. It will be a run out. And Golden Duck. Nice work by Landry as well. But have a look here. Just kind of takes off, doesn't he, Pearson-Taylor? Like, of course it's a run, but Stainer rightly knew it wasn't. So 106 for 4 after 7. So I feel like I'm on a game show now, like a dating show, where you're like, Tina, welcome to your ICC cricket match. Zishan Maqsood of Oman. And it tells you why you are compatible as cricketers.
I feel like
Just to be very clear, this isn't a romantic match. It's a similar match. Yeah, it looks wise as well. Maybe not quite a match. But Zishan is a left-handed all-rounder, just like you're a left-handed all-rounder.
This is true.
So far,
So far, so good.
Associate nation, yes. Plays for Oman. You play for Germany.
I've played in Oman.
Really?
For Germany.
I wonder if you met. Wouldn't that be a bit of...
It's like a sliding doors moment,
yeah,
isn't it?
A bit,
I will say, they do say opposites attract, don't they? Just leaving it out there. Into the 8th over we go. Max
Coleman
Bell.
Finlay's the new batter, and he is facing because the run out was an on striker's end, and then it was the end of the over. He'll get the asterisk. There you go. After he swings and misses first ball. So career balance. Tina is a cricketer plus data analyst / translator / commentator. Zishan. Oh, that's good strike, but maybe not quite out of the middle. Still will be 4. So Gabriel Gorman-Finlay off the mark, the Scottish international. So yeah, you're cricketer and data analyst / translator / commentator. He's cricketer plus business commitments. Just saying.
Tell me more.
Left hand bat, left arm medium has you as, but I know you've switched to spin now, but he's left arm orthodox spin.
I want to know more about his business commitments.
Match impact. Record T20I partnerships and century. That's you. He scored the first century for Germany in T20 and T10. Well, that one is off. Is that back of the bat? Yeah, it is. It's not really what Gabriel was thinking. Uh-oh. Well, someone call Zaki because he's a specialist getting it out of the bushes and he's not in the team. That's a weird one. It was almost right off the toe of the bat and it sneaks away. And now we're going to go on. We're going to go on Grizzly watch again. Now, it was one of the best retrievals we've seen, but Zaki went so deep into the woods and something tells me Patel, he's not keen. It doesn't surprise me.
He's not even entering the woods.
He's not even 3 layers deep. I mean, we almost had to send out the rescue truck. Look, he's very hesitant. And Patel, sometimes you just got to man up and get in there. He's doing well here because he's looking like he's caring about the search, but he's just waiting for the new ball. I think Ian Ramage is going to fall for it. He's going to send a new one out there. But where's the big stick that Zaki Rua had earlier?
Oh my goodness, we've got an even bigger stick. Vinny, watch out.
Oh, that's huge. Well, sometimes when you think you've seen it as big as they get, life throws a curveball at you. That was a Sergio Bubka special. Anyway, wasn't required to use it. Anyway, Gorman Finlay is going to open up and he's going to go over backward point this time. Maximo seis carreras. Yeah, okay, so going back to your match, Zishan Maqsood of Oman. Yeah, his match impact is ICC events, match-winning spells in World Cups.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Status in national team, your star player and former captain. Let's not talk about how you got deposed. Straight up in the air. Easy catch. Could probably do it with his eyes closed. Won't do it with his eyes closed, but will do it. So Wagstaff will get Gorman Finlay, who goes 3 boundaries and out. A wicket for Max Bell, his first in the series, and the score is 120 for 5. Visibility, ECN features, and T20IW tournaments. That's you. He's ICC tournaments. But you're right. I do feel... Oh, by the way, there were some close matches.
Okay.
Less precise. Paul Sterling of Ireland. Bad luck. Obviously, not quite a Paul Sterling. Michael Rippon of the Netherlands. That's not a bad one. A New Zealand / Netherlands player. And Vinit Shukla from Luxembourg. An ECN regular with impactful performances, but low profile outside regional circles. Vinit Shukla. I know a lot of the Luxembourg players, but it's not what I would have gone for my turn. I think it might have been Arpit Shukla. But anyway.
Final ball of the 8th. Just whipped away for a single. So
down the rabbit hole here, aren't we? But I want to know more about the business commitments of Zishan Maqsood.
I think we all do.
I think that's where I'm going now. Cover me. We're going into the 9th where all will be revealed.
Well, Arslan Abbas comes in and whips that one away for a single. So again, Pearson Taylor is starved of the strike. 2nd over running that he finds himself marooned at the non-strikers end. This time he's got his captain to blame.
Ash has already said destination ECN wedding in Oman. We haven't had an ECN wedding since Mita and Steph. It could be a while before we have another one.
You make that sound like there should be regular ECN weddings. That one is clubbed away. Does it have the distance on it? No, it does not.
Good catch.
And it's a catch that was made to look easy there by Daniel Adams. Takes it on the run to his left. It will be the 6th wicket to fall.
Adams has had a few trials in the field in that position, but this is a nice catch. He just skips to his left and takes it about shoulder high. He had one that came from the stratosphere earlier when he had to negotiate the square leg umpire as well, but that's a nice bit of fielding. And it'll be another wicket, so Banstead again, 16 wickets they've lost in the day so far. 121 for 6. And hey, ever since I called Century Watch on Luke Pearson-Taylor, he's barely faced. That's the end of Arslan Abbas, out for only 1. Skipper has to go 121 for 6. I feel like this is a conversation that may now be played in a court of law somewhere. If I've delved into business dealings, I don't want to infringe anyone's personal business. But this is publicly available information, and it may not even be real. But Zishan Maqsood is an employee at Majid's Technical Services LLC, a company based in Oman. And he's been publicly acknowledged as part of the company's workforce during the ICC T20 World Cup 2024.
Public acknowledgement is always good.
Anyway, it's so obscure. Talking about corporate speak. Good off the field fielding. Pearson-Taylor does get the strike back. Maybe it was a bit of a tactical error when he ran that caused the run out of Josh Stainer without scoring. But now he is back on strike and he moves to 69.
It was, it seems, Aditya Kumar who came in and stole the strike, but Luke Pearson-Taylor has wrestled it back here. Century Watch certainly not completely off the table. He's got 31 to get. He's running out of deliveries to try and get there. There's 6 of them as he moves his way up to 75, clubs that one away into the leg side.
Watch it, watch it, watch it! Oh, VAR, I think it's a goal. Wow, that's very impressive. The far goal as well. This is where if Alex could put the white line between the goalposts, I think it gets there. And very fitting seeing that England, they won the World Cup on Sunday with the Lionesses. Haller, last ball of his spell.
Goes in a similar direction. I think that one's going to whistle away as well. This one could go, well, it's going to be stopped. And Dave absolutely loves that one, as does Johnny. I think Dave has some choice words there, I think, for the fielder who fielded it beyond the boundary. Hopefully saying thank you very much for saving my life.
Look at the first bounce here. Bang. And just kept rolling. And yeah, I love that. Love to see it. Johnny and Dave, just a day out at the cricket. 2 old chums. End of the ninth, 136 for 6 Banstead. Winning on points at the moment, but I don't know. Funny that 151 expected. Spencer still underdogs, be it only slightly. I just feel 150 Spencer would be pretty happy with that. And feeling with their batting and how they batted before, that's very, very chaseable.
I feel like they've missed a trick, have Banstead, by almost self-inflicting the starvation of Luke Pearson-Taylor. He's barely faced any deliveries in the latter stages of this innings, and he's going along 79 off 26.
Patil, who wisely stayed out of the bushes, is now available to bowl the 10th.
This one is a potential catch, and it's taken nicely. Ben Reffitt, the 15-year-old superstar, I'm sure we'll see him with the bat. He takes a tumbling catch. He dropped an absolute clanger in the previous game, but makes sure to make amends on this occasion.
Look at the form here. I mean, if there was such a thing as the 100 metres backwards, this is the technique. He's pumping the arms, and I was just worried he had no plan about how he was going to fall. He knew he was going to catch it, but then, oosh, a spine snapper for the young man, but he does it and does it well. So Aditya Kumar becomes the 7th wicket to fall, 136 for 7. I know that Tina's now going full deep dive on her cricket match. I can't believe how quickly you found him. And he is a businessman we've already seen making waves at the office. Can you bring that up again? He looks busy. Definitely not staged. Now we have a wide. Let's make a bit of a movement towards off there with shapes. We've got to set this up. Get him in for the World 11. Probably is a wide. I mean, there goes the switch, but tram line's still the tram line there. I don't think he made a big movement outside off.
I think he'd be a fair pick for either the World 11 or the Asia 11.
Oh, time for a chat. Wonder if they're talking about height there. Seemed fair, the wide call, because he switches, but it doesn't move the tram line unless they think that he's moved outside the off stump significantly, and this is where the grey area comes in again. But I think that's a wide. Now more. So sometimes people get confused. So remember, the offside wide criteria is harsher than the leg side wide criteria. So you're using the offside wide criteria. Is it outside? Is it outside the tram line or not? Whether that be the real tram line or the tram line that you adjust. But I think that's a wide. Yeah, I think the call will stand. Just queried. I can understand that in this era of reversages.
I think he's not going to get a call from the umpires, having refused
Maybe
to get in the
why he
bush.
didn't go into the bushes
Exactly.
before to chase the ball.
Had he?
The inquiry is going to intensify on Patel.
He fires that one in down with anger. And it's just about tiptoed on the boundary there by Gus Grant. I think, does he turn down the single there? I was busy watching the fielding, but
Yeah,
I think it's LPT still on strike.
Even though I want to see more Baker at the moment. We're watching Pearson Taylor, who hooks a ball that's definitely the one for the over. This time they do take the single, so we are going to see Baker. There's the one for the over. Remember, you get one bouncer per over. It can be over the shoulder, but cannot be over the head. I suppose if it's hit and it's your one for the over, that's okay, but two to come.
Oh, he flicks this one away, does Baker, and this is why I want to see more of the Baker's dozen. And rousing applause from his dugout. Clearly a team favourite. Oh, it says 4 on the screen. Did this one go all the way?
That's definitely 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's check it out. Check it out in the replay. I thought it was 6 easily. Yeah, easy 6. Yeah. Oh, Tinker Baker, Maximo Maker. Nice shot. Give him the 6.
Well, if he gets another 6 here, he'll finish on 13. Baker's doesn't. Coming up. Oh, not quite. He just knocks that one away. Well, they might as well run for the 2, but LPT decides to go for the red inker instead. He finishes unbeaten on 80.
9.56.
Neil Baker, a nice little cameo from him. Good to see him clear the rope. Solid final over from Harshil Patel. Goes for just the 8 runs, picks up a wicket as well. And well, it looked like it was going to get away from Spencer, did that one. Banstead was certainly at one point eyeing up a 150, 160 score, especially with LPT going the way he was. But then somehow in the final 4 or so overs, he just didn't find himself on strike. And the wickets kept on tumbling at regular intervals. So Banstead do finish 146 for 7 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, well, interesting game, isn't it? I mean, I think the computer's calling it about a coin toss. So there's plenty more to come. Can Banstead kind of get their bowling mojo back and defend this 146? I think it would be the best defence so far. Saw a couple go down, didn't we? Saw some good ones taken as well. But, yeah, it felt like they left a few runs on the table there, Banstead. Yeah, well, I know that you'll be deep diving into Zishan Maksood, exactly what he's up to. I think they're sliding into the DMs of a cricket soulmate. But let's have a look at some of these dismissals. I think Pearson Taylor, 80 not out of 28. Just seemed he felt like he should have had more of a strike. That was a nice catch, and hasn't he been a good addition to this lineup as well? With Raffet in the action. Took a good one later in the piece. But look, Spencer, time to kind of put up or shut up, isn't it, with the bat? Certainly few shy of par for Banstead and Spencer. They could do the business. And quite unbelievably, Spencer, who started with 2 horrendous losses yesterday, and Banstead, who started with 2 outstanding wins. They could both share a 2-2 record if Spencer can chase this down. Shows you how quickly things can change.
That's exactly what we were talking about yesterday, wasn't it? We were saying, well, Benstead have got off to a dream start here. They need to watch out. There wasn't much watching of that delivery as Arjun Gill danced past one. Then there was a yes, no, maybe, which definitely turned into a no, as it was a comfortable run out in the end. Well, at least for Banstead, they kept the runs going. They just lost wickets and were never really able to build a partnership. Luke Pearson-Taylor, well, the tragedy of that innings was that he came in early in the piece. He came in after 5 deliveries, and in the remaining 55, he only faced 28 of them. And he spent so much time at the non-striker's end, while the other batters, especially in the middle order, laboured away and, well, gave their wickets away as well. That was a nice catch in the deep by Daniel Adams, as Freddie Horler continues to pick up wickets every time he bowls. And Ben Reffitt takes a catch towards the end. And this is exactly why LPT needs to get back on strike. This one went up in the air. This was the catch from Ben Reffitt, showing the athleticism and bouncing bones of a 15-year-old. And you see as well, Spencer, they're a force to be reckoned with in the field. We knew yesterday that they certainly didn't show us all of their capabilities, but they've got to be careful against the Banstead side, who we know can blow teams away. Remember, they skittled Twickenham for 77 yesterday. But it is really the tale of 2 days for both of these sides. Banstead looked untouchable yesterday before getting rolled over by Molesey this morning. As for Spencer, well, they were looking pretty miserable yesterday, but came back with a big win this morning. So it could be, as Vinny was saying, by the end of today, by the end of this game, that it's honours even between these two. Luke Pearson-Taylor then, the pick of the batters for Banstead. Arjun Gill, he stuck around for a while before he danced past a delivery from Dan Smith. And Neil Baker, a little highlight, getting off the mark with a glorious 6. Doesn't quite end on the Baker's dozen, but he finishes 8 off 3. Tight enough bowling performance from Spencer. I thought they were excellent in the field, tumbling away. Not too many missed opportunities, apart from, of course, that very early one. Freddie Horler, though, made up for that with the catch that dismissed the Centurion from yesterday, Harwell Wassam. And Horler, again, bowls 2 relatively tight overs, going for 17 apiece, picking up a wicket. And, well, the 5 bowlers all picked up a minimum of 1 wicket. Gus Grant, I think he is a key bowler for his side, and Harshal Patil, he picks up 2 wickets. So at the halfway stage, 146 on the board for Banstead. Probably just about par, maybe slightly under, especially for a side that we know can go big. They proved that yesterday. But yesterday seems a long time away and a long time ago for Spencer, who are looking to make it 2 wins from 2. As for Banstead, they want to get their first win of day number 2 here in Wimbledon. So 147 is the target for Spencer, as we will return in less than 10 minutes for the run chase here. It's Tina Goff and Vinny Sandhu will be joining me as we see whether Spencer can chase down the runs needed in match 9 here on the European Cricket Network.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're into match 9 here at Wimbledon, and Spencer have a tantalising total to try to chase down here. 147 is the target, as Banstead lost 7 wickets on their way to 146, so Spencer have the opportunity to not only inflict the second loss in a row on Banstead, but if they manage to chase down the total within 7 overs or fewer, they will take 4 points from the contest. As for Banstead, they need to restrict the finalists from last year's series to 102 runs or fewer if they want to take all 4 points from game number 9 here in London. It's certainly a score that's par or par abouts. We saw at the start of the day's play today, the par score here from yesterday's action was around 153, probably skewed slightly actually by Banstead themselves, who managed a 210 plus score yesterday in their very first game. Since then, well, I think it'd be harsh to say the wheels have come off, but they had such a outstanding day yesterday that anything today would have been difficult to live up to. And they weren't able to repeat the trick as they lost to East Molesey by 6 wickets in match number 7. As for Spencer, well, their fortunes have been the exact opposite. They had a day to absolutely forget yesterday on day 1, not picking a single point up from their 2 encounters first, losing by 7 wickets to Twickenham, being skittled for 80, and then also losing to East Molesey by 8 wickets. And again, not even picking up that consolation point, but they made amends in the game that we saw just before this one, where they beat Weybridge by 37 runs. So Spencer looking to chase down this total, and it will be the left-hand, right-hand combination out in the middle for the men in blue. So it'll be Ted Landray at the non-striker's end. The first ball gets chipped away, and it's a funky start to the run chase here, as it's Daniel Adams impressing once more with the bat. He flicks that one away dismissively. It's the first ball delivered there by LPT, who was the star of the first innings with the bat, despite having not as much of the ball as he would have liked, and really that Banstead should have given him. Still managed to get his way up to 80 off 28 deliveries. He's tasked with opening the bowling here. Certainly would want an improvement on that first ball, which was flicked away dismissively by Daniel Adams into the bushes. Not the first time today we've seen that shot from Adams, who didn't play for Spencer yesterday, has come in today and impressed straight off the bat. I think even first ball loss, as that Grizzly goes into the bushes, and neither Patel from Spencer nor anyone from the Banstead fielders wants to go into those deep dark bushes. Zakarullah, he was in there in the previous game, and well, he's not playing in this game. Make of that what you will. Tries to go double down here, Daniel Adams. He'll probably be called one for the over here. You can catch that one side on, because it did go, yeah, well, pretty much just over the top of the helmet. It was a dot ball, so he could have been called a wide, but gets away with that one, and it's third time lucky for Daniel Adams. repeats the trick. This time he does get a hold of it, and that's number 2 for the bush as the grizzly rolls away. Oh, it looks like one of the blue crew, Yoz, has been sent out that way with a stump to try and stop any more damage. Well, certainly when Daniel Adams is at the crease, you want to protect that forest, protect the rainforest, because he loves just getting a bit funky. And there you have it, Yoz, with the stump in hand. That's not a sight you want to see down a dark alleyway. He's going along to try and reclaim some of those grizzlies. I know there's at least 2 or 3 in there. Daniel Adams has already deposited 1 in the bushes. 3 balls so far, 3 attempts at the same shot. Twice he's been successful. Does he go for a 4th? So he goes more conventional. Maybe he should have gone for the 4th paddle because he doesn't get in line with that one. It zips through to the wicket keeper. GGF back with the gloves in hand for Banstead. He does go 4th time lucky, but it might be unlucky for some as it's caught. It's an attempted acrobatic effort there from Tamash Raj. In the end, catches it, but only manages to catch it over the rope. And I think the look himself, he realizes he does the hard work of catching it. Maybe he would have been better served trying to push it back into play. In fact, that is what he tries to do, but he pushes it only into his own hands. So Daniel Adams, very much boom or bust at the moment. Everything going behind square. And there we go again. This time he gets hold of it, and Yoz comes with his stump. And, well, I would stop in my tracks if I were that grizzly. Beautiful stump action there from Yoz. Brutality from the ex-copper. 20 runs coming off the first. There we go. If you're in the woods today, you're in for a big surprise. Into the first then. 20 runs coming off it, all off the bat of Daniel Adams. 6.4.64. Almost impossible to set a field for as well. With, of course, the restrictions only limited amount of fielders allowed behind square, and I think Banstead at the moment feel like they could probably put 10 behind square, and half the time they still won't be able to stop it off the bat of Daniel Adams. Yadicha Kumar to bowl the second over here for Banstead. Spencer get off to a magical start. Ted Landry will face up. Didn't face a ball in that first over. Ted flicks that one away into the leg side. More than happy to give Adams back the strike. Curious to see what Banstead do with the field here. Of course, it's in the power play, so they're only allowed 2 outside the ring. Surely one of them's got to go back onto that fine leg boundary. How do you set a field for it, though? It looks like they're having the discussions here. And that's exactly, it seems, what Arslan Abbas is saying to his bowler. He's not hit a single ball straight so far. Everything has gone behind the bat. And they do send back Josh Stainer to the fine leg boundary, and they also send Cow Corner out. So third is up. Maybe he's going to go for the reverse scoop here. Said he goes for the club down the ground, and it's excellently fielded by LPT. Tumbling away to his left. Well, I think there was a bit of bat on that. It would have been a wide ball, and yeah, there was cause of catch it It was always a tough one for Gorman Finley. It was wide and it went even wider. In fact, he was done for pace more than anything else. He got both of his hands up there. It just zipped off the tip of his left hand and goes away for 4 runs. Daniel Adams continues to score behind square. Every single one of his 24 runs so far have come behind the bat, some more willful than others. You can see what Kumar's trying to do there, just try to cramp Adams up for room. Fortunately for him, you can't cramp him up that much that it goes down leg side. So the run rate here for Spencer, under 15. Anything under 15 is certainly something that, as a chasing side, you'd feel comfortable with. And there you go again. Daniel Adams. He's got good touch for a big man. That one just guides away. And I do feel they're missing a trick just a little here at Banstead by not sending actually both fielders back behind the keeper. I'd probably have a third out and a fine leg. They've put Cow Corner out. And at the moment, well, not a single ball has gone to Cow Corner, let alone anywhere else. Apart from that one hit straight down the ground. Easier said than done though. Trying to bowl to someone like Adams, who this time just fends it away. It's very much just knocked into the gap, and it's a skillful shot because he manages to hustle through for 2. Well, a game that started on a knife's edge, 50-50 more or less. Now in just the first 11 balls, tilts in the favour of Spencer. Thanks to Daniel Adams. And already showing signs of farming the strike, which feels like exactly what should have been done in the Banstead innings by LPT. That one does go past the 4th stump. It's the second time actually that Adams has missed that channel ball. Maybe shows an indication to the bowlers of where they should be bowling to him. The LPT, really through no fault of his own, was just not able to get to the end where he could inflict damage. When he did get there, he hit 10 sixes and 3 fours on his way to 80 not out off 28. Just didn't get enough of the strike, especially into the latter stages of that innings. Take a look at the standings then. Spencer propping the table up at the moment, and that's because they had a horror first day, not picking up not even a win, let alone a consolation point. They've come out better today though, and well, this one's going to go all the way as well. Ted Landray, he's saying, can I have a go? He does get just the second ball he's faced in this inning so far. He launches it towards Cow Corner. It's not the first time that fielder has been in on the action, having a laugh and a joke with the spanner crew as well. As Ayush Patel gets hit away, first ball. That's the leg spinner with the world's longest follow through. That one follows him off the pitch. Certainly see at least he's getting turn off the pitch. Fortunately for him, that one was wide, going even wider. So you'd certainly say a bonus point win here is not out of the question. Run rate just keeps on ticking down thanks to mostly Adams, who's back on strike here. 147 the target. If they manage that within 7 overs, will be the perfect win for them. As Adams does realise he can play in front of square, and well, he can play it to brilliant effect. Doesn't seem to hit that one actually too hard, but somehow pierces the ring and races away. It is a quick outfield here. Of course, we had that rain this morning, which affected the first game of the day. Since then, it's been relatively clear, a few spots about here or there. But that one raced away through the covers for 4 runs. And Daniel Adams shows that he's not just about finesse, he's also got brute force as he clubs that one down the ground. Back-to-back boundaries. And this over with the added wide as well, going for 16 runs and still 2 balls left as Ayush Patel needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat here somewhere. Oh, dog watch is back. We haven't seen too many about Hornchurch. I think there was more dogs than humans at some point. dog and owner come stand still to watch the penultimate game of the day here. Once again, club down the ground, and well, it feels like a 1-2 punch here from Daniel Adams, doesn't it? He played the first over and a half behind square, moves the fielders around, opens up the opportunities down the ground, and then cashes in. 42 runs he scores inside the power play as Spencer make an unbeaten 52 in the opening 3 overs. The perfect start for them, thanks in most part to Adams, but Ted Landry, when he has had the strike, has been able to find the big boundary on one occasion. Spencer looking promising here. Banstead need to find a wicket from somewhere. 2 magical overs so far in the power play. Actually, Banstead scored more runs, significantly more in the power play, but from there they just fell away. They were 83 at the halfway stage, looking like they might go to 160 plus in the end. Didn't even manage the 150, 146 they finished on, as the skipper Arslan Abbas, the Hall of Famer with his 4 in 4, comes on to bowl the 4th over here for Banstead, and Vinny joins me back in the commentary tent.
Yeah, nice to be back, and it is a decent power play, isn't it, for Spencer? How quickly ECN cricket and European Cricket Series can change. To think that these two teams couldn't have had more different opening days. They could both be 2-2. What I will say is probably Banstead still be a couple of points ahead on account of the 4 pointers they were able to get. But hey, who knows what's going to happen here.
Adams again goes for something a bit funky.
The thing with the reverse is it's almost certainly a premeditated shot. And that's always a debate about when and how often to premeditate. I just think with these boundaries, I think you're better off just kind of picking your shot when you see the ball more often than not.
Well, the one thing I'll say for Daniel Adams so far, he's shown unbelievable skill and power, but he's also faced a lot of dot balls. It's been very much all or nothing for him. That's already the 7th dot ball of this young innings, and when it goes right for him, it goes very right.
Like that?
Like that. And the problem is, facing dot balls means that, yes, he's on 46. Yes, it's off 18 deliveries, but I think there's still potential there to go even quicker. And that one premeditated, and it comes off. He's not afraid to go behind square. I think, in fact, he prefers to go behind square than go straight, and now he's just 4 runs short of his half century. He goes again, and he gets all of it. That one's going to be a flat 6. What a way to bring up your 50. 52 off just 19 deliveries. That one goes all the way into the bushes. I don't know where Yoz and his stump have gone, because that one will need some weeding out. He's certainly a batter that plays fearlessly. That was off middle stump, swept away, was dismissed to the boundary. He's putting his side in a very commanding position here, up towards 80%. You still feel a wicket or 2 here, and Spencer, especially their middle order, will be tested. Banstead just need to find 1 wicket from somewhere, let alone 1 or 2. I think again it's the reluctant fielders warily going towards the forest, and he has been recalled as Grizzly number, I've lost track, is thrown onto the field.
Good innings though from Adams, and he's given this responsibility, and he's answering the call, and he's dominated the strike as well, hasn't he, through this first 4 overs. Abbas has got the golden arm though. He's still got a ball left in the over, and the whole over still to go, but Spencer, certainly a game they should win from here.
Adams has done exactly what Pearson Taylor wasn't able to do, and that's farm the strike, and he does it impeccably, sneaking the single off the final ball. Ted Landry maybe feeling a little frustrated that he wants to get in on the action, but so far it's been mostly the Adams show. 64 off the first 4 overs. That run rate now comfortably below 14. And I think Banstead at the moment just scratching their heads about how they can set a field to Adams. I'd love to see his wagon wheel, because I think probably about 80% of his runs will be behind square. We'll see the worm though, as they're comfortably above that golden line, and well, the Banstead innings just fell away because of those flurry of wickets. 5 of them, 6 of them in fact, in the final couple of overs. As Adams heaves that away to the leg side. Well, thought they might think about going for 2. And they'll just content themselves with a 1. So Ted Landry, the lesser spotted Landry, gets an opportunity here. And it's Haral Wassam, Centurion from yesterday, whose fortunes have changed today as well, just not been able to get in on the runs again. But has the opportunity to try and affect the game with the ball in hand. Coming around the wicket across Landry, who gets hold of all of that one. You could hear the crack off the bat there. Now, there's a few kids around, certainly not as many as yesterday. And, well, maybe a sign of not quite the warmest weathers we've had here in London. And the Armless Wonder fields that one deep in the recesses of this Rains Park complex. This time Landry goes legs offside, and he's going to get that one as well away. So it's a 6 followed by a 4. Round of applause there. I think that's young Ben Reffitt waiting to come in. He, of course, was mighty impressive with the bat in the previous game. You got Daniel Adams, who brings the style, and Ben Reffitt, well, he doesn't even look. He just swings it over his shoulder. Between the two of them, they've got quite a lot of flair in this Spencer lineup. Well, that's wide, going wider, and that's certainly something Banstead can't afford. 5 of them, hold them up. The umpire signals 5 wides.
Yeah, not helping, is it, when you give away a few for free? I don't remember so many balls getting lost in the bush behind. I don't know whether it's bowling fast or just wider this year, but yeah, it's one where it's a tough one for the keeper. But yeah, it's actually about trying to get as much of your body and your head over there as you can. Your primary obligation is just make the stop. Anyway, I don't know who's going to stop there. Someone in the crowd, I guess. Maximo Landry saying now's my time to shine. And he faced a handful of balls in the first 4 overs, but puts that one up and out of here.
Well, the balls he has faced, he's certainly showed himself to be more than capable of clearing that rope. He only faced the 1 ball in the previous game. He came in at 5, got a solitary run off the 1 ball he faced. He's got more time to do some damage here. And he is certainly making Banstead wince as the partnership now moves to 87. Daniel Adams, 54 off 21. The left-hand, right-hand combination, I think, is just annoying Banstead, if nothing else. All their fielders moving here, there and everywhere, especially with the 360 style of Adams. They've now moved third back onto the boundary. He goes for a more conventional hit into the covers. It's half stopped by Neil Baker. That'll be the halfway stage for Spencer. 88 for no loss. Commanding position here. Just about 2 a ball needed, which is a nice position to be in when you're chasing a target, which is certainly a tricky one, 147 as well. James Basley, he featured in the Western Shield earlier this year. Haven't had the teams confirmed for later this year. I know there's going to be some exciting names, but you can catch up on all the news and updates and highlights not only on our social media channels, but of course over on our European Cricket Network Hindi channel. And if you don't know Hindi, the channel is the perfect way to learn.
What other languages would you like? So it's pretty rare for us, by the way. This is an absolute laser beam, and it's gone all the way. Maximo! Yeah, long off was lurking, wasn't quite straight enough to make that stop. And yeah, Pearson Taylor has to watch it go. It's so weird. I mean, England and Jersey, now we do Jersey, and I suppose in Gibraltar, the only places where English is the primary language. Actually, in Gibraltar, they've got their own dialect as well. Llanito, which is kind of a mixture of English and Spanish, which is quite interesting. So it's a bit of a spin out for me, I suppose, when I go somewhere and normally I'm translating or trying to make sense of signs in another language, and here it's pretty easy.
I know this language. This seems familiar.
Even though I am kind of bilingual in that I speak some Australian, which is the dialect of Australia. Some famous expressions like yeah, nah.
So you have a way with words.
It comes back to me sometimes.
That's flicked away. Daniel Adams continues to just toy with the Banstead fielders here. Must be so frustrating to field against and to bowl against, because he can just manipulate the ball any which way. And this time we've seen a few reverses. He goes for the slightly more conventional scoop, straight from the Paul Murray school of scooping. Do you feel like you regress to Australian-ish when you go back home or when you're around Australians?
Yeah, at times. That's a good cut shot actually from Adams. Moves to 70. 100 partnerships come up during the over as well. Spencer running away with this. Banstead, like I said, coming back to earth with a big thud so far here on day 2. I do find my accent, it was never very broad Australian, just kind of mixture of where I grew up, and there's not the kind of variation you see. There's Yoz, by the way. He's no one else could find that ball. Yoz has got it.
Of course
Well
he
done,
does.
Yoz. Little nick on this, and that's going to run away. Tests the outfield. Nice bit of fielding down there by Stainer. They'll get back for a couple. But definitely, especially in the sporting sphere, some of my teammates, it comes back a bit more. But I think over time, being away from Australia, I actually noticed, even if you listen now compared to a few years ago when I first was in Europe, my accent's become a lot more neutral. The Queen's English, my version of it.
Well, let's not get
King's
carried away.
English, I should say. End of the 6th, and it's 106 without loss.
Well, you kind of get these transatlantic accents. American English, maybe what would it be? Trans-Asian between Australia and England.
But it's funny, the Australian accent. We don't have really geographic accents the way that England does, or USA is another good example. But they do think, linguists will dig a bit deeper. Obviously, they do tend to think there's kind of a middle one, and then there's a more refined one, more the Kate Blanchett Australian, and then you've got the more broad kind of Steve Irwin kind of accent. So I don't know. I think I'm somewhere between the middle one and the fancy one.
Right in the sweet spot.
We have more of a city-country divide accent. In the country, they tend to talk a bit more in their nose, so to speak.
Like they've got a permanent cold.
A little bit. Anyway, Adams putting on a show. 40 to get, Spencer. Rare win for the bowler.
It's about the 3rd or 4th time that Adams has missed that exact shot. He hasn't missed too many of them, but the rare misfires have been right in that channel as Aditya Kumar is bowling his 2nd over here. Probably the pick of the bowlers in the first half of this innings, going for just the 12 runs in his first. No one else was able to escape with an economy of less than 15. Adams on the march, and again, well, maybe it's a bit too little too late, but they seem to have found the channel to bowl at Adams here, just slightly back of a length, outside off stump, and it's not exactly a groundbreaking tactic here. Seems to be working at least for Aditya Kumar. Spencer, though, unbroken opening stand of 107 so far. And that one's fleshy, right into the midriff of Adams, who tries to get a bit funky again, tries to work it away to the fine leg boundary. Just gets a grizzly in his rib cage. Oof.
Ouch. He's pushed back onto his stumps there. And spirit of the game, not appealing to handle the ball, now known as obstructing the field.
How many times have we had that on the network? It's had it a couple of times.
Yeah.
There he tries to get funky, and well, he gets Tortuga, does the wicketkeeper. Not exactly where Adams wanted it to go.
We've got the off-the-field fielders in all kinds of places now. It's a very fine third, nicely handled, gets back to business, whatever he's doing there with the keeping the hands warm. He's ready for action.
He's got like a whole, I think is he collecting balls? Is that where all the Grizzlies have gone? Into his pouch?
Certainly do a search. Last ball, the 7th.
There he goes again, this time.
Oh, no. Oh, dear me. I mean, he could have attacked it, but who knew that he would be under attack from a mixture of gravity and a lack of traction on the bottom of his shoes. So he decides to play the safe option, but there ain't no safe option European cricket. Almost like a goalkeeper diving the wrong way time to eat grass. End of the 7th over, 115 without loss.
It was like there was a rug under his feet and the invisible rug was just pulled away.
Or he had a rope tied around his ankle and a horse just bolted in the other direction. Tricker comes back in to do the keeping for Weybridge in match 10. This should be a good one. Battle of the purple teams. Weybridge versus Banstead. Haven't played yet. Banstead winning the toss, electing to bowl. Banstead staring down a winless day at the moment. Of course, this could all still change. Stay tuned. We're back in about 35 minutes with that one. But this one looks like it could be out of the ground. It will be. So, 32 required of 3 overs. It's funny, some venues, you'd have a sense this game was very much still live, but I just think with the quality of the batting we've seen here, it's very hard to find that single-digit over.
Oh, we know what they've got left in the tank as well, Spencer. We haven't seen the 15-year-old Ben Reffett, Freddie Haller, Jack Scriven all carded in the middle order. If they just try and keep this game alive, Banstead, stranger things have happened, but Ted Landrake mostly played second fiddle here to Daniel Adams, but still going at a strike rate of over 300. Misses out on that occasion. Misses out on occasion number 2, and not only does he miss out, he's going to make the long walk back to the dugout. It's a good piece of glove work there from GGF. Just a little walk down the pitch from Ted, and just gets done for maybe a bit of bounce. And it gets big on the Scotsman, but he's able to whip off the bails. In fact, Ted Landrake didn't even really make an attempt to get his ground back. So it is the first wicket to fall, but it's an excellent opening partnership that comes to an end. Spencer, 121 for 1.
It is a good bit of keeping, you're right. I mean, you are taught to stay low, but then you need to be able to spring up pretty quickly, especially on these artificial pitches that are normally pretty hard underneath. And I say this a bit, this isn't really in the coaching book, but you need to recognise the situation as a wicketkeeper. So there are the 2 types of stumping, or run out for that matter, but the type you have to rush and the type you don't, and the ability to recognise each when it comes along. So when you see a big kind of overcommitment from the batter like that, I would just, in that fraction of a second, I switch my mind to, I'm just trying to catch this ball as correctly as I can. I'm not really worried at all about breaking the stumps. And I think that's what he recognises there, and you've got forever. It's very different to a batter that might have just be sneaking his toe out of the crease. Then you are thinking about trying to get those bails off as quick as possible. Interesting one here for Baker. It's like he might have almost touched the line there.
Mahesh Patel absolutely obliterates the stumps unnecessarily and gets a finger owie for his troubles. My instinct is he's just about safe here.
Does lift it up at the right time, doesn't he? He's flirting with rope. I think probably benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder on these.
Yeah, I have a feeling the rope doesn't
I
really
never see any
move.
rope movement. And maybe benefit of the doubt goes to the fielders. Now the umpire does look like he's about to signal for, but I got a feeling, even though you might have a suspicion, I don't think you could say conclusively that he touches the rope, because he does lift his foot. So in my opinion, there's too much. It's been given 4. Well, there you go. I don't know. I think you're guessing there. You never see the rope move. He does lift his foot. Anyway, been a good day for Spencer. Adams laughing all the way to the bank.
I'll tell you what.
Moves to 80.
Gives him still an opportunity on century watch. You'd have to very much farm the strike, but he's been doing that brilliantly so far. And that one hits a bit of everything on the way through. And I suppose at least he keeps the strike if Raffit doesn't take the single here.
Yeah, that's where it comes down to in the procedures. There's provisions for doubt. Now look, if the umpires are sure there that he's touched the rope, then it's a correct call. But if there's doubt, the fielders, they get the benefit of that doubt. And that's just following the ICC protocols with boundaries.
Oh, in fact, that 4 was Reffit, so it'll be Adams on strike for the final delivery. He misses that 4th stump line once again. probably won't make a difference. Although we are going into the penultimate over. They need it to happen in the 9th here to Banstead, 126 for 1.
Adams has taken top billing, and they won't even show Reffitt's name on the scoreline. The youngster haven't earned his stripes. Thought he batted pretty well earlier today.
He got 66 off 21. Hasn't been able to have too much time at the crease on this occasion, but that's because of that outstanding opening partnership worth 121 between Adams and Landray.
And here's a bit of a scoop I've got coming in from an anonymous viewer. Ben Reffitt scored 137 for Surrey under-15s versus Wales Glamorgan under-15s at Esher CC yesterday. So yeah, get his name up there. Under-15. I mentioned I was a very good under-12s player yesterday, but I did play it when I was 44 in Madrid earlier this year.
You found your level.
Physio was called a bit more. No, well done. Yeah, Ben Reffitt certainly impressed us a lot. The way he kind of bossed it earlier today.
Into the 9th we go then. It will be LPT. Big match player. He needs a big over here, and it's a big swing and a miss on the first occasion from the teenager.
Good umpiring here. Goes straight over the line. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler in ECN cricket. And for me, straight over the line. It's one of the ones that used to be a wide. Good heat though, by the way, by Luke Pearson-Taylor. Good cricket all round, isn't he, LPT?
Time. Oh, it's a big old clonk, and he
got him. Wow, amazing. I can't believe he went to that end. That was way harder than it needed to be. And Reffitt's going to be the one who's run out. Wow, Blake van der Linde gets seen and raised, doesn't he, here on day 2 by Luke Pearson-Taylor. He just flicks it, giving himself a chance. I suppose, yeah, striker was slow to get going, and a brilliant piece of improvisation results in the second wicket. Reffitt is going to be run out for 5, 126 for 2.
Anything Blake can do, Luke can do better. He gets a fatherly tap on the back there from Yoz, and so it wasn't too much you could do about that. 9 times out of 10, he'd live to bat another day. It's an outstanding piece of fielding, worth taking another look. It was just dibbly-dobbling. I suppose he knew that of the two, it was Reffitt who was more in trouble, as he had to dig his bat out of the dirt and carry on to the non-striker's end, but then he carried on all the way to the dugout. Great piece of fielding by LPT, which, keeps this match alive.
One of the good things that comes with age, I'm not saying Luke Pearson-Taylor's particularly old or anything like that.
He's 22.
But when you do something like that, you get a sense, you can just wink at the youngster and go, still got a bit to go, son.
You'll learn. You'll learn.
I mean, being only 7 years old, probably not something that you'll try. But definitely, if you're 35 plus, even if you've been towelled up 100, 150, if you eventually you kind of give a little wink going, in time you'll learn.
Respect your elders.
Run out those singles. Hesitate at your peril.
Jens Wagstaff, the new batter, of course, he'll be at the non-strikers as Daniel Adams faces up. Slower ball, it's well executed, but the chase is on. I don't think they're going to stop that one. It's lifted over the covers, and a bit of a pressure releaser there from Daniel Adams. Takes it down to 17 needed now in 9 deliveries.
Still on 100 watch though. So what is he? He's 80 now, and there's still, what's that? Is it 21 or is it? Come back. So we're in 17 required. Oh, hello, dog watch. That dogs must be very close to the field.
It's on a boundary rope. We're not sure which boundary rope.
True. Still think there's a way he could do this. 6-4-1.
He can't do it in 6s, that's the thing.
Oh, pushing for a 2. Rarely get them in ECN cricket. And probably won't here. That's going to be a run out. Easy come, easy go. Diamond duck time. Wagstaff has run out. That's the hustle of a man that needs the extra run to get him closer to his century. It's 131 for 3.
I don't mind that. I think it's actually Jens who calls it. He basically turns and goes straight away. It wasn't the cleanest of turns. He pretty much slides his bat over the second crease line, but I suppose in reality, he was always pretty far gone. But fair play, because he knew that he wanted to get
he
Adams
was a
back on
willing
strike.
participant in being collateral damage. I'll give you that. But it was never two there. And Jens is going to have to go 131 for 3. 81 for Adams. 16 required for the win. So it's one thing that's very different actually compared to T20 cricket, which has actually turned into like a modern version of 50 over cricket. What it was that pushing slowly and getting 2 is quite a legitimate and it's kind of it's a fairly valuable tactic in the longer form of the game, but the T20 form of the game against good balls that you're not confident about hitting for 4 or 6. But you can see here how difficult that is in ECN cricket. Not impossible, but yeah, the odds are in your favour to just go for it here pretty much almost all the time.
Well, it's just going to be chipped down the ground and a brilliant piece of fielding. They won't even consider
Who
the
else
2.
wants to be run out?
Well, the good news on both of those run-outs is it kept Daniel Adams on strike,
Yeah,
but he's missed out on a few occasions here. And it's
What do they need?
15.
You can't, the other thing is the game's not done, is it? 16 off 8. I know we're looking at the century, but yeah, you got to try and win the game. 16 off 8. It's not a, well, 15 off 7 now. After that, it's not a slam dunk, is it? I think you approach this as a bit of a free hit. I think I'm surprised. Yeah, they put the third. I'll be putting the fine leg back as well. I think he might go funky, just because he basically knows free hit basically. Here he goes. Keeper, make the stop. Oh, hold on a second. Not that between the batter and the stumps. Let's have a look at this one again. That can't be a wide, because any ball that's between the batter and the stumps cannot be a wide.
And I think
And that's outside the tram. Especially even with the modern, even without the modern, it wouldn't be a wide. The ultra modern interpretation. Anyway, good news is I'll fix that up. So, yeah, I suppose that's smart. So maybe it was an extra tactic because he encouraged him to go for it and went slower ball, which meant it was harder to dink away. So here we go. 132 for 3 after 9, and we thought we might get a few closer games. This is looking like it could be one, Tina.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Daniel Adams wants to win this and win it in style, 3 sixes gets him there and gets him to the century. But if they only manage 14 from this over, we will go to the Golden Ball.
Well, you're Golden Girl, aren't you? Because the last one, Golden Ball 81, Straths Rising Stars, in a 3-over game against SC Crefeld Boosters on the 16th of July. So that was 13 days ago. Here we go. We've got spin in the last over as well. Wassam getting it. 15 to win. Oh, plot thickens. And clean pickup means you can't go for 2.
I think you've got to trust Freddie Haller here. I mean,
100%.
He's still a top order bat. They've only lost the 3 wickets. He's come in at 5. I think he was actually carded at 3 or 4. Give him the strike. And
Yeah, we've
especially
seen him up at 3.
Yep.
He's made way. But anyway, how about this? 14 off 5. It seemed, again, it's a good sign. A good lesson in ECN cricket is never get too far ahead of yourself. And look, they were cruising. I think they're up to 95% or something like that. And now we are right back to the super Goldilocks zone, 50-50.
the absolute brains trust has come out here. And it's air traffic control time for Patel and Arzan Abbas. I think in the middle, Hassam's just saying, can you just let me bowl? Of course, the left-hand, right-hand combination has persisted throughout because Daniel Adams, the lefty, has carried his bat so far. Will be the right-handed Freddie Haller on strike. He tries to go big.
Big fielding.
Should just be the one, but the fumble, maybe they'll try and go through for 2. Certainly, Haller was interested, but the stop sign is put up by Daniel Adams. The fumble then wasn't costly, at least stopped the boundary there, did Aditya Kumar. So now it'll be 13 needed off 4. Went for the big swing here. And scampering the 1, no more than that. They're just checking the boundary here, but it seemed to be relatively safe. Went into the long barrier.
He's inside, and he throws the ball away anyway, so I don't think he ever touches the rope. Again, benefit of the doubt. Go to the fielder anyway. Okay, so confirmed 1 run. This is where the rubber hits the road. 3 sixes for the 100 in the win, by the way.
Oh, excellent bowling once more from Harrow Assam, just nailing that Yorker. Just able to dig it out. Daniel Adams, so it gets Haller back on strike. It's now 12 needed in 3. And from a position where Spencer looked like they were just cruising home, suddenly they're up against it here, and the wind predictor swings firmly in the favour of Banstead. Wassam taking his time here. Every single delivery vitally important.
Oh,
just gives a...
worth a look.
We'll have
Also
a little
a
look.
bit of controversy. I mean, the clock, which you normally rely on, but I'll come back to in a second, but 2 Maximos will win it.
There's one of them as it goes into the crew, and Ian Smollett, oh, it goes straight through his hands. His moment of glory, and it's the second fielder. I think he's been a regular in the Rains Park 11 today. Has to do the mopping up, but Freddie Hawlett goes deep in his crease, and that one goes a long way.
So the clock on the screen, it did expire as the ball was running into bowl that last ball, the 9th over. But I mean, the umpires have the official timing. I know they sometimes they make some late changes that don't show up on the screen. So obviously a decision was made, and that the time was made. All right, 6 to win then. Oh, it's going to get through for 4, and we've got a last ball thriller. Hawlett has come and he's found himself in the hot seat. So it's going to be a last ball thriller. 1 to tie, 2 to win. That means we are very, very close potentially to golden ball 82 if this ball doesn't go to the boundary, Tina.
You've got to say Harold Wassam has bowled an almost perfect over here. Okay, the one slot delivery went for 6, but that was a perfect Yorker almost. It was dug out by Freddie Hawlett, and it went straight through the covers. Unfortunately for the men in purple, they didn't have anyone out deep in the covers, and now the Brains Trust have assembled once more.
This is a huge ball in the context of this tournament. And you're talking about Banstead either being 3 and 1 and Spencer being 1 and 3, or both of them being 2 and 2. Last ball, 1 to tie, 2 to win. Big finish. Here's Wassam.
He digs it inshore, and there's a chance for a catch, but it's going to go all the way for 6 runs, so it will be a win for the chasing side, and Spencer do it. It probably would have been wide actually had it gone down the leg side, but Freddie Hawlett, brilliant debut, brilliant cameo from him, decides to make sure as he lifts that one away straight from the Daniel Adams textbook, and despite a fielder being down there, in the end he was well shy of taking the grab. So a final ball finish after we didn't have any kind of sniff of a close game yesterday. We've had a few tight thrillers. We had the penultimate ball finish in the first game of the day, and the penultimate game has brought another thriller. We have to wait for the next golden ball, but Spencer, they level things up against Banstead, so the reversal of fortune continues for both of these sides.
Yeah, mixture of kind of elation and relief, I think, there for Hawlett. And the man formerly known as Rufus will send his team to the win, and both teams are locked at 2 and 2 now. Weybridge versus Banstead, last game of the day, and that's coming up first ball in about 20 minutes. And that's live here on ECN, our YouTube channel, of course, on fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Jack Tricker comes in and will do the keeping for Weybridge in match number 10. But Banstead, I mean, you wouldn't read about it, but against a very strong Weybridge side, Banstead could go winless in 3 games today after taking all 8 points yesterday, and it just makes this tournament so unpredictable. That's only 5 seconds. So let's go back and look at the highlights here of the second half of match number 9. And we're always on top watch here in the ECS England. And we're also on the watch on Century Watch. Adams 84 not out, gets his team home, although it was Hawlett that hauled them across the line in the end.
Yeah, it was a brilliant 2 sets of 80s, wasn't it? LPC in the first innings and Daniel Adams in the second, infuriating the fielders in the first couple of overs. Every single ball was going behind square, going left then right, and when the field opened up down the ground, he hit it straight. But it was those paddles that were just used to such great effect there by Daniel Adams, and when Ted Landray departed, he didn't see much of the ball, but he still put in a partnership of 121. He put 34 runs on the board before he jumped past one, and GGF did the fielding, but Daniel Adams at the other end continued his onslaught, and well, you could see the deftness with which he played. He scored 12 fours and only 4 maximos.
Yeah, that's true. Just think about that 9th overall happened to the 9th. Imagine if that wide call had stood and the clock expired and it was worth 6. I suppose we would have been robbed of the last ball finish. But anyway, you know, it was a good innings by Adams. He stepped up today. I think he's been courageous, you know, in everything that he's done. And yeah, he was given that responsibility. I mean, that was almost comical, like I said, like a horse had bolted and his foot was attached. But in the end, we saw this wicket go down as Landray went for 34. And then this little bit of chaos period, wasn't it? Where we had a couple of run-outs and Reffett just was slow to get started. Pearson Taylor with a little improvised look-away flick to get the run out. And then this one, Bagstaff, he would go without facing a ball. Then Horler came out, and it was time to kind of shake it till you make it with the golden ball watch certainly on our minds. It went down to the last ball where 2 were required. He said, well, why take 2 when you can have 6? I mean, it wasn't hit quite as well. It could have had a catch, could have had catch for the match, but a really entertaining game. And yeah, we've had some of those closer finishes today that we're known for on day 2. This one goes the way of East Malty. Oh, pardon, not East Malty, or Spencer, I should say, who come back to 2-2. So Adams with 84 not out off 38 is leading the charge with a lot of 4s in his innings, 12 4s, 4 6s. As Landry was his opening partner, and they put on 121 for the first wicket. But then a little bit of a wobble, but Horler came out and was able to deliver his 17, gets them across the line off the very last ball of the match.
Yeah, it was the opening partnership that really set things up for Spencer. 121 on the board before Landry fell. And then despite a bit of chaos, Reffett and Wagstaff not really helping the cause too much thanks to those 2 run-outs. It was Freddie Horler, the man formerly known as Rufus, who came in and steadied the ship and saw his side home with a bit of audaciousness that Daniel Adams showed throughout his innings. Just the 5 bowlers used by Spencer. LPT, who was the star with the bat in the first innings, wasn't able to repeat his heroics. In fact, there was just the 1 wicket taken by the bowlers. Ayush Patel, he picked up the wicket as Aditya Kumar bowled well for his 2 overs, giving away just the 17 runs. And it wasn't the worst bowling performance in the world by Banstead, but they just came up against the Spencer side, who are much changed in personnel from day one. And I think that confidence of that first win has translated here into a final ball flourish. And finally, after being starved of solitary points and close games yesterday, we've had them all today.
Yeah, definitely a good effort by, I thought, by Aditya Kumar, number 17. Kept game alive with a couple of economical overs, and that wasn't easy given that the opening partnership was up and away for Spencer. But yeah, they recover. They are now 2-2, so are Banstead, and the plot thickens. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the last game of the day in the Battle of the Purple People. It'll be Weybridge versus Banstead when we return to close out day 2 here in England. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, Tina Golf, back soon with more European Cricket Series.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Time to round out day 2 with match number 10. And we'll get to see two teams playing that haven't played so far in the competition. Nice to see a few more close contests here on day 2 compared to opening day. That's the way we like it in the European Cricket Series. So should be a really good one here. Weybridge take on Banstead in the last game of the day. Let's see what happens with Ian Ramage, who's got the coin, and the two captains.
Weybridge, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Banstead, as the away team, you'll call. Here you go.
Heads.
Heads is being called. That's come down heads. So you've won the toss.
We'll have a bowl.
Okay, toss on by Banstead, who will bowl first.
Banstead win and they elect to bowl first, and so they'll be on the chase later on in this one. But I've got to say, Weybridge, they've really hit the ground running. They had a good win first up, but had a bit of a wobble. They got a 1-1 record at the moment. Banstead, I mean, they've come back to earth today as well compared to their performances yesterday. But one thing's for sure, this is a really, really unpredictable Group A, and it's very hard to kind of see which team might drop out at this stage because both teams have had their ups and downs. And don't forget, we're not even halfway through the qualifying matches. Tina Goff is in the commentary box for Battle of the Purple Power teams here. Tina, looking forward to it. And I can tell you that the news from the toss is that Banstead, they have sent in Weybridge. So get ready for some more balls to fly. Over to you as we get ready for the start of match 10.
Thanks very much, Vinny, as we're into the final game of the day here at Wimbledon with Weybridge facing up against Banstead. Banstead, oh, they've had a roller coaster 2 days so far. Well, untouchable day 1, came back today though, and it's 2 losses in 2. And at least won the toss on this occasion. And they've decided to field, so they want to chase. Unsurprising given that the 2 games they've lost, they've batted first. So I think they prefer chasing the runs down, and that's what they have got the opportunity to do here. As for Weybridge, remember they didn't play yesterday, that was their day off, come into the tournament late today, and it's been a mixed bag for them. They were slight victims of the weather this morning. The game was reduced to 7 overs, but they were able to edge a penultimate ball thriller against East Molesey, getting home with a 9-wicket win with 1 ball to spare. And then they came back in game 8 and lost to Spencer by 37 runs, so they're looking for their second win. Banstead looking for their first win of the day. Jack Tricker comes in for Weybridge and takes the gloves. Banstead remain unchanged with the captain Arslan Abbas and Harold Wasim, the hat-trick hero and the centurion respectively from yesterday, looking to capture a bit of that magic once more for the men in purple. Well, it's purple power in this final game with purple on both sides. Only one of them can emerge victorious in this final game of day 2, and what's been a wild ride so far. This group has been a case of everyone being able to beat everyone at the moment. Banstead have their noses in front on the win predictor, but Weybridge certainly shown flashes of what they can do today. The openers walk out into the middle. Well, it's just as well this isn't a football match, because certainly one of the sides would be asked to wear some bibs. It's very much a colour clash, but it's Nathan Robinson who will open the batting, who's had a mixed day as well. He went for a duck in game number 2, but he did score runs in that first game, was the chief architect of that win, remaining unbeaten, seeing his side home. He's joined out in the middle by Aidan Golding, so a familiar opening pair in Golding. Often see him open the batting and the bowling, the teenager, but he's got the task with the bat now. In fact, Weybridge, well, they seem to have a bit of a two-tone kit. Some of the players wearing the black, some of them wearing the purple. And it's the black of Golding on the non-striker's end, and purple Robinson will face the first ball that's bowled by Ayush Patel. So going straight to spin are Banstead, but that one will go straight to the boundary. As Robinson puts away any doubts of back-to-back ducks. Ball always just going away from him, and well, in fact he clears his front leg, lifts on him, still able to work it away into the offside. 2 fielders out on the boundary, both on the leg side, so anything that goes past the ring on the posh side will go through to the rope. Well, that one goes through and hits the top of off stump. Nathan Robinson, his form has taken a bit of a dip after his explosive start this morning. Does manage to get runs on the board, but not much else. 4 and out for him as Weybridge lose their first, just the second delivery, and Ayush Patel gets one to just slide through I think Robinson maybe expecting a bit more bounce on that one. And just a bit of turn as well, almost the perfect leg spinner's delivery there from Ayush Patel. Just grips, turns, nicks the top of off stump. Nathan Robinson has to depart. So it's a good start here from Banstead, who are looking to stop the rot. Certainly don't want 3 defeats on day 2. Already experiencing the highs and lows of European cricket here. That was certainly a little high for Ayush Patel. It's never easy, especially as a leg spinner bowling in the power play. So little protection. He got that one to slide through. Joey Field is the new batter out at number 3 for Weybridge. Plays at that defensively, a lesser spotted defensive shot. Ayush Patel right on the money here from the off. There we go. I think that dog sniffs a grizzly. Only seen 2 or 3 dogs so far today. As that one's crunched away through the covers. Joey Field finds the gap, 4 runs. We've had a cat today. We've had a fair few birds. Not as many birds as in Creerfelt. That was a real bird fest. Glorious dog. That's about the time for dog walking as well. It was in this final game yesterday that the dogs came out. Kids camp has finished as well. In fact, I didn't notice. Suddenly, well, it's not quite a ghost town here, but it feels a bit more eerie with the lack of spectators on both sides, but still a few fans around here watching the final game of the day, match number 10. Hayden Golding so far hasn't managed to play a ball, and well, there's the old reverse-a-roo from Ayush Patel. We've had 2 outstanding indoor cricket attempts at the non-striker's end. We had Blake, and we had one in the previous game as well. And my instinct is Golding, well, he should be okay. And it's difficult, isn't it? Because the line needs an extra metre of paint. I'm glad I'm not making that call, because he's certainly near the line. He puts the bat slide in. Maybe he gets the benefit of the doubt here. I think there's surely not conclusive enough evidence to give him out here. It's a good extension from Aidan Golding. Stretches every sinew to get himself and his bat over the line. It really is a frame-by-frame situation here. I think 1 frame prior and he would have been out. And that time, I think my instinct is he's safe. And here's a call that goes the way of the batter. I think Ayush Patel saying that should have been given out, and the umpire rightly saying, well, we did go to the TV, and the TV said no, benefit of the doubt. I think is fair enough call as Vinny comes back into the commentary igloo, and I think fair enough that one was given out.
If the tiebreaker was style points, then it's definitely out, but not out in a more correct way. Anyway, Field is going to smash a 4. He's probably been a little bit disappointing today, but that's the great thing about ECN cricket. You get multiple opportunities in the day. Maybe it'll be 3rd time lucky for the New Zealand first-class player. That'll be the end of the first over. It's 14 for 1, and yeah, this is one of the most amazing things what we do at European cricket. One of the most amazing things is how many places do we get to across the year. And so right now we're into the second half of the season. I'll give you something, Tina.
Okay.
That is now we're into July 2025. Do you know we're actually closer to the year 2050 than we are to the year 2000?
I didn't want to know that.
Does that freak you out?
It does.
Freaks me out. And we're also closer to the start of season 2026 than we were to the start of season 2025. Just scary. Maybe we'll have 2,000 games next year. Who knows? I'm floating the idea. Oh, great effort. I think he has made the stop there. That's Pearson Taylor. The throw comes whistling in. They're going to have a little bit of a sneaky look at this one. But I have a feeling that he's okay there. He definitely hasn't touched. And then pretty much ball goes clear. So well done by Luke. Who knows? Soon he might even have his own shirt. He's been playing well enough. Might be having to take the one.
Keep him keen.
Baker's got the actual 13 shirt, and for good reason. Baker's doesn't. Oh, high. That's high enough. but it's also long enough, and it's gone all the way. Maximo. Not often you see the keeper running all the way over the boundary rope, but he was probably the only person that might have had a chance at catching that. But in the end, with the pace of Adichkuma, ends up flying out of the ground.
I think that's one of the straightest Maximos you'll ever see. You can see the helmet there, pretty much straight back over the head of the keeper. Not too much Golding knew about it, but he got enough on it.
Bit of a loose shot this time. Would have knocked out a fourth stump. Ditchkumar was good in the last game. He just keeps in good, honest trier, I think. We haven't seen too many faster bowlers have too much success, have we? But again, you just got to ask the right questions and hope for the best. All right, well, you wouldn't believe it. It's same again. Anybody? Looks like Patel wants it. Oh, no. Well, Patel, would you believe it? Almost another fall catch. This one almost hits him on the noggin on the way up. There was a lot of nervous looks between bowler and fielder and a lot of attempted ESP. But in the end, that is not OUT. Mine, then back flip, front flip. Grizzly goes down, Grizzly goes up. Not out.
Well, I think Ayush Patel has already made social media with his one tumbling catch.
He's a specialist fall catcher. 50%. He tries a bit of funky stuff this field.
Well, I know what he's getting for Christmas, and it's a pair of spikes.
If you missed it, Ayush Patel, off his own bowling, a ball went up to kind of cover, but there's no infielder. So then he thought, okay, that's mine. Slipped over, got up and still caught it. That time the slip came too late for any sort of serious recovery. Kumar playing the field. And field nails him. That's huge. Maximo. I think it's new balls, please. End of the second over. And the score is 29 for 1. That's a classical cricket shot, isn't it?
He stays very still at the crease. You can see his head position there. He just gets the bottom hand coming through. Lifts it over. Joey Field into the next one. So, is someone going to come out of that bush?
Oh, there's a Butchie's in there now. Okay, there's the table, which is interesting, but not as interesting as if anyone's going to come out of there alive. East Molesey on top, but they have played extra games. We've had a lot of this today, rumbling in the bushes.
Butchie in the bush.
Are you sure there's someone in there? And what size pole is Butchie taken in there with him? If we've learned anything today. Well, Yoz has got a decent sized pole as well that he's certainly not afraid to swing about just to keep the dangerous creatures away. Butchie's there. Wonderful. And he's got a good left arm. Butchie as well. Can't believe they found that. Hey, by the way, last game of the day, random question time. I saw Rico in the chat. Did you see that towards the end of the last game?
I did.
He's arrived in Wimbledon. Decided to catch up with him. I'm on with him tomorrow. This is a little push, isn't it, from Golding? That's going to go for 4. Finds the gap and finds the boundary. Yeah, so you can ask us anything you like. Doesn't even have to be about cricket, even if it's not. That's even better sometimes. You never know where Game 5 will take us. Normally takes us down a rabbit hole. We've had a few rabbit holes already today, though. We had the naming one, the Guards, the Royal Guards.
My cricket soulmate.
Yeah, your cricket soulmate from Oman. All in a day's work. That's one thing I want to do tonight is check out the videos where the guards have to go into their protocol.
I don't think I've ever seen the protocol where they bring out the rifle. It's usually just been stern shouting.
You'd think that's a final warning, wouldn't you? And is it just for I think you can tease them a bit, can't you? Not saying you should. Anyway, this is going to be 4 runs to mid-wicket. Finds the whole field. Maybe that big bomb is just what he needed. And look, the Spanner crew have been fielding brilliantly today. That's even better than Dave's getting out of his chair job.
Oh, yesterday we had Jules with the long barrier, didn't we? And this time it's Ian Smullen out there.
Ian looks like he had that covered all the way. Confident. Oh, it's going to be up in the air. Simple catch and taken. Clever bowling by Patel. Just pulled the length a little bit back. It wasn't still short enough that Golden could pull it comfortably. So the catch goes up and the catch gets taken. And Weybridge have lost a second wicket now. And the battle of the purple intensifying here, last game of the day.
I feel like the fielding side here, Banstead, very much have a Barney purple. I mean, you're sporting the purple as well for today's final game
Just
clash.
by coincidence, it's a purple Maximo and 2 purple teams. Simple catch there. Taken in the end, one you would expect to take 10 times out of 10 at this level. We haven't seen a 60-second violation yet, have
No.
we? We must have a couple that might have been close. You've got 60 seconds to be ready to face, and that's strictly enforced. We had some clock chat in the last game. Oh, it could be pretty close. Yeah, it's given. Seemed to get a long way across there. This one doesn't really bounce. Maybe a bit of natural variation, maybe bounce on the seam, but it did seem to shoot through until he's gone for a golden duck. Patel's on a hat-trick. But they're the hat-trick specialists, aren't they? Banstead, that looks dead to me. Yeah, it hits him in front of middle stump. You can actually see the leg stump. It's not going to miss that. So umpire thinks about it for a second, but only a second. Makes the right call. Tilly goes without scoring, and it's 38 for 3.
Ayush Patel's bowled brilliantly here. 2 overs in the power play as a spinner is never an easy task, but he's picked up 3 wickets so far. He's got the potential for a hat-trick here. He won't get the chance for a 5 for it's his final ball of the spell. He's the follow-through king, and that one, dead as you like, finger of doom raised. And we're on for a hat-trick here. There you go, the last one. Not only a hat-trick, but a 4 in 4 for Banstead. It was the captain on that occasion. Twickenham was skittled out for 77. And Ayush Patel, he could make it a Banstead double, number 30 and 31.
All right, could be. Here we go, hat-trick ball. No hat-trick, but dot, next best thing. Patel spent a lot of time on the turf today, but he's had a pretty good day there with the ball. Pretty good game, 3 for 23. His final figures, bowling 2 overs in the power play. Banstead on top early. Weybridge 38 for 3.
I think my favourite type of Wikipedia article, because I've looked up Barney, is the whimsical subject of a Wikipedia article that is explained in like Wikipedia speak, which is very dry.
Yeah.
So Barney, despite being a carnivorous type dinosaur, Barney does not have a carnivore's fearsome teeth.
Really?
He likes many different foods, such as
Defanged.
fruits and vegetables, but his main favourite is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with a glass of milk.
Not remembering that was very popular during the Jurassic era.
No.
Readily available. People do call this my Barney suit. I think it's purple. It's actually a royal colour. This is where we might go on the little rabbit hole. But it's because the purple was very difficult to produce and it was expensive to produce in previous centuries. So that's why you won't find a flag that has purple on it, except for I think there's maybe a couple of exceptions, and they're both from the 20th century. So yeah, that's why purple's known as a regal colour, a royal colour, because it is really was only affordable because of what you needed to do to make the purple colour by those that were wealthy. Little bit short, Hussain takes it on, and he just clears the line. Maximal, 6 runs.
Out of the power play, but it doesn't matter where the fielders are. If you lift it all the way over the top, Fazal Hussain into the side here for Weybridge. He's got a task on his hands here, 3 wickets down after that double punch from Ayush Patel. LPT bowling the 4th here, gets pummeled away, second delivery.
Pearson Taylor's a good player, isn't he? Saw a little bit of magic from him earlier on off his own bowling. That back flick run out, second one we've seen in this European Cricket Series so far. Cracked, straight to point. Baker there, clean as a whistle. I wonder when we'll see Arslan Abbas, the quad trick taker from yesterday. I don't mind using double hat trick because I know the theory behind it, but I know not everyone agrees with that term for a 4 wicket and 4 ball haul. Slow ball, mistimed, get out of the infield, only a single. But yeah, the idea with if 4 wickets and 4 balls being a double hat trick is you've got one hat trick which is wickets 1, 2, 3, and you've got another hat trick wickets 2, 3, 4. But some people think it just doesn't feel right. Where do you sit on that debate?
I'm not a fan, given that cricket is otherwise so specific. I feel like,
linear.
yeah, Well, this one might be a half chance, but in fact it's going to go past the rushing fielder and it'll go away for 4 runs. I feel like double hat-trick feels like it shouldn't be ambiguous, and I think it's...
Yeah, that's what I mean. The ambiguity is why I've started inventing terms.
Yeah, I prefer quad.
Quad-trick. And Kudratullah took a hat-trick in the final on Sunday in Stockholm, and it prompted Phil to ask, could he be Quadratullah with a quad trick?
I like that.
Sounded about right. And this is random, I'm going to show you a couple of graphics that are pretty rare to see. But first, I'm going to watch a 6 get nicked over deep third. And why not? Weybridge swinging hard, swinging free. And Golding's had a pretty good day with the bat. We'll finish the over with a Maximo. 18 come off that one from Pearson Taylor. It's 56 for 3. Yeah, so quick look at the worm. Double wicket in the third. Wickets in consecutive balls. I wonder what the supercomputer's thinking. Right now they're going at 14 and over. That's a rare one, but Arslan Abbas, and he's coming on to bowl now. Just the 7th player to take 4 wickets in 4 balls, and he did it yesterday, and it's over a year since it had been done last time by Yozak Khadka.
Is that in 7 different countries as well?
Good question. Let's deep dive. Yes.
By reading.
Oh, this funny one. This one keeps down a little bit, and it's going to go to, I think it's 4 byes, unless it was a little edge. Yeah, there must have been a little edge. And, well, that explains why it might have gotten away from the keeper, Gabriel Gorman-Findlay. Check it out in the replay. It's a little edge. I know it looks tiny on TV, and it is tiny. It just goes through his legs, though. It'll probably irritate Gabriel, but you can understand. Oh, that's another edge. This time it actually hits the keeper, but not really a genuine chance. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you that top over, the top one you saw on the 4 wickets and 4 balls. Maybe Alex can bring it back up. Maybe we'll have to wait till after this ball. But yeah, it's actually quite an amazing one. Reverse, this time it's missed. Yeah, so Dish Benerka in Switzerland, that was a quintuple wicket maiden.
Wow.
So he took 4 and 4, but he hit 5 in 6. So yeah, and his other over was 9 for 13. So that was back in June 2020. Pretty amazing. Anyway, this is pretty amazing too. Golding opens the shoulders and puts Arslan Abbas out of the ground. Maximal, 6 runs. And the second time it happened, which was in 2021, it was in one of the most epic collapses I've ever seen. I think it was Malmo versus Ariana CC, and Malmo needed 12 off 18. By the way, we've just seen 12 in the last 20 seconds, because that's going to go as well. Maximal, 6 more to Golding. But yeah, 12 off 18, and they're only 2 down. They lost 8 wickets for 4 and ended up getting bowled out. And they lost the game by, I think, 7 runs. Yeah, I think 7 runs. And the last over went wicket, 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 wicket. And that was what you see there. Yep. And then the next one was 1 and run out. And that was the 10th wicket. And they actually lost with a ball to spare. Epic collapses. Nice to see the youngsters getting some fresh air, and a relatively good day for summer in London today.
It's been one of those days where it's just felt wet all day, even though it's been, apart from that shower this morning, relatively dry. So we get to the halfway mark, and it will be 74 on the board for Weybridge. Loss of 3 wickets though. Pretty still evenly poised, you'd say, at the halfway mark. Expect to score around about 150. Yeah,
150, and you'd imagine Banstead, the Banstead from yesterday, no problem. But this is what's so interesting about this format, the fact that your fortunes can change so quickly within days, but also across days, and for Banstead it's been a tough one. So yeah, 4 wickets in 4 balls has been done 7 times.
In 7 different countries.
In 7 different countries. Now we know that. But yeah, you never know when it'll strike. We're saying a bit like Santa comes once a year, and it's come for 2025. Here's something that has never been done. How about that? 5 wickets in 5 balls, yet to happen. And in fact, well, that one is actually going to disappear. Low full toss, beautifully played away by Golding. And it's going to go all the way for 6 runs. A Maximal So I suppose I'm just trying to think back with those 4-in-4s, how many balls we've had at a 5-in-5. The only exception is, I suppose, if they've been bowled out, or if you're out of balls. You know, so you finish your 2-over spell. So just from memory, I think Dishid bowled out. So yeah, maybe we've only had 3 or 4 balls ever at a 5-in-5. That one won't go too far. They'll get a single. So another random one on that list, number 3, because there's kind of stories with a lot of these, but I won't go through all of them. Achintha Danu one was bowling the 10th over for Kent Lanka, who had not won a game, and they were really desperate for a win, playing Roma CC, which made the final of the ECL this year. Great little fall down deflection, but is it going to go all the way? It's not. And Golding's going to fall for 44, and that hurts Weybridge at this stage, you feel. Pearson Taylor kind of kept it simple, full and straight. It was probably there, but the contact wasn't particularly clean. Off the bottom of the bat, goes to the barrel roll, but now he's going to have to roll off the field. It's the end of the very impressive Aidan Golding. Just short of the half century, out for 44, and it's 80 for 4.
Most of the time, that shot has been executed to perfection today. This time finds the grateful hands of the fielder. Golding has to go. He's the set batter as well, so it's an unfortunate time for Weybridge to lose their 4th. He was sitting down, looking where that ball ended up, and ended up in the hands of the fielder. As this is a bit of a slow entry. We said that we haven't had a 60-second. Yeah. Certainly not hurrying to the crease is the skipper, but maybe also because there's 1 or 2 technical difficulties. We had Julian Dawson in the chat asking where the umpires come from. Well, it's Colin and Mark out there. Golam is the 3rd umpire, and they're all local umpires, which is what we try to do across the network when we can.
Raj with a good catch there, because he had to back pretty quickly. I think you can veto the 60 seconds if there's a technical issue, maybe a communication issue with the umpires. So I was going to tell you, so Achintha Danu one, who was played for Kent Lanka, they hadn't won a game, and they were playing the table-topping Roma CC. Roma just needed 7 off the last over, and there were 5 wickets down, and Danu one was thrown the ball, and he's gone wicket, 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 wicket. And now they're 9 down, and they need 7 off 2. And then the number 11, Sujith Rilogadagi, who is a 49-year-old awesome wicketkeeper who looks like he's... Oh, hello. We interrupt this 4-in-4 chat for Dog Watch. It's a very happy dog. Oh, yeah. I'm sure a lot of the viewers appreciate that. Haven't had a dog invasion as well, which the dog's well trained here. Let's hit kind of into the gap, but Baker gets across, makes the stop. So he's gone wicket, 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 wicket. The number 11 hits a 1. So 6 to win off the last ball. And what do you think happens? The set batter at the other end just pumps it for 6 and walks off. So Danu one had about approximately 1 minute to enjoy his 4-and-4 before he got hit for 6 off the last ball to lose the game, and they remained winless. Keeper's a long way back there, so he's not going to be able to make the stop cleanly, and they'll get through for 1. Yeah, so sometimes you're up, you're down. That's easy in cricket, isn't it?
My next question was going to be how many of those 7 quad tricks were on the winning side?
Good, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. Good question.
We know now they're in 7 different countries. And it's not too often that you get a double hat trick or a quad trick and lose. I mean, we've had our fair share of centuries on the losing side, which seems like it shouldn't happen too often, but the amount of times it does. And of course, yesterday we had the century on the winning side.
It was a while, to be honest, before we had a century on the losing side, believe it or not.
Now they seem to be, I wouldn't call it a regular occurrence, but it's not overly rare. I mean, yesterday we had the century 125 by Haral Wassam, which wasn't a play of the match performance, thanks to the quad trick from his skipper. Going around the wicket, and that's a low full toss. There is a fielder out there, but the chase is on. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. Gonna have to check that, but from my instinct there, it looks like Josh Stainer clears the rope. Doesn't see the rope move too much here. Sticks out his left hand.
Looks good to me. He also gets rid of it by now. So even if he does roll onto the rope, then the ball does its bit and stays inside. Doesn't roll back onto the rope either. So that will be a clean stop. That's the end of the over. Time for some more Dog Watch.
That looks like the Vitality Blast dog. If in the UK viewers, they have the sausage dog, who's slightly annoying at the end of. Well, I think it's because he signifies advert breaks on the paid TV channels in the UK.
Hey, while I'm on Kent Lanka on this thread, they're actually a reason that there was a playing condition change. So they were on the wrong side. I don't know if it was that match or not, but it was. I think it was that year. But they got hit for 6 off a 7th ball of an over. It was a miscount.
Yeah.
And generally in cricket, always, miscounts are going to happen from time to time. But generally in cricket, if the ball's bowled, you respect the result of the ball. But in a 60-ball game, we just felt it was such an unfair advantage for one side to have an extra ball. That's going to be hit for 4, hit very well by Kay. I think he struck the ball well today. It's a long chase. We need the kids. We need the chasers today. I think with no Twickenham, I think the kid count's down a bit. So kids that are here staying pretty put and not really game to chase the Grizzly. Yeah, so now if a 7th ball's bowled and it's picked up before a new over begins, that's actually a key point of it, then that result is cancelled. So runs are cancelled. Even if you are out of that ball, you are unout. We haven't had an unout yet.
An outing. Good to see Kroom in the chat. I know he's been busy the last few days, and I think he's been on some kind of tour, cricket tour.
Has he? Tell me what you've been up to, Kroom.
I know he's being fined for watching us during his tour.
Yeah, sounds good. You got to win over your teammates. I mean, Upminster, they were in the European Cricket Series. Hey, we had Sinet here at this time last night. Right, somebody's catch. Uh-oh, it's caught. I don't know why I was worried, actually. He's fielded really well, Tamash Raj. I think what it was is Gabriel Gorman-Findlay was kind of hunting for it, but then realised pretty quickly that even though he might have reached it, it wouldn't have been a comfortable catch. So I know it's normally the keepers if they can reach it, but I always add the word comfortably to it, because if there's a fielder kind of right under it, I think you should probably trust that fielder if you're going full stretch and full dive. But it'll be the end of Kay, who's dangerous, but he's out for 8 and it's 92 for 5.
Weybridge just falling away a touch here after the previous first ball of the over from LPT went for 6. Since then, it's been the 10 balls that have gone for 12 runs and picking up 2 wickets as well. Nice grab there by Tamash Raj, his second of the innings.
Oh, hello. The dogs come out after 6 o'clock. It's a tasty tennis ball.
Oh, he's found something better. What's he found now?
It's upgraded. The plot thickens.
I think he's gone towards the production.
Oh, well, I would love to tell you what he did next, but I've just been told, and we will not be bringing you those pictures.
But if there is a break in our Wi-Fi, it's the dog's fault.
A political statement, perhaps. It's going to slide across, and it'll be the end of the over. Wassam does a good job. Weybridge just finding it hard to get any kind of lasting momentum through this innings. They're 93 for 5 after 7. I know we talked about the kind of big turnaround from Abansett, the big turnaround from Spencer, but in a day, Weybridge have also had a bit of a turnaround, haven't they, in their 3 games. This is what's coming up tomorrow. I know Tina is going to have the day off, but she'll be back on Thursday. Rico Full will be in the house with me tomorrow, and we'll start with Spencer versus East Molesey. Twickenham, of course, had the day off today, and they are back. Join us same time, same place. As we see a blast over long on, that's going to go right towards the crowd. It's going to send them scattering. Maximo says Carreras. By the way, the start time is 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 in India. 10 hours of live cricket every day on ECN.
I'll be busy in the afternoon, but I think I'll be tuning in the morning. Certainly this group is throwing up a bit of everything. We've had one-sided blasts, we've had tight finishes, had penultimate penultimate ball finishes, we've had final ball finishes. Just haven't quite got that golden ball, the elusive one in England as well.
Oh, Ash has mentioned one of my favourite children's books. I looked to pull the ball, but didn't really get up, and so Hussein's going to have to settle for a single. And, you know, I've worked a lot with kids, and so and one of the favourites is Harry McClary. Is that famous over here? Harry McClary from Donaldson's Dairy.
No.
And every page is a new dog. And I don't know if I want to get right into story time, but it's a beautifully written book.
It's a Kiwi book by the looks of it, so maybe it hasn't quite made its way to the
See if I can
Northern
read
Hemisphere.
a passage, just in case you're trying to get some small children to sleep. All right, in the air. This time, Gabriel does want it, and he's going to take it. It's good wicket keeping. Makes up his mind very quickly. I talked about earlier, and it is a little bit difficult sometimes to pick up those top edges because you're so close to the batter, and you don't have that natural advantage of kind of following the arc of the ball. You're close to the flame, but he picks it up, and he realises straight away, that's mine. The man with the gloves takes the catch. So Nuristani goes for 8, and Weybridge, maybe the toll of a long day at the office here. Their first day in ECN has been a long one into the third game, and about 10 hours into their day already. But Nuristani goes, and it's 102 for 6. Henry Francis comes to the crease.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a baptism of fire for the Weybridge side. They were, I suppose, lucky to get the win this morning in that rain-affected game. If you've got a long day, if you can get a win in early, it doesn't quite take the pressure off for the rest of the day, but at least means you've got points on the board, and they've just fallen away here. Still 2 balls left of the 8th.
Takes pace off here. Abbas has been really good at mixing things up. But basically, there's a lot of... So Schnitzel von Krumm was the dog referenced there. So basically, these are some of the dog names. Schnitzel von Krumm with a very low tum. Bitzer Maloney, all skinny and bony. There are pictures too, obviously. Oh, misstumping. Don't know if there's a little scratch on this off the inside edge. Wait for it. Yeah, there was. So that's, again, it's a tiny edge. You know, when they're little edges and the batter's charged, you've got a little bit more reaction time. But I think, you know, to be fair to Gabriel Gourmet-Findlay, I know that position. It looks on TV like hasn't deflected at all, but the inside edge takes it past the left glove, and the result will be a nicked 4, end of the 8th over, 107 for 6. So you got Schnitzel von Krumm with a very low tum, Bitzer Maloney all skinny and bony, Muffin McClay like a bundle of hay, Bottomley Potts all covered in spots, Hercules Morse as big as a horse, and Harry McClary from Donaldson's Dairy. Good night, Dina.
Bottomley Potts sounds like, I don't know, a member of Parliament from Surrey.
I thought he might have been one of the 3 Lords members that was banned after the Ashes incident.
I can't comment when I'm
won't
playing for
speak
them.
of as long as I'm in this country. It's drilled, but it'll be a one-hopper down to the captain, Arslan Abbas. Good book, though. Yeah, so tomorrow, tell everyone in case they've just joined us. You're off, Tina, and what are you up to?
Yeah, I'm captaining the MCC tomorrow in a 20-over game against Ampthill Town in Bedfordshire. I'm going to the longer format.
And so, yeah, where exactly are you playing in case, we get a bit of a crowd?
Ampthill Town CC.
Yeah.
So I suppose
the location in the chat. Maybe I'll come off early and...
Yeah, come along. It's about 90 minutes from here. As that one has raced away and padded into the cloth sight screen.
What a beautiful sound of ball on sight screen that made.
So poof.
Yeah, it was. It was beautifully dampened.
I think we need more cloth sight screens. It's better than
all the sight screens in the world. That might be the nicest. Oh, beautiful little block there. Hussain to 24. Once more. I'll have to settle for 1 this time. I won't go into it, but in Harry McClary, there is a villain of the piece, and it's Scarface Claw. The toughest Tom in town. It's a cat.
Okay, well, we had a pretty tough Tom out there in the bushes. The Black Panther.
That's true.
Hasn't been spotted since. Probably
right across from Wassam.
Scaring off Bottomley Potts as we speak. Oh, he does look quite scary. He's got a mean face.
Too right. Good book. Check it out. Won't take you too long to read either.
I might fall asleep before the end.
Straight up in the air. Should be an easy one for Wassam. And it is. So Francis, the next to 4. Let's continue to lose wickets at regular intervals. That'll be the end of the 9th over. Wassam almost pulled the game out of the fire for Banstead last game. This time he finishes 2 for 15. Continues his good tournament today. More with ball than bat. And Weybridge 116 for 7.
Henry Francis has to depart. 2 off 4 for him. And it's just been a bit of a fall away here. The biggest partnership was that 4th wicket partnership worth 42. Just been losing wickets at regular intervals. And well, you've got to say the catching off bowler's own bowling has been very good. We've had multiple caught and bowled over the last 2 days, and that one went high up in the air but made it look easy. That was the end of the over as well. So 116 for 7, 1 over left. Weybridge, well, a good over could take them somewhere beyond 130. And the good news, of course, is that Fazal Hussain will be on strike. Seb Dunn comes into the piece, but he'll be at the non-striker's end.
Love a cheeky supersonic or something, get you up in the 140s. Looks a bit more competitive. But anyway, here we go. Last overtime. And it's going to start with a hit. I think that'll go. It's right back to the line. And over it goes. Maximo Hussain flying the flag for Weybridge. Starts the 10th over with a 6.
That was a big hit. He just swings and swings hard. It's Aditya Kumar coming back on to bowl the last here. And this one goes high and it goes long. In fact, it doesn't go too long, probably about 51 metres. That's all you got to do. That one's high and long as well. You can kind of see how cloudy it's been today in London.
Good conditions. Not. Belted straight. They'd love to here, but they're not going to get it unless there's a fumble. Clean fielding down there from Ayush Patel. And Ayush Patel in particular, but also as a whole, the Banstead side have fielded really well. I think you go back to yesterday and some of the pressure they put on in the field was very good. He's done, having a crack. It's not much of it. Definitely worth trying for a single, and they'll get there. I think there's a little nick onto the pad. And so, hello to Sadhu Ratnaka, nice to see you. And yeah, Minaj asking what MCC league is it? But yeah, MCC, the Marylebone Cricket Club, I suppose maybe they used to play in competitions, but now they are the most famous cricket club in the world. I think that's true.
Well, I don't want to reveal the side for tomorrow, but when you apply for fixtures online for the MCC, you have a profile. So you say what kind of, if you're a batter or a bowler.
Yeah.
And we're looking a bit, shall I say, top heavy. There's a bit of bat on that one. It's going to race away. Would have been a wide. It's going to be 4 runs into the bushes. Yeah, every single player.
Because you're captaining tomorrow, right?
I'm captaining, and I think I'll probably just, do a bit of delegation.
So what's normal? So out of the 11 players, how many would you have known? How many do you know or have played with before?
It varies from 2 to all of them.
Yeah,
and I mean, I've played for 3 years now, so there's always new players added, and you've got to go through 3 years of probation. And if you pass your probation, which is a minimum of 9 games, you have to play for the MCC in those 3 years, and obviously embody the spirit of cricket, play the game in the right way, then you get passed as a full member.
But I think your issue is, because you might not know everyone, everyone has a profile, right?
Everyone has a profile, and funnily enough, everyone's a batter and a bowler.
Yeah,
so tomorrow, 11
does
players.
Does anyone put in, tail ender and I'm pretty useless?
Yes.
Really?
And I rate those people more than the ones that are like, I'm a opening batter, opening bowler. Because I think, I rate your honesty, because sometimes, and I haven't come across too many, to be fair, you put top order batter. Sorry, you're not a top order batter. And unfortunately for tomorrow, it's going to be a bit of a tough task for me as captain, because every single batter has put themselves as either a top order batter or a middle order batter, and that can't be the case, as that one is called a no ball.
And that means that you are going to be unpopular with about half your team. Welcome to captaincy. That's why I never wanted it. Right off the end of the bat that time. There's no ball front foot actually. But anyway, last ball coming up. It's free hit. Remember, he thinks he's out. If you're really quick, you could run him out here, but they won't run him out, because in the Baker versus batter sprint battle, even though the batter had to go 20 metres and Baker had to go 60, and it's going to be a single, which they eventually will complete. So now I make that 131 for 7. Weybridge looks a bit under, doesn't it? But Banstead haven't necessarily had a great day with the bat. They lost a lot of wickets. Let's see if the top order can retain the kind of, or regain the kind of form that they had yesterday. More MCC chat after the break, maybe. But first, let's crack into the highlights here with Weybridge losing 7 wickets along the way. A couple of decent performances in there, but I quite like Fazal Hussain, probably the best we've seen from him with the bat. Golding was good with 44 early, and Joey Field with a couple of big bombs, but suppose no one really able to go on, turn it into a big 50 and something that might take them up to a bit more of a damaging score. But Dog Watch certainly was in full session in the first half of this last match of the day.
Yeah, every time a partnership just threatened to build a wicket, cut it short, and as we were saying, that the biggest partnership, there was one worth 34 for the second wicket, one worth 42 for the fourth, but otherwise not too much to speak of, as Bucci, he was doing the fielding in the bushes as he threw the ball back. And the chances came thick and fast for Banstead, and they've, despite their troubles today, been very impressive in the field, taking most of the opportunities that came their way. That was 2 in 2 for Ayush Patel. Wasn't quite able to put himself in the Hall of Fame alongside his skipper Arslan Abbas, who on this occasion, well, picked up the 1 wicket but was relatively expensive. He went for 32 runs in his 2 overs. It was time for a few big old Baximos. Golding went for another one, only managed to find the hands of the fielder on that occasion. It was Tamash Raj who took 2 catches. Golding, though, still top scored as the Vitality Blast dog has broken away from Oval.
We can show you the next bit. We might not be able to show you, but anyway, it was a good piece of fielding there from Stainer. And yeah, they're a good side Banstead. It's one of those things you just got to try and, yeah, sounds simple, but play your best. And that was the offending dog actually after this. Anyway, we won't go into it, but yeah, we're loving the action. Hopefully you're enjoying watching as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. Nice catch by Gorman Findlay. Only had a couple of little edges that escaped him. It wasn't really his fault. I think he's still pretty solid behind the stumps. But yeah, I feel like it could go one of 2 ways. I think it all really depends about whether Weybridge are able to create some opportunities, take some wickets in the power play. As that was Bizzaway flying away, a bit like the Grizzly, out of the ground. And you look at 9 Maximos in the 10 overs. I think here you're looking for at least 1 and over. And just weren't quite able to find the boundary often enough. I mean, if you look at the numbers in this tournament, you know, the average is kind of 13.5 Maximos in 10 overs, so they weren't quite able to do that. The average run rate is 15.3. So this is about 20 under, I would say. But still, don't judge it until both sides have batted. Golding leads the scoring. I've liked his tournament so far. 44 off 15. 37 on out from Fazal Hussain. Probably the reason they were able to get over the 130 in the end. And Joey Field, it does look very destructive. He hit a monster 6 over our heads, but he was gone too soon, out for 20. And bowling-wise, well, pretty good team bowling effort, I think, from Banstead. Again, I like their mixture of pace and spin options they've got. Hassan Abbas with a wicket, Luke Pearson-Taylor with 1. Harwal Wassam with 2 for 15. Very good effort from him. And Ayush Patel, 3 wickets in the power play. We just put Weybridge on the back foot, and they were always playing catch-up from them, weren't they?
Yeah, they were, and well, wickets shared all around, apart from Aditya Kumar, who's been in the wickets so far today. Certainly at the halfway point then, Banstead feel like they'll be able to chase this. Well, yesterday's Banstead would have been sure of it. Today's Banstead, maybe not so much, so Weybridge certainly still in this game, probably about 20 below par. But they've got something to defend, and I'm sure they'll defend it with their lives as we'll come back for the conclusion of day 2 here in Wimbledon. It's match 10. The chase is on for Banstead, who need 132 runs for victory. So join me, Tina Goff and Vinny Sandu for the last time for today as we take you through the run chase of match 10 here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where we're into the final match of the day as Banstead look to pick up their first win of day 2 after looking imperious on day 1, picking up all 8 points on offer. But they've been a change side today and not for the better, losing first to Molesey, then to Spencer on a final ball thriller. They've got the chance here to bag their 3rd win. As for Weybridge, it's been a mixed day for them, winning the first game in a reduced overs game by 9 wickets, losing though to Spencer comprehensively by 37 runs. They put 131 runs on the board here. So the magic number for the fielding side is 91 or fewer. If they restrict Banstead to that, then they will take the final 4 points on offer here on day 2. As for Banstead, well, if they can recapture some of that magic from yesterday, maybe they can chase down this total within 7 overs and take at least some points from today after going winless so far. So we go into the first ball of the run chase, and it will be a bit of spin from Nathan Tilley, and it could be a wicket first up here, and it's an outstanding tumbling catch from the wicketkeeper. And what a blistering start this is for Weybridge. Jack Tricker, he brings out all the tricks in the book on that one, goes for the full Superman dive, and it's a big wicket as Harawal Wassam, who could do no wrong yesterday, scoring over 200 runs in the day, can't buy a run this morning and this afternoon, and he goes for a first baller. Brilliant piece of wicket keeping there. It's never easy running away behind you, having to lift your head, and then he puts his head down, goes for the dive and grabs it. Nathan Tilley picks up a wicket on his first delivery, and the woes continue here for Harawal Wassam as Winnie joins me back for the final run chase of the day.
11, 7 and 0. That's the follow-up, and Wassam, who would have gone to bed feeling invincible last night, over 200 runs on day 1. That was in 2 innings. In 3, he doesn't even get 20. That's very ECN cricket. Doesn't waste any time though. And this will just be a single out to the captain, Brent Kay, fielding all the way out there at a deep square leg. But yeah, it's a huge part of the puzzle though, I think, getting these top 3. And Pearson Taylor's kind of covered their blushes a little bit. I wonder where their batting would have been without him today.
Yeah.
I know they haven't got a win so far. Might have been without a point. And right now, Patel, and don't forget his innings in their second game yesterday. He is destructive. That is going to take some finding. And I think Brent Kay, the Weybridge skipper, might regret fielding himself out there because he's the only one that can try and find this ball. And I would say his chances are slim as he's approaching the jungle now. How many layers is he going in? There we go. That's probably the way to do it. Just look like you're looking for it and then quickly ask for a new ball.
We call that alibi searching.
Ian Ramage, he's put the balls on rations. He's been asking them to look a little bit harder. He's the hard taskmaster. Here's Ian. It's the Scotsman in him.
Don't get anything for free from a Scotsman.
I actually think I'd like to see, you know how I know Germany's huge on it, get a bit of money back for trading in your plastic bottles and your aluminium cans. What about a trade in a grizzly program?
A grizzly amnesty. If you've stolen grizzlies in your time.
You say stolen, I just say found.
Stolen or found, whatever it might be, there'll be a window where you can hand them back.
Get the youngsters out, get them back to nature, let them loose in the woods.
What's the worst that could happen?
£1 each. That's going to be a no ball, I think. Only be a single, but I think we'll have a free hit coming up. Tilly overdoes the kind of attempted block hole delivery. Maybe in ECN cricket, if it's waist or higher, so that's a good example of one that, you could argue maybe it's going to hit him in the waist, but it's kind of meant to discourage those kind of high full tosses. Good call from the umps, I think. So free hit, LPT wants to go BIG, and he'll get enough of it. Probably not as big as 6, but a 6 nonetheless. Attempted foot fielding over there in the Spanish squad. And Ian, I think, is off to try and do the fielding this time. He's got the bare shins as well. I'm glad the Grizzly didn't impact them. It's the end of the first over. Pretty interesting one, wicket. But 17 runs, 17 for 1. Golden ball time. We almost had one last game.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no. 63 since the last one. That was back in Careerfelt. Me and Rico in a shortened game. This one should go the distance.
First ever 3 over golden ball.
And that game had absolutely everything. I saw one of the highlights was the wicket celebration.
Quadruple wicket maiden.
Yep.
In over 1.
That's already made its way onto social media, so check that one out if you haven't already.
Might. Golden gets the ball and he gets absolutely hammered up over point. Now the kids might be long gone, but the Grizzlies still making their way over there. Goes past the other pitch. Maximo. Just thinking, we've had 81 golden balls. Have a guess how many have been in reduced games?
What?
That's a random question, if ever I had one.
Well, you can open up to the chat as well. I'm going to guess 12. I feel like instinctively it's more of a chance with fewer overs.
Yeah, but obviously most games aren't reduced as well, so that kind of...
That's true. But of the games that are reduced, then the percentage goes up. Question. Well, you said we haven't had one in England yet, have we?
We haven't had one in England. We've had one that involved an English side.
Yeah.
With Hornchurch versus Beveren of Belgium at the ECL in 23. Rolling cutter, and this is going to be hit up and out of the ground as well. Maximo for Patel. Golding up. Suppose you can kind of see where he's coming from here, but you could see that Patel was always looking for that. Got outside the off stump, maybe picked the cutter and just went with the movement. I'll put you out of your misery. It's 6.
Oh, okay.
6 out of 81. So actually, I also track what totals have had a golden ball, and so your 3 over 1, far and away, was the lowest, 32. But in a 10 over golden ball, the lowest is actually 68. And that was in golden ball 64, which wasn't that long ago. It was in Croatia, and it was in the ECSW, Lavender Lionesses versus Chinks Zagreb, the post-sunset golden ball. That was a cracker of a game. Anyway, this is up over the top, and that's going to be 4. So Patel continues on, keeping on. Yeah, and remember, so Corey actually, normally during the summer, he's not available to commentate much, but he was coaching Spain, and they were playing Croatia in a men's T20 series, and we had this first ever ECSW as a bit of a trial around it. And so Corey agreed to commentate one game, and this is there were probably hundreds of games before and after this one game that he did, and it was a golden ball.
Classic Corey.
And it was as good as you would hope for. And it was mental. The golden ball was actually caught, but then as a panic, it got thrown for 4 overthrows. It's yeah, fun memories.
I can't even begin to think how that happened.
Just caught, and they were running, and because they were running, she just threw it.
But it was caught.
Caught it mid-wicket. All right, up in the air, keeper's catch. More work. Oh, dropped and almost dropped again. It was in the air forever. Tricker has been brought in to take the gloves, and he took a very good catch first ball. He'll be disappointed he doesn't take this one. Batter thinks he's gone. I even like the support, and it's almost taken. That would have been a real highlight. Needed to stay lower in support. Oh, Tricker with the trick catch. It doesn't work out. Pearson Taylor gets the strike back. It's a slow ball, which he'll have to settle for a single. Yeah, so I can show you that golden ball.
Does the play not finish when the catch is taken?
Yeah, so it was out.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just saying the fielder, maybe she was just panicking a bit, just threw anyway and ended up throwing it to the boundary. So it was out.
Right, okay. Now I understand it. I thought, in what way could she have caught it and lost the game?
No, she didn't.
I suppose in a moment of celebration, she could have, Ben Stokes style, knocked it out of her hand without a clean catch. Take a look at the standings then. Twickenham, well, they haven't played today, so again, we're never really actually going to get a true reflection of the standings because the games are coming thick and fast. Going into the third over here, 35 for 1. It's that run rate just above 12. Nothing to be alarmed about yet for Banstead.
Yeah. Maybe just sliding down the leg side, but kind of tracked him on the crease there. Yeah, so actually we'll see these teams matching up in Croatia. Same 2 teams.
Bit of the golden ball amnesia.
And actually that was the only game. And so this is a bit of a quirky one. Lavender Lionesses Lioness is very in vogue at the moment,
Yeah.
obviously, with England winning the World Cup on Sunday. But that's their only win ever, and it was a Golden Ball win. Only played 3 games. They lost the other 2. Oh, great goalkeeping. Don't think he touched the rope there. Okay.
Well, we've seen the cat in the bushes. This was cat-like reflexes from the Weybridge skipper.
This is one of those ones where I think if he'd touched the rope, he would have said, "Well, that's the finger." But again, you never see the rope move. Lucky doesn't have long fingernails. Brent Kay. Patel moves to 26. Here's LPT on strike. Wants to funkify his batting, and he does. Gets the length, and he puts it up and over the top. That one is also Woodswood, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximal.
A great shot on Fazal Hussain. He's bush-bound. He goes deep. Oh, he's gone in for one arm, so at least he's gone better than most of his teammates. I don't know how much deeper he's going to go.
Well, I would suggest it's not for amateurs. I told you, end of the day, Ian isn't too happy losing too many balls, and so, yeah, he has. That's a smart one. Has a little peek, doesn't see what he likes, and doesn't like what he sees.
Well, Ian Latton in the chat was saying, what's the average number of Grizzlies we go through?
Ian, hello to you, by the way, and I enjoyed watching you playing recently in T20I cricket. That one's going to be a no ball for off the pitch. Nuristani gets that one completely wrong. Yeah, Ian, hopefully we'll be playing. I think he is playing. I know he plays for Rugby CC in the Gibraltar comp. So Gibraltar 13 coming your way this weekend. So hello, Ian. Nice to see you. Well, that could be another no ball. It's been put up over the leg side, and it's going to be caught. But I just got a feeling this is high. It'll be worth a check. A bit of a nervous wait here for Pearson Taylor. I'll come back to Ian Lattine's one in a second, but I think that's got to be high. Remember, waist or higher. And although it's coming down slightly, I think it's pretty clearly a no ball, so free hit to come. I think most of the fielders knew that too. I'll try and answer your question, but I need to do some quick maths. Wide, and that could be an extra one. Pearson Taylor will be pretty happy about that because he wants 2 Patel because he knows it's a free hit. So he's like, please. No dice.
Again, Tina's free hit rule would come into effect here.
But you think that he
get it
back on strike no matter what?
Absolutely.
In my career, the free hit was a fairly recent thing, and it only came in when I was right toward the end of my career. I faced 3 no balls and got singles off all of them. Still a free hit, and that'll be a wide, and still a free hit. I think they work off 4. We have 4 balls per game. Okay, got the 2 new ones.
Yeah.
And the truth is, yes, we lose some, but we normally we find them at some point, and they go into the used balls box.
I think Yoz is back out there with his stump doing the hard yards. And I think, is that Paolo out there as well? He's taken on the stump duties, and that one's been flicked away elegantly off middle stump. Need a 4th stump here to Banstead because they're flicking everything away, and that one is at least a bit easier to find.
That one's in just the low cut rough. He's been free hit after free hit, hasn't it? It's over. That one just bounces inside. So yeah, for a tournament like this, there we go. That's the A team.
I'd hate to see what the B team looks like.
There's 2 men and 1 stump. Yeah, that's a good handoff. Yoz, actually, he was a star at Sixers cricket when we were here last time, by the way. Oh, well, pushes. Oh, I think this would have been out of it hit. But Yoz, if you want to know the technique that made him a much feared cricketer in his day, and he did play a very good level of cricket, by the way, Yoz. This is very well struck, and the local greenery getting shown who's boss from Yoz. And that is the kind of tactics he uses in his primary role as well, in charge of the PMOA. That's a great slow ball. It does drop very much in its last 2 or 3 metres, goes under the bat of Patel, and he gets bowled. It's just, you can see Des just below. And it's a brilliant bit of bowling, really, and Patel, who looked like this game could be finishing early, but that certainly takes a turn. Great slow ball by Nuristani. Patel walks for 26 and it's 54 for 2.
I'm not sure Ansarula wanted the ball to be that full, but he'll take the wicket nonetheless. Nova that pretty much had it all. There was 3 hits, there was 6s, 4s, and it finishes with a wicket. After all that, he only actually goes for the 18, which is not too bad a return, especially picking up the wicket on the final delivery. Ayush Patel, he was going well, goes for 26 off 10. I think Yoz and Bucci coming back triumphant. So another non-lost ball, 17, 18, 19 in the power play for Banstead, 54 for 2. Comfortably ahead of Weybridge, but they certainly don't want to continue losing wickets. Does it look like it will be Seb Dunn? Not the Baker's dozen, but the Baker's done. As he comes in to bowl this 4th over for Weybridge.
Dunn comes on to bowl the 4th over, end of the power play as well, 54 for 2. Oh, almost a fingernail remover. I don't think he touches it though, and it ends up going into the sight screen. So Pearson Taylor will continue in his attacking vein. And yeah, the top 3's been a real barometer, hasn't it, for Banstead? Normally one of them at least has clicked, and sometimes clicked thunderously. But if you can get Pearson Taylor here before you hit the halfway point of the chase, just feel like you got a bit of a window of opportunity. Done with the comeback. Miss hit. And they go on contact, slow to get going, but it's not picked up cleanly by Nuristani.
So have you done the maths on the Grizzlies?
I think it also depends on where you are. Because okay, Barcelona, there are some we don't find because there's a wall which basically goes down into the city. So it's basically adios pelota. That's where that comes from. So we definitely need more there. It's a good shot. Gets the gap. Gets the boundary. Cracking way to get off the mark for Gill. Yeah, so I think they work on 4 balls per game, but I think in certain places it might be 6 balls per game. So if you take this series, which is a 48 match series, call it 50, we probably have 200 balls that we're bringing.
Yeah.
But if we're in Barcelona, it's 300, and sometimes there's panicked late orders.
Panic buying
we
of Grizzlies.
Need more. Yeah, so, and like I said, even though we lose a lot, normally they do get found one way or another. Unless it's in certain places. That Barcelona ground, I know we are going to different places in Spain, which I suppose is fair because we have been to Spain, to Barcelona quite a few times. So this year we've been to Madrid, we'll go to Valencia, we'll go to Alicante, Sporting Alfaz as well. But it is pretty funny because no one knows where the balls end up. It's basically a sheer drop off and a cliff, and it ends up, because it's halfway up a mountain, the Montjuic Stadium there. It was the Olympic Baseball Stadium, and the Olympic Stadium is just up there, further up the mountain. So yeah, just imagine, goes off a cliff. I just imagine motorists dodging these Grizzlies that are gathering pace. Slow ball, picks it and gets enough on it, does Gill. And yeah, that one was high, but probably not high enough to be a no ball. It'll be the end of the over. So it does have the drop because it's a slower ball, and he is bending down. So I think that one is going to be just the 4, and Banstead at the end of 4 overs are 69 for 2. Ian hopefully leading Gibraltar this weekend. And yeah, the first ECN cricket in Gibraltar this year. I know we were there last year. I think it was the very start of the year last year. I think we've had a series every year there since 2022. And I've certainly really enjoyed my time in Gibraltar. And I won't have too much time to do anything else, Ian, because we got a 7-match day and basically the same length of day on day 2 as well. I might come in on Friday afternoon and do what I can. Well, that's 6. And luckily some of the crowd has dispersed because that would have been right into the heart of the spectators. Maximo too short from Hussain, and yeah, pays the price, and he's been pretty busy fetching those Grizzlies. No chase squad today for the youngsters. It's maybe some of the veterans that have had to fetch the Grizzlies.
I think they're all tuckered out from yesterday's exploits as well.
Oh, hello.
We've had cricket on all day, and now it's rugby after dark.
Sleeves off, game on. Oh well, this one is going to crunch through the offside and again gets away from the fielders. Pearson Taylor, he's had some sort of day, hasn't he? Luke the Nuke. Good darts player. And Pearson Tale's a pretty good cricketer. What we're seeing with the bat and ball. Now again in the slot. And that one is going to fly. Maximo says Carreras Mas.
He's looking in some form here, isn't he? Didn't see actually too much of him yesterday because it was really the Harawal Wassam show. But Wassam hasn't able to repeat the trick of yesterday, but LPT has stepped up to the plate. And he's now just 7 runs away from what would be another blistering half century.
I do hear the LPT community is growing by the day. So watch out for them. That one is another one. Why wouldn't it with hits like this? And going and gone. That's a huge chase. And who is poor Nathan Robinson? He has to run halfway back to New Zealand to get that one. Pearson Taylor to 49.
You have to say they've just been bowling right into his hands, haven't they? Fazal Hussain, well, he did excellently with the bat. I think he'd be admiring a few of these shots, but it's just been a little too short from him. 6-4, 6-6 so far. 22 off his first deliveries.
Gibraltar's a place where we don't lose too many Grizzlies because it's quite a big playing arena. It's a stadium, so a lot of them kind of fly into the seats. Sometimes there's a straight boundary where it can go across the road. That's probably the only way we lose in there. A huge hit might end up on the roof. Well, he's had a lot of huge hits, Pearson Taylor, but it's a little dab that'll bring him his 50. He's been brilliant today, hasn't he, for Banstead? So there's a lot of positives for him and his side. 50 off 18 balls. His 50 contained 5 sixes and 3 fours.
Malta's a pitch where you don't lose too many. If you're on good terms with the Archers.
Oh, you break things. I mean,
yeah.
You'll break cars, but you won't lose the ball too often in Malta.
Unless it's taken ransom by an angry BMW driver.
Ended the 5th over 93 for 2. One of my favourites is someone just parked their car, walked behind the net, and then the ball got hit at their car, but they were stuck the other side of the net, and they were just, the replay just had to look, please don't hit my car. Just missed. Here we are in Wimbledon. Yeah, there's Gibraltar, the Gibraltar 13 coming away on Saturday and Sunday. I'll be there in person, and that means that after tomorrow, I won't be back until next Wednesday, just because I've got that trip. In Croatia, which included that ECSW last year. It's back this year, but there's T10 and 10-20 cricket coming your way there. And yeah, plenty to look forward to, including Norway for the first time. So, yeah, to Gibraltar, what do we got? 13 games, probably 50, probably 60 balls, maybe 80 to be sure. Always a few more just to be sure. And then another question, continuing Grizzly ball chat from Ash at Save Derek, by the way. Save Derek community also pretty vocal. Respect. How many games before a Grizzly is unusable? Well, obviously you use a new ball at the start of every game. But then this will be a wide plus an extra. There obviously some times we have to replace the ball. So I think in the first over, if the ball gets lost, you get a brand new one. But after that, there's kind of, I think 2 or 3 boxes. And when balls come back from the woods or whenever we find them, they go into one of those 3 boxes, depending on the state of it. Just checking if this is off the pitch. But I think it's clearly on the pitch.
I think
it will just be a wide.
They were maybe thrown off by the fact it came off the keeper's gloves.
Yeah,
he looked suspiciously at the pitch, but I think it's very much on the Astro.
Yeah.
It did turn a bit. Maybe just on the slight Astro downslope.
I think that. Oh. That's bounced on. Don't agree with that one.
Are they maybe saying because it's on the downslope it is already off the pitch because the keeper was put off by the fact it wasn't an even bounce? Could have been spin though.
Well, it's going to be 6. I just think even benefit of the doubt it's meant to go towards wide there because it's a harsh penalty. Anyway, hey, Dave's actually fielded that one. Hello. And he's getting ready to field one earlier. He was prepared. And John certainly had full confidence that Dave would get the job done there. Rare swing and a miss. Cruising at the moment. You can actually see bonus point might be on here. 29 off 9. If they can keep it up. Gets a little bit of a something. Always messy reverse sweeps. Maybe hit the gloves. Maybe just looped over the keeper for a single. Yeah, so there is a point. So the question was, how long do Grizzlies last? And, I mean, the thing is, the way the Grizzlies are made, they stay pretty hard. Nice little dink shot here from Pearson Taylor. He's a good mix of kind of power and also has a little bit of panache about his batting, doesn't he? It's good touch plays, able to deflect, able to generally make good decisions at the crease. And he'll help himself to 4 more. And so there probably is a time that Grizzlies are unusable anymore. And then we'll try and obviously give whatever balls we have at the end of a tournament. We'll give it to the home federation for practice. Anyway, up and out of here, Maximo. As that will rush into the side screen. And Krista is now our security. We had Adam early, then we had Chris, and now Krista is the thin line between, you know, a civilized society and anarchy, and that worries me a little bit. I think she was just checking her phone for some security threats there, but it's the end of the 6th over. 114 for 2. 18 off this over would actually get Banstead back in 4 points. 4-point land where they spent yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bit of better late than never for Banstead at the moment. It's been a miserable day for them so far. But LPT, he's been the one shining light for the men in purple. And he marches on here, 60 off 21. Arjun Gill doing his bit as well. So it's certainly possible here as we go into the 7th, and it will be bowled by Aidan Golding.
Yeah, defending 18. So, okay, this is where pretty much you can't say the game's gone, but you got the point to play for. And with such an unpredictable table, Weybridge, I think, they would know if they can push this game into an 8th over, they have something tangible to take away. They've had a long day, long day at the office. Both these teams playing their 3rd match of day 2. Slower ball, but he picks it and he posits it. Does LPT Maximo. 11 off 4 now. Would see Banstead get the 4 points. Golding trying to pull a point out of the fire now for Weybridge.
Takes the pace off, but I think Baker there. Not Baker, LPT. He's got Baker on the back of his shirt. I could have had a dozen runs for that one because it went over our rope and actually over the kids' rope as well. And all the way over the next strip. So LPT could finish it off and finish off in style here with the 11 needed off 4.
Can I tell you
a
fun job that I got recently in Finland? It's going to be a wide thing. It moves across, but a long way wide of the line. Is occasionally we'll have too many new balls and not enough used balls. So I went with Dennis and Marta to the nets, and they said, Vinny, can you bang a couple of these up? With pleasure. Luckily the medics were on hand. They meant the ball. That's going to be a big thick edge, and it's going to go through to the keeper. So Pearson Taylor gets a long way across, and Golding kind of still puts it outside his body line. You can see he makes an early movement. And that's a very loose shot that time from Pearson Taylor. A bit of a tired shot, I think. Been a long day. Simple catch behind the stumps for Jack Tricker this time. And what that might do, it might just put him back into the frame for the point. 10 off 3 required from here. Banstead, 122 for 3. Of course, 10 off 3 is for all the points. If they do it after that, then they'll have to settle for 3. Yeah, so that was quite fun, taking brand new balls and just basically trying to destroy them. Okay, Stainer. We'll get one here. This is where you really, does help if you know, and I know it's your first day in the tournament, if you know the point system, because it's a huge advantage here. You've got nothing to lose. You might as well treat it like it's the whole game. To try and hit 2 boundaries. You'll need a 6 and a 4 really from here, unless you get help with extras. Gill, boundary or bust. Oh, great catch. And it's a catch that'll save Weybridge a point. Brilliant fielding. That was a full-blooded cut shot, and it was taken clean as a whistle. So Golding will basically do a really good job keeping that point in play. As Fazal Hussein's had a pretty good game in a losing cause, where Weybridge takes that catch. Very skillfully done in quite sharp conditions. It's 123 for 4.
Yeah, sharp is the word there. Fazal Hussain, it was pretty much behind him by the time he stuck out his hands And it was one of those, it's either going to stick or it's not. And Arjun Gill, unfortunately for him, he could have been the hero. If that had gone for 4, he would have had 1 shot at the bonus point. As it is, though, Hussain takes the grab. Worth taking another look at that one. Goes so quickly. Good work by 2 Circles camera crew to keep up with that one. And a round of applause from the bowler as well. So the game is more or less gone, but it won't be gone in this over, barring something magical. Oh, there's a bit of magic there, and it's going to be booted to the rope, and he has to go on the long old jog of shame, does Seb Dunn, because he hits it over the rope.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for a right back in one of the lower leagues here in England, look no further. He kept his options open which way he wanted to dink that one. Ended up going leg side, and then it's time for the hoof. Bush. At least he did try and think to field it with his hands. Anyway, in the end, I mean, could have been worse for Weybridge, because they will walk away with a point at least out of this game, because we do go to an 8th over. That will tie the scores unless it's stopped. Great effort down there, but it won't be stopped in the end. So any score will take us home now on day 2.
It's only been a mixed day then for Weybridge. Started off with a bang in that rainy game. Seems a long time ago now, I'm sure, for the men in purple, because they have had the long shift today. They got that early win, at least put them on the board, and well, it's going to
game over.
It's going to be finished.
So he has a no ball, and I'm not sure why, but that will be the winning run then. And the question might have been, does that mean they take all 4 points? But the answer is no, because the 8th over started, and that means that Weybridge, they do get the point. As soon as over's called in over number 7, they've earned that point, and you can't really take it away from them. So it will finish on a no ball plus 4. I'm not sure, maybe it was a fielding indiscretion. I don't think it was a front foot no ball, but anyway, I think it was all academic. At least Weybridge can take a point out, but Banston, at least they don't go a 0-win day. A team that looked unstoppable yesterday, taking all 8 points. They started the day with 2 losses, but they do pick up a win here in match 10. The final score is Banston 132 off 7.0, but taking the game into the 8th over with Weybridge, who do get their point out of this match. And so that brings day 2 to a conclusion. Banston at least can hold that up, and they go to a 3-2 record. For Weybridge, mixed day for them. They started very strongly, but then they suffered 2 losses. They finished 1-2. But I mean, if anything, the group became more chaotic with the results we saw today, and the emergence of Spencer as a real threat. This is what's coming up tomorrow, Tina. I know you are busy on MCC duty, leading your country, but one of your countries. But we've got day 3 coming up, 9 a.m. GMT, 11 o'clock in Central Europe, 2:30 in India. We start with Spencer versus East Molesey. I mean, all the games, they're mouth-watering. Twickenham, they started with a real shocker in game 1, but they came back, found a bit of form, and they've got 3 tough games tomorrow as well. And of course, Weybridge will continue after they had their day off on day 1. So yeah, join us for that, and I know you'll tune in a little bit in the morning, Tina, but best of luck on your day off.
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to that. And Twickenham, Spencer, that game's going to be interesting. Both sides very much Jekyll and Hyde so far as we go into the highlights. And this one went up and away, and it was the very first ball of the innings, and it was an outstanding grab by Jack Tricker, dismissing R.R. Wassam, whose miserable day continues after a 200 plus accumulative score yesterday. Ayush Patel steadied the ship alongside Luke Pearson-Taylor, who has been probably the standout performer for Banstead today in what before this win was a bit of a nothing day for them, but they managed to salvage it. And I think in the end they'll actually be kicking themselves that they didn't get the 4-pointer. It was there for the taking, and they just faded away. And that one faded away all the way into the bushes. It was a bit of an alibi effort there from the fielder. A look and a no, and this one raced away. Well, that was a better effort from the Bash brothers.
If we've learned anything, bringing a weapon might give you a chance. But yeah, I mean, that was a strange one. It was an over-pitched slower ball, but the drop did the trick, didn't it? And yeah, just I suppose, teams are up, teams are down. It's hard to know what to make of this group. Because Raikil, maybe the player of the day, he's definitely the ball retriever of the day for going deep into the deep dark woods. Even Dave was getting amongst it. Sprung up to his feet there to stop the Grizzly. I'm sure he enjoyed that moment. getting up nice and close and personal here in the European Cricket Series. But yeah, 6 hitting count. I think I mentioned Weybridge. I think they hit 9 in the innings, and Banstead, they hit 11, and that was just in 7 overs, so it may be making a bit of a difference. Luke Pearson-Taylor had a really good day out, didn't he, with the bat, as there would be a little bit of late drama. It looked like they were cruising to the 4 points, but it wasn't to be. The game went into the 8th, and so in the end, yeah, maybe a few other players for Banstead were emerging, but Luke Pearson-Taylor, I mean, started the day with 61 off 17 balls in their first match, scored 80 off 28 in the second, and then scored 66 off 23 here. So not often you see the 350s in a day.
Yep.
But Luke Pearson-Taylor, he certainly had a day to remember.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and that was exactly what Haro Awassam did yesterday. He had a day to forget, but the good news for Banstead is they've got several players that can step up to the plate. Arslan Abbas, he was the key wicket taker yesterday.
Yeah.
He wasn't quite as impressive today, but they've had different bowlers taking wickets as well. Aditya Kumar, I think he's been impressive with the ball. Of course, he wasn't used with the bat, but taking a look at the bowlers then this time for Weybridge, 7 of them used, and they tried to throw the ball about, and in the end, poor Henry Francis, unusual figures of 0 balls for 5 with that no ball finish.
Infinity as well. It breaks the computer. Quick count of LPT's runs, 207 runs here on day 2. So it joins the 200 club. Of course, more remarkably, we saw Wassam do that in just 2 matches yesterday. But yeah, I suppose it's a team game in the end. And I think Banstead will be a bit disappointed. It was a real opportunity for them to put a bit of distance between them and the pack today. But they were brought back. And I think Spencer, we saw them on the rise. And so I think at the halfway point of the group stage, it's very hard to tell which way things are going to go and who's going to keep going up and who might slide. Of course, I'll be here tomorrow with Rico. I know Rico's just arrived. Looking forward to saying hi to him. Good luck tomorrow in your game. Sending you positive thoughts. I know you're going to come back with some really, good stories on day 4 on Thursday, and maybe from on the field, and you're going to say how you were able to unite all of your team and they loved all of your decisions, like where they were going to bat and where they were going to bowl. So
well, that's going to be my story, and I'll stick with it. The spirit of cricket shall win.
But so far, 2 days here, I know you were in Hornchurch earlier in the year. I don't know how this compares, but some of the ball striking that we've seen in England across the 2 tournaments has been incredible, and really it's only the start. Don't forget, we've only seen half the teams in the competition so far, with Group B still to come. But yeah, the tables turned, the tide turned a little bit for teams in different ways, didn't it, here on day 2, the ones that did play yesterday.
Well, if Group B is half of as exciting as Group A, I think at this point pretty much everyone's beaten everyone, and that means it's still tantalising going into the second half of Group A. Top 4 go through, but at the moment you couldn't pick a 5th place.
No.
And that's the exciting part.
Definitely not. Good to see emerging players as well. To see teenagers going out there having this kind of exposure. I know a lot of them would have played a high level of cricket. Underage cricket here is very organised, obviously, in England being a full member. But still, I think when you put in the crosshairs and you've got millions of people watching, obviously that affects people in different ways. Great experience, but even some of the more veteran players to have this opportunity to kind of show what they can do, I think has been wonderful. So I think we're going to get out of here pretty shortly before it gets any darker, but I do want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. Thanks for staying with us today. Another 10 hours of cricket, and we love to bring it to you. We did have a few more close games today. Even that last one probably wasn't quite as close, but yeah, at least I knew we'd get some of the close ones, even a last ball finish earlier. But a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and tell your family, tell your friends about ECN, because we have a lot of fun every day. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com. A lot coming up. You can actually see the event calendar, and you can click on event now for the rest of the year.
There's a lot of scrolling.
You need to scroll a lot. But Tina, love being with you. We had 2 days together.
2 days.
It's our first time since we were in Sweden a little while ago. But it'll be a little while before we're together again in just over a week, because of course I've got Rico tomorrow. Then I'm off to the Gibraltar 13. Then I will be back. But by the time we come, it'll be a very different feel of a tournament because we'll be in the concluding stages with the last day of Group B when I come back, and then quarterfinals day and finals day. So what's going to happen before we're back here together in the box?
It'll be a sharp end of the tournament then. I think you're going to be a changed man after the Jib 13 as well. I feel like you're going to come back with some stories.
The same. At least we don't have to find balls in the woods. We had a lot of fun today. Final shout out to all of you out there. Thanks so much for being a part of the European cricket community. Quick look maybe at what's happening tomorrow one more time. You can see that we have Twickenham coming back, of course, after their day off. And it should be pretty interesting. And the other thing is that Banstead, they have their day off tomorrow. So they'll have to sit and wait and watch maybe a couple of teams catch up to them. And so you can join myself and Rico Full, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 in India. If you are in England, it's 10 a.m. start, so come and join us for that. But yeah, big thanks. Always love commentating with you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank
in
you.
your games tomorrow. I'm going to be willing you. And maybe if you could do us a favour, a few live updates. I don't think you're allowed to have your phone, right? A few live updates would be nice.
I mean, I'm the captain. I can do what I want,
and
surely.
maybe some live streaming on your phone.
We can do that.
We want to see some Tina. And also, what a great day. We found your soulmate. That was fun as well.
What a day to be alive for me.
And yeah, it was pretty fun. Okay, I know we're running over. I don't want to miss the car back because the taxis here can be a little bit pricey. But anyway, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, stay happy, stay safe, enjoy these highlights of day 2. Thanks to our friends at Spring Productions and 2 Circles, as they are now known. Rico Full with me tomorrow in the box. Tina, day off, and then she'll be back on Thursday. Don't worry. I'll see you tomorrow, and then, of course, in Gibraltar on the weekend. Let's get to the highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Bye-bye.
My body back and forth. My body. My body back and forth, move my body.